Welcome to the Singapore Master Ball League 2024 to 2025 Pokemon Asia Championship Series. I'm Brian.
I'm Nicholas from the Southern Islands. Actually, we are both from the
Southern Islands.
Yes.
And we are back finally.
Yeah, it's been 2 years since I sat on this casting table.
It's been 2 years. You look like you haven't changed a bit, my dude.
I'm wearing the exact same shirt that I wore.
And the exact same pants, but look, we don't need to get too much into that.
Yeah, but so what has happened to you the last 2 years?
Again,
a couple very different.
I gained a couple kilos. You also came back with a nifty world shirt.
Oh, not bad, not bad.
Yeah, no, look, it's been a good past 2 years.
Yes.
But you know what? We're here to talk about today's Master Ball League.
It's been a long season. We've had Premier Ball League, Great Ball Leagues, Ultra Ball League, and now it's finally culminated today. The last official tournament of the entire world, probably.
Yeah, no, it's insane. So, fun fact for the folks tuning in: this is the final big tournament, right? We went after NAIC.
Yes.
We went after the Japan Championships. So it's been a long season for us. So we do want to cover the format of the tournament.
Correct. So the Master Ball League, we had a Swiss round that happened yesterday. Players compete in a format where winners determined by the number of wins they get by the end of all the rounds.
That's right. So the pairings are done up in a way where you have similar points. People who have similar points play against each other. So for example, if Nick and I are both 3 and 2, there's a very high chance that we will get paired.
Correct. 3 wins, 2 losses, right? So if I got 4 wins, I'll pair with someone with 4 wins as well.
That's
all
right.
the way until the end of 8 rounds we had yesterday.
That's right. And then the top 32 folks make it to day 2. So day 2 is going to be a single elimination bracket, best of 3, right? Players will play up to 3 sets, and the players declare a winner as soon as they win 2 different sets. So the loser of the matchup is immediately eliminated for the tournament, but do not worry. If they make it all the way to the top, they get their exclusive invites to Worlds.
Yes, that is the top 2 players of the tournament. The champion and the runner-up will qualify for the World Championships in 2025. Happening in Anaheim, California.
Anaheim, California. Indeed, 2025 is going to be a great tournament. Worlds last year was super nice. And this year, we also get a huge bump up in numbers of Worlds players.
Right. So last year, only 12 players, Masters, Juniors, and Seniors total together, qualified for the World Championships in 2024. But this year, 20 players total. That is a bump of 8 players.
Yeah, I do want to add in, though, that this does include the juniors and seniors players as well. So we actually have a total of, I think, four additional masters.
Yep, 4 additional masters.
4 additional masters, and then 2
of
each,
juniors and
3
seniors.
each? Yeah,
right.
3 each for juniors and seniors, right?
Correct.
So, but still, it's a huge opportunity for Singaporean players to go to Worlds this year.
Yes.
I still remember last year, it was so hard to get the World's invite, right?
Yep.
We were grinding so many different games, so many different tournaments in order for us to get that invite. But this time around, it's a lot less intense, I think. But
the matchup, the race to the top 8 that goes to Worlds was crazy.
And is crazy.
Yes, because the league points that you will earn, the LP, for this tournament is going to change the top ranks of top 8.
Yeah, that's right. So, if the person who has got 0 points right now ends up going first, right, he shoots up straight to the top 8. Because if I'm not wrong, I believe only the top 4 or 5 players right now actually have 300 or more points.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that means that this player who has 0 points, if he actually wins the whole thing, which, if history goes to show, it's quite possible.
From past years,
right? He's gonna shoot straight to the top, right? Not to the top, but to the top 8.
Oh, but the winner also gets to go to Worlds, right? So what happens to that slot? Because I understand the top 8 players, first and second of this tournament will go to Worlds. So what happens if he takes the slot?
So for the first time ever, the slot rolls down. So
wow, okay.
Yeah, there's no more consuming of slots. There's no more burning of slots. Players who qualify the easy way or the hard way, both get to go to Worlds. So for clarity, right? If any one of the top 8 in rankings, in points, in league points, actually wins this whole tournament, the slot then rolls down to the 9th place. And if the finalist also makes it, is also part of the top 8, then it rolls down to the 10th place. So there is a world where the top 10 players in the format, in the
Singapore Masters rank system,
gets to go to Worlds.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is a huge difference from past years where, you know, if one of the top 4 actually makes it, wins the whole thing, they will
pick up one of
consume
the slots.
Exactly. So, you know, this Master Ball League is also special because we get our exclusive garlic bread. Sorry, Buddy Boffin.
I love this card, and I love the fact that they've chosen a very staple card for giving up for participation prize this year. Buddy Boffin, you've seen it in Charizard, you've seen it in Dragapult.
Look, you see it in any deck that has setup, right?
Yes, correct.
Even like Gardevoir plays that as well. You know, Garchomp plays that as well. Hydreigon plays that as well. You know, there's so many uses for this card, and I'm so glad that they printed it out. Not glad for my pocket, but, you know, extremely happy to see such a playable card being printed out. And that Master Ball logo is crisp, man. It's clean.
How many did you manage to get already so far?
2.
Hopefully we'll get one of ourselves today as well.
So we also, you know, the players who do end up getting the top placement also do get them playmat as well and card sleeves. You know, these designs are exclusive to the Master Ball leagues across Southeast Asia, right? So you can only get them in, you know, Philippines, Hong Kong, Malaysia as well as Singapore, right? So and these sleeves also have a very nice finish.
I love the finish. There's like some sort of a matte like cover on top of it. They're very shiny if you like spin it around. And you can buy it right now if you're in the area.
Yeah, or look, hey, if you're in Singapore, you haven't visited the venue, I strongly recommend you guys to come down to Suntec City to pick up some sleeves or to watch the action live. And that playmat, man, that playmat is gorgeous.
So good. That Mewtwo in the middle. Just reminds me if I played Rocket's Mewtwo on that playmat at weeklies.
Yeah, that's right. It's absolutely gorgeous.
But let's not forget the top 4 prizes, man.
Top 4 prizes. Ends Zoroark EX promo card. So you have the Master Ball logo to the left of that card. And it's gorgeous, right? So it's a must-have for any Zoroark collector.
Correct. Zoroark itself is a very, very powerful Pokemon. It's able to copy any of the Ends Pokemons. So I think they picked the right card to be the top 4 prize for not only Masters, but also for juniors and seniors as well.
Yeah, and you know, I'm actually surprised that you didn't mention trade.
Yes, the legendary Zoroark power, the ability which you discard 1 card to draw 2 cards, it's been brought back from the previous Zoroark GX. And also the trophies as well, the Mewtwo trophies. Yeah,
the trophies are different as well. You know, last year we had the plaques. I kind of like the plaques a little bit because you can put your card that you want it with there inside, but it doesn't beat holding up that trophy when you win.
Can you imagine that you hold up trophies like holding up a World Cup, you know, that kind of like style? So now we're going to look at the top 32 of the Masters division for the Master Ball League. I can see a lot of familiar names. People that have gone to Worlds before are on this list.
Yeah, let's go through the list a little bit. Hey, so we got Yusian as well as Cash, you know, who went to the Yokohama 2023.
Yes.
Both of them represented Singapore. Cash, you know, the one and only Cash winner, Pokestats himself.
Our stats, man. I'm so happy to see him at top card. I hope he gets through. Let's not forget there's also an OG player in Joey as well.
Yep.
He's been in multiple Worlds, and Jackson also played at London 2022.
That's right, and I also want to have a special shout out to Kaiser. You know, Kaiser has made it to every single nationals level tournament in Top Cut.
My gosh, he needs to coach us how to get a Top Cut for every tournament.
That's right. That's right. Anyway, so we're going to go straight into the decks for today. First off, on the stream, we have Anselm's deck. Enoch's deck.
Yes.
Enoch's deck here is the Great Tusk Mill.
Ooh. I actually thought that this deck was like slowly getting disappearing out of format, you know, because double turbo energy is no longer in the format. But I'm quite surprised that Great Tusk Mill is still a play, and it's the only one in top 32, right?
This is the only one in top 32, and it is definitely a unique play, but it's also quite a smart meta read as well, you know, because nowadays, decks like Gardevoir, decks like Raging Bolt, right, all thin out the deck, burn through the deck very, 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 very quick, right? So by playing Great Tusk Mill, which allows you to use the Land Collapse attack, right, where for 2 energy costs, if you've played an Ancient Supporter card, you know, you can actually burn the top 4 cards off your opponent's deck. By burning, I mean milling it up.
Correct. Right? So you need to play a Ancient Supporter.
He had to play Ancient Supporter, that's right. So in Enoch's deck, he has that Explorer's Guidance or the Professor Sada's Vitality, which is also going to be an important tool in order for him to charge up subsequent Great Tusks as well.
Correct. So the Sada's Vitality, when you play it, you can attach two basic energy from your discard pile to 2 ancient Pokemon. So likely he'll want to have 2 Great Tusks on the board, so you can charge both, and then he have 1 hand attachment, so you can use the Land Collapse to discard the top 4 cards of your opponent's deck.
Yeah, I also do want to highlight the different stalling measures that Enoch has put in his deck, right? You have stuff like the Mimikyu with Safeguard, which prevents all damage from EX Pokemon. You've also got Flutter Mane to turn off the active Pokemon's abilities. You've got Maractus there with his powerful corner, doesn't allow your opponent's active Pokemon to retreat.
Correct.
Right? So many different stalling measures. He's also got the copy of Gravity Gemstone, as well as Erica's Invitation. All these are cards which you usually see in the stall stall decks. But I also want to highlight the Ace Spec of choice.
Oh, so just using Utilization Zone. This is the key for Enoch to win this match. If he chooses to play it down, all of his non-EX Pokemon,
non-rule box Pokemon.
Non-rule box Pokemon, sorry, cannot be damaged.
Yeah, that's right. And a lot of decks nowadays don't actually play a copy of Stadium. So this is a huge call. We've got Dragapult, which basically plays no stadiums right now. You've got Gardevoir, which maybe play 2 copies of Artisan. You've got and then of course we have Anslim's deck, who plays 3 stadiums only, 1 Jamming Tower and 2 Area Zero Under Depths.
You got to pray that none of those cards end up in the prize. And he's got to hope that that Enoch's Neutralization Zone doesn't come out at you can imagine that he was going to choose to play it at the nearly last turn when he notices that Ansem's stadium cards are just run out. I also noticed that there's a Rotom in this deck. Very, very interesting addition. What does that Rotom do, yeah?
Yeah, so Rotom is really cool because it allows him to look at the opponent's hand and discard any items or tools from there, right? So it's super important for a stalling measure. And guess what? We get to see prizes now!
Whoa! This is like we're watching a US stream for Pokemon. I can see the Ansem on the left. He's got
that's Enoch Stream. So Enoch Stream actually has one copy of the Dunsparce and the Dunsparce line inside. It's not too bad actually. So actually Enoch's prize cards look okay. For Anslim's prize cards though, he's lost his Badoo. He's lost 1 Badoo. Actually, his only copy of Badoo.
It's only Ditto, and it's only for Serendipity as well.
So, I don't think actually it's going to matter too much with regards to the Ditto or the Fez, in this point. Fez isn't going to allow him to draw cards because Enoch's deck isn't going to take a knockout.
Yep.
Badoo, though, may hurt, and I'm actually surprised that there's a Badoo in a Raging Bolt deck.
Yes, we didn't mention that Ansem is playing Raging Bolt. It's the typical kind of Raging Bolt list you would see normally with 2 Raging Bolt and 1 baby Raging Bolt. Looks like both didn't go into the prize. We have the Teal Mask Ogerpon, the key engine of the deck, right? With the Teal Dance ability, you can attach Grass Energy from your hand to draw a card.
Yeah, and not to mention, actually, Teal Mask is not only the key card engine of the deck, it's a key card in this matchup, right? Because you want easy ways to attack every single turn, and in order for him to do that, we will need to not remove energies off the board, right? So Teal Mask Ogerpon, super important in this matchup. Let's see if Ansem knows how to play this matchup. So
I think the key as well for Ansem, right, is that he shouldn't be overextending his resources, right?
That's right. You don't want to be using stuff like your research if he's playing research, but he's not. He has the Crispins, which will be able to draw. He would probably rather play Crispin over Professor Stardust because Stardust will draw 3 cards off his deck. Crispin just charges the 2 energies to the Pokemon of choice, right?
So I like the Judge edition in Raging Bolt nowadays. So I've noticed that many Raging Bolt players like to set up their board turn 1 and then turn 2, go for a Judge play, try and disrupt your opponent so that they can't set up as well as Raging Bolt.
Yep, not only I think the Judge is going to be super crucial here, and then the Iono as well is going to be super crucial here, right? These 2 are going to be the prevention tools in order for your Ansem not to deck out, because that's his goal, right? He does not want to deck out, because that's the only win condition that Enoch has here. There's no other ways for Enoch to win this game.
Correct. Enoch's not taking knockouts this turn. No. Not this game at all. He's just going to try to discard Ansem's deck until there's nothing left. So again, the judge, if he plays the judge, both players will shuffle the deck and draw 4 cards. So that's one way to disrupt Enoch. Ansem starting the match here with Raging Bolt in the active spot.
Yeah, Raging Bolt in the active spot, but he also has a Teal Mask actually gets behind. So this is actually what I was talking about, right, Nick? It is actually, I would rather start with the Teal Mask and just charge energies to that Teal Mask so that he doesn't burn through his resources. By playing the way that he's playing right now, it means that Raging Bolt needs to, discard energies off the bench or off his side of the field whenever. Right, so it's actually not too good of a thing. Sorry, so for the people watching on the stream, sorry, we had a little bit of a communication error there. The round is just starting right now, so Anselm is going to just go ahead and continue to play the cards that he played just now. So he's gonna draw the top card of his deck, and then he's gonna play the Ultra Ball.
Okay, here we go. Here's the start of the Master Ball League top 32. So the Ultra Ball is coming out. I noticed that he's discarding the other Ultra Ball.
I mean, I'm not exactly sure what hand cards he has on his side of the field, but it does mean that he's not able to find a Noctowl if he is going to go down the route of the usual Fan Rotom.
Correct.
Not sure if I'm a fan of this because, as mentioned before, you don't really want to thin out the deck. All you need to do is find the energy cards, right? So I guess he can start up with just putting in one Hoot and then finding maybe 2 Hoots and 1 Noctowl.
But it looks like he's eyeing 2 Hoots, 1 Noctowl. A typical Raging Bolt start. Raging Bolt start when you get Fan Rotom.
And because he has the Teal Mask in his hand, he doesn't. He's not too worried about whether or not he's going to be able to use Jewel Seeking. Looking at Enoch's deck list, there is no ways to disrupt the hand, right? So I think this is a perfectly good play on the side of Anselm. He will likely be dropping that Teal Mask Ogerpon as well. And as mentioned before, the key to victory here for Anselm is to use that Teal Mask. He needs to use that Teal Mask and start charging it up so he can take back-to-back knockouts on Enoch's active Pokemon.
Correct. So just to make clear again, Fan Rotom, only on your first turn, you can search for 3 colorless type Pokemon that's 100 HP and below. That's why you can find the Hoot, and the Noctowl. And it looks like he's not playing down the Teal Mask Ogerpon yet. He's just keeping it in hand. Interesting.
No, I mean, look, he doesn't know what Enoch has on his side of the field. Maybe he's worried about getting boss stalled. It's a little bit interesting, I would say. But I would definitely be looking at dropping the Teal Mask Ogerpon as soon as I can.
So Anselm will have a powerful turn 2 later on with the Teal Mask Ogerpon in play. He can evolve the Hoot to a Noctowl. So the Noctowl's ability, if you have a Terra Pokemon, you can search for any 2 trainer cards you like. So I won't be surprised with Anselm going for a powerful turn 2. Hopefully maybe finding a Earthen Vessel and the Stardust Vitality. Perhaps unless he already has it in hand.
Yeah, that is right. I do want to talk about Enoch's deck a little bit, right? I realized that actually the Mimikyu isn't going to be doing too much here because Anselm plays that Baby Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt is going to be very, very effective here in taking out things like the Mimikyu, taking out things like the Maractus, or even the Fluttermane, right? And also, it's not a stretch to say that he could technically charge up 5 energies.
Yes, with the Raging Bolt. Let's start taking the bench.
The Great Tusk, because that's all he needs is 5 energies. I mean, it's still a challenge to get there because that means you need to put 2 Crispins on with 1 Sada and still hand attached each turn. So you could theoretically get there in 2 turns, but you're burning all your energies onto that Baby Raging Bolt. Enoch also plays that Crushing Hammers. He also plays things like the Handheld Fan, which allows the player to shift basically energy from the active Pokemon to the bench if the Handheld Fan is attached to the active Pokemon and the active Pokemon attacks that opponent's active Pokemon. Sorry, that's a little bit messy, but you get my point.
So Anselm just pointed out that if Enoch played the Buddy Puffin, again our participation prize for today, you can search for 270 HP Pokemon, but you have to put them on the bench.
Yes, you can have to put them on the bench. So
he did pick out a 1 more Dunsparce and a Mimikyu, just like you predicted.
There we go, Mimikyu. I think Enoch thinks he is a little bit safe with this Mimikyu, but there isn't too much that Enoch can do. In fact, I'm actually surprised to see that energy attachment to the front, the Dunsparce, instead of the Great Tusk, because you theoretically want to start accelerating your Great Tusk so you can do back-to-back land collapses, right? So it is slightly interesting, but we're not the player.
Okay, I'm guessing that he's predicting that the Dunsparce will get knocked out this turn. Then the energy will be in the discard pile. Then he could probably Sada it into into the Great Task so that you can draw 3 more cards. Maybe.
Yep.
Again, it's just a guess. So Ansem did play down the Teal Mask Ogopon EX, and he's evolved the Noctowl. So you can find 2 trainer cards. You're going to find 2 Crispins. Wow, okay.
Yeah, 2 Christmas is actually a pretty good call here. He can immediately accelerate energy from the deck, and all Anselm needs to do, right, is charge 1 lightning and 1 fighting type energies to the Raging Bolt.
Correct.
And then from there he can do back-to-back Bellowing Thunders to the front, to the Enox active Pokemon, right? Sorry. So my not prediction, but it was what we'll likely see happen here is Raging Bolt is going to take a quick knockout onto this Dunsparce, and after that, Enoch is going to promote the Mimikyu.
Yeah,
right.
Most definitely for sure.
So I want to see Anselm here try to set up for that baby Raging Bolt to start, having some countermeasures to this Mimikyu. Yep, we just see a simple Bellowing Thunder to take out the active Pokemon from Enoch's side, and we see Anselm starting that prize trade.
Yes, let's see what is Enoch going to pull up. It's going to be Mimikyu. So here we go. Let's see what's going to draw top deck.
Boss, no.
It is a Dudunsparce though. I think it's a Dudunsparce.
Yeah, look.
It's a great task. That's a great second one prepared. Yeah, just checking how many hand cards he has. So the Crispin play earlier, as you can see on the board on your screen just now, you can search up to 2 energy cards, attach 1 to one of your Pokemon, and 1 goes to your hand. So from the second attachment, he attached it to the Raging Bolt. Now we'll see Mimikyu in the active spot. It's not going to be damaged by this Raging Bolt EX because it does not take any damage from EX and V. Enoch just evolved the Dunsparce into the Dudunsparce.
Dudunsparce with its runaway ability allows you to draw 3 cards from the top of your deck and then shuffle this whole Pokemon. So the Dunsparce as well as the Dunsparce into the deck. It's a very, very effective draw engine. But if you're drawing nothing, you need a little bit more help. Hey, look, Artisan's on the field. There's some help.
There's some help because Artisan can find Enoch any non-rule box basic Pokemon. So he's probably, I think, going to find...
I think he's going to find a Dunsparce.
Oh, right.
Right, so
he's going to keep his draw engine going on.
That's right. It's his only draw engine which is available right now. So he will need to use this Dunsparce ASAP, or find the Dunsparce ASAP. So, as mentioned, draw engine's super, super important. Hey, look, we talked about Anselm's winning condition.
Yes.
Right? I want to talk about Enoch's winning condition.
Okay.
What is it?
So Enoch's winning condition, right? If you can see the Great Tusk Mill, the Great Tusk on the bench. I keep talking about Great Tusk Mill. The Great Tusk Pokemon itself, right? The goal of Enoch is to deck out Ansem. So he's hoping that Ansem use up a lot of his resources. He can send out the Great Tusk to the active, and the Great Tusk attack can discard the top 4 cards of Ansem's deck, as long as Enoch played a Ancient supporter this turn. So he has 2 types. He either has the Professor Sarah's Vitality or the Explorer's Guidance. So we'll probably see him play both later on. But he has a Dunsparce ready with a handheld fan.
Yeah, that's right. I think it's pretty smart for Enoch to attach a handheld fan to the Dunsparce because he wants to kind of mitigate Anselm's choices, right? He's like, okay, sure, you can gust out my Dunsparce, but you're gonna lose an energy from your Raging Bolt, and your deck plays limited amount of energies. So I'm just going to threaten you with losing out on 1 energy that's going to be on a not so useful Pokemon.
Correct. So that's the way he's protecting his draw engine. Now Ansem's just played another Crispin, attaching onto the Raging Bolt EX, and now he just used the Teal Mask Ogopon EX Teal Dance to get a Grass Energy attached. With ability, he can draw 1 card. So that ability doesn't count as 1 energy attachment per turn. And he's passing. Okay, doesn't have much to do. It's going straight to Enoch's turn. And he has a Dudunsparce in hand, already evolving it. Right now, let's see if he's going to draw 3, or is he going to play that card in his hand? Is it a supporter, an ancient supporter perhaps? No, it's going to be Erica.
Erica's invitation is actually pretty brutal here because, look, Anselm's bench is not full. And we see...
Yes, it's going to be that card. It's going to be the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. So this card is more of a late game kind of Pokemon. Let's go to Erica's invitation first. So he looks through his Ansem hand. He can pick any basic Pokemon he wants, put it onto the bench, and then he can switch it with the active Pokemon. And he's selected the best Pokemon to be stuck in the active spot. Now Ansem is in trouble.
Blood Moon Ursaluna has a whopping retreat cost of, I think, 3, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna be hard to get this thing out of the active spot. And the thing is, Ansem's deck only runs 1 switch option, the Prime Catcher.
Right? If he uses this, that's it.
If he uses this, that is absolutely it. There's not much you can do here. We do see him playing the Area 0 under depth, so I do see... Oh, the Latias. The Latias is going to be super clutch here. It's going to allow him to retreat that Blood Moon Ursa Luna.
Yep.
On top of that, once he gets rid of that Area 0 under depths, he will be able to get rid of the Blood Moon Ursa Luna as well.
Correct. But Enoch forced Ansem to play that stadium. So he's played the first stadium card. So he wants to see all of Ansem Stadium cards get used, get discarded, so the neutralization zone can come out.
Yeah, it's all part of the master plan of Enoch. Enoch has foreseen the future, you know, and he's decided, hey, look, I'm just gonna be pretty happy with you doing this. We do see an E-switch?
Yeah, because he's gonna use Fan Rotom. Okay, we were talking about Baby Raging Bull earlier, but we forgot that Fan Rotom is also an option for Ansem to take out that Mimikyu. So Fan Rotom, not only has it a strong first-turn ability, it can attack for 70 damage for 1 energy, as long as either player has a stadium in play.
That's right, Assault Landing, one of the most controversial / broken cards that we've seen, released in the recent set. Not recent set, but recent few sets rather. Very, very strong card, 70 HP as well. So it's findable with the Buddy Poffin. You're also able to use it as a very strong attacking option as well as a good search engine. Overall, great card from the Celadon set.
And just as I thought, both the Pokemon that he had energies on the active spot, the energies went to the discard pile, and Enoch is playing his Silence Vitality to charge the Great Tusk on both the active and the bench. So this is 1 more energy on this active, and he can start using his attack.
Land Collapse. Land Collapse is a devastating attack. In fact, I think it's the only relevant mill card that is currently in this standard set. So very happy to see it in the Singapore Masterball League Championships Finals. Top cut.
Completely agree.
Fun fact, by the way. And every single Nationals Finals or, similar level tournament, right? We've always had fun decks.
Oh, really?
First round, yeah.
In the first round? What happened last year?
Last year's, I think, Singapore Nationals, we had Armor Rouge.
Okay.
Armor Rouge. So, hey, look, I'm always down to see, lesser played decks or lesser meta decks come here and have a good time, have a good showcase in the high-level competitions.
Especially the value of this deck. I think anyone could go in and actually make this deck. It doesn't have a lot of expensive cards as well.
No. It's a really, really affordable deck. Would I recommend it to beginners? Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not. It takes a lot of technical skill, and Enoch is playing this quite flawlessly, I must add. So we will likely just see a land collapse here, I believe, from Enoch. It takes a lot of decision making. Hey, look, should I land collapse? Should I corner? Should I use Mind's Eye? What should I stall with? There's so many different choices, thought processes that the player has to go through in order to play Great Tusk Mill effectively.
There you go, 4 cards, 2.
And there we go, we see the first...
Oh, Sada gone, Noctowl gone, and Earthen Vessel gone. So Enoch earlier, he used the Dudun Sparks to draw 3 cards of fine energy. He did get a nice stretcher to get the energy out from the discard pile, and he attached the handheld fan. So if Ansem takes a knockout on this Great Tusk, expect the energy to be pushed to the bench. I would think on a Noctowl perhaps, or Latias.
What card is that?
I can't really see the shine. It could be another Hoot Hoot.
Well, for his sake, I hope it's
yes, it is the Hoot Hoot with the 80 HP.
The 80 HP Hoot Hoot. Well, it does have 2 retreat costs as well, so it's going to be a prime target for Enoch to use a gusting option like a counter catcher to pull it up and kind of stall it over there.
As long as Ansem has that Latias, he will be safe though.
That's true. I keep forgetting about Latias.
Yeah, Latias is key. Here we go. That's the judge play that I mentioned earlier. So now he's going to disrupt Enoch's hand. Going to shuffle 4. Both players will shuffle their decks, and they'll each get to draw 4 cards. Likely, I don't know if Ansem will be able to attack this next turn, because if he does attack the Great Tusk, it won't be able to knock out the Great Tusk, and the Fan Rotom's energy will be pushed to the bench. Let's see what 4 cards he draws though. Maybe he might attach another energy to the Fan Rotom?
Nah, no point. I'd rather just attack.
Go for a knockout, right?
Go for a knockout, but I'm not sure. Okay, the key here is for Ansem is to use to get back-to-back knockouts with the least amount of energy resources needed, right? So as mentioned, I do want to see him attacking with that Teal Mask Ogerpon. I think it's going to be...
Like you guessed correct. He's picking up 2 grass energy with Earthen Vessel. So he's likely going to use Teal Dance for 1 energy. Then he'll attach 1 more energy from his hand so that the Teal Mask Ogerpon can attack.
Yep, is going to be the most efficient attacker in Anthem's deck, as I've mentioned time and time again. You know, I do believe this is the plan of attack for Anthem right now. I hope that Anthem's going to be able to find the grass energies from the discard pile and somehow put it back to his hand. It's going to be, like I said, essential for this match.
Correct. He did draw from the Teal Dance ability. He drew a Boss's Orders. That's going to be key next turn. If you're going to try to aim the target the Great Tusk Mill on the bench. If I don't think Enoch has another energy in hand. He might send up the Maractus.
Ooh. So what handheld fans, in fact, I just want to repeat this. Yeah, the player that has a hand that attached to the handheld fan, right, can choose where to attach the energy that he's shifting it from. Right. So Enoch chose the Noctowl, which is, in my opinion, not the best choice because you're actually giving Ansem an option to retreat with if you boss that. Because keep in mind, Skyliner, which is the ability of Latias EX, can only affect basic Pokemon. I would have rather seen that grass energy attached to like a Latias because it's pointless, right? You can't attack with Ionic Blade. There's no psychic energy in the deck.
Correct. The only way the energy is going to even get discarded is by Raging Bolt's attack. So this is going to be stuck there. So, did opt to, he was thinking very long and he opted to go for the Great Tusk to the active spot. What do you think, Brian?
Yeah, I think Great Tusk here is the play. You can't really corner here. If you corner here, you're just going to get repeated. You're going to get knocked out by that Teal Mask Ogerpon. So the only option that Enoch had, the only viable option that Enoch had was to put that Great Tusk up in the front. And we do see Stardust Vitality being picked up here. This is going to allow Enoch to to mill or to discard the next top four cards of Anthem's deck in hopes to get rid of a very important resource like the Prime Catcher, for example.
But he wants a second Great Tusk if he could on the bench though. And there it is, just as I thought. The Poke Gear that he played allowed him to search the top 7 cards for one supporter. That's how he found this Professor Stardust Vitality. So here we go, Fighting Energy going to both Pokemon.
Yep, you're going to see the 2 fighting energies be attached to both Great Tusk, which is going to allow to do the back-to-back land collapses once again, which is essential for which brings him 4 cards closer to his win condition.
But he didn't get to play any Dance Pass though. Anyway, the judge didn't really affect him since he managed to play it out properly. Hopefully, it would be better if he had a Dance Pass as well.
Would be better, but not essential, right? Stardust also allows you to draw 3 cards, which is also your pseudo draw engine.
Shout out to that benched Great Tusk. Looks like it's a Master Ball version of the Great Tusk.
Hey, look, Enoch is the card shop owner of Card Connect.
Oh, okay.
So he has access to all his cards as well. Edge. Shout out to the Card Connect team as well. They've been very, very active in helping to grow the Pokemon community here in Singapore.
Ooh, the Gravity Gemstones attached with a Noctowl in the active spot. And here comes the mill. Super Energy Retrieval, Professor Stardust Vitality, and looks like a Raging Bolt EX.
Yeah. Look, I think the only thing that hurt Ansem there is the energy, Superior Energy Retrieval, right? Because you want to get energies out of your discard and putting it to your Pokemon because you're going to be discarding it with the Raging Bolt if you're able to get your Raging Bolt out.
And it's only one. He only plays that 1 copy though, so now there's no way for him to recover the energy resource back to his hand except via Night Stretcher.
Yeah, so look, I think Enoch made a very smart call to pull out the Noctowl from the bench, as it's gonna allow for once installed at the very least because you can't attach 2 energies at a turn, and on top of that, because Ansem chose to use Teal Mask, use Teal down, so the energy from his hand has gone to the Teal Mask Ogerpon instead. He needs to draw an energy, which he just did.
Yes, he just got the energy there. What does the Gravity Gemstone do?
It increases the retreat cost by 1, so Noctowl needs 2 energies to retreat. So this is going to be... Ansem's actually in a pretty tight spot. We saw him counting his deck cards just now. That didn't look like he had more than, I think 15 or 20. He definitely has less than 20. We do see Area 0 under that's being bounced out.
But he's played his second stadium.
By his second stadium. So Enoch is counting. He's like, there is 1 stadium left. Ansem may be removing the Latias EX.
Oh my gosh, he's going to remove Latias EX. Oh no.
Not sure if this is the play here, mate.
I would have taken out the Noctowl on the bench with the energy, I think.
And he got rid of the Hoot as well.
Yeah, I would have taken out the Noctowl, maybe the Fan Rotom, but I wouldn't have taken out that Hoot because you never know, you might need it later on. I guess it's because he believes that Great Tusk Mill doesn't play any disruption, so he's just hoping that will be enough to keep him in the game. So by putting the Jamming Tower, it disrupts the Great Tusk 2 cards. So now he can retreat for just 1 energy. And here comes the Teal Mask Ogerpon once again picking up the 3rd prize card.
Yeah, look, Ansem left the Mew EX there. He wants options to draw out from, but it doesn't... I mean, the deck in itself, like, okay, I understand that Ansem needs cards to play the game, but the thing is that if... I'm not too sure of this option, but hey, look, Ansem is just down to 2 prizes, right?
Yep,
so all Ansem needs to do is take the final 2 prizes. Enoch, I'm sure, is counting for the stadiums that's been left in the deck. We don't see the second Area 0 in the discard pile, so he knows it's in there somewhere.
Yes.
And the moment that stadium comes out, Enoch is going to drop that, the neutralization zone.
Correct. So now here comes Pokegear from Enoch. Go look for a supporter card again. He does want to find another Sada if he can. Let's see if he got it.
Sada here is not really necessary though.
Okay, yeah, he attach 1 energy from hand. Yeah,
that's right. That's right. So he can attach 1 energy from hand. He's going to use Explorer's Guidance. He is going to be able to see the top 6 cards of his deck, choose 2 cards to put in his hand, and discard the other 4 cards.
I assume one of them is going to be an energy. I assume so. Let's see how.
I mean, surely, right? Surely. Now Enoch plays only 3 fighting energies, so we actually see all 3 fighting energies out, but he does have 3 lightning energies.
Yes, that will be enough, right? He can use that to attach because the land collapse is actually 2 colorless.
Yep, 2 colorless energies. So Enoch is contemplating on his choices. I didn't think he did see a Sada yet, but do see a Sada in his hand. So he could potentially use Sada's Vitality to attach and prepare for his next Great Tusk Mill. In fact, I think that may be the better choice here. Yep, he was contemplating.
He was going to put down the Explorer's Guidance. So here comes the energy. So he's prepared for next turn's land collapse and going to draw 3 cards via Professor Sada's Vitality.
That's right, and because he also has a lightning energy, the lightning energy can be attached to the Great Tusk at the back, so that means he's always going to have consecutive attackers.
Consecutive land collapses!
Land collapse!
So let's see, is he going to try to pull up anyone else? Does he have a counter catcher in hand, maybe?
Look, in fact, even if he doesn't, I'm okay with just using land collapse here. Yeah. Right? Because you really want to be targeting the Area 0 underdepths as fast as you can.
Interesting. He's going to play another Pokegear now. I guess because he's already known that Ansem has already played that 1 judge. Ansem does have the Iono in hand, but again, it doesn't really affect Enoch that much because he'll be drawing back 6 cards again.
No, but the thing is that, you're prematurely getting your supporters, right? Which you kind of want to save at the top of your deck, because the thing is that Iono shuffles your whole hand below. So if you're getting all your ancient supporters right now, it's actually a detriment for you your next turn if you do get Ionoed.
Correct. So those 6 cards will go straight under the deck. So 100% chance that Enoch will not see those cards later on again.
Oh, we see the lightning energy attachment to the
Raktus. Okay. Is he going for a corner? Is he considering corner?
For next turn, maybe on the Mew with the Noctowl. But we still don't see the Area 0 underdepths. The Area 0 underdepths is still in his hand, I believe. So in the deck, I believe.
So Enoch, right, he still has that 1 play, the neutralization zone play. He still has that later on in his bag.
But he's running out of time. You see, Ansem has 2 prizes left, right? So if Ansem just uses Mario Leaf Shower here, he's just going to take 1 prize off, and Ansem's down to his final prize.
And it's very interesting. I see Ansem is discarding cards from his hand.
Do you see the Area 0 underdepths there? Yeah, we do.
He's there. He's eyeing it. I think he's just a bit worried that the card will get discarded. But if he takes this knockout this turn, it should be enough. There'll be enough time for him to take another knockout and win the match, though. That's
right. And look, there is still 27 minutes left in this game. There's going to be heaps of time to go in the next game, and Ansem knows if he doesn't win this game...
Okay, I think he's using Iono here to try and get that Area 0 to hand. Just worried about that neutralization zone. So now he'll draw 2 cards. Let's see.
Nope,
it's Night Stretcher and Ultra Ball. Okay.
Keep in mind, by the way, if Ansem draws out the Area 0 under depths, right, there's no way for Enoch to get rid of it.
Yep.
Right? Rotom can't do that. So he only has the choice to play that. And right now...
He's using Night Stretcher to take back a fighting energy, okay? And he's just counting his deck, making sure, he won't get decked out.
No, but keep in mind, right, that the Area 0 under depths is likely going to be the next land collapse.
Yeah, he's going to draw 1 here. Let's try and get it. I think. Try to save it. I didn't see whether he got it or not, but he drew 1 using Mew. Because Mew allows you to draw up to 3 cards per turn. He picked up the Bidou from the prize.
Oh, we don't see the Area 0 under that. This may go the long haul.
So Enoch is going to go for a corner. He's going to go for a corner.
No, but I mean, here you want to use land collapse, no?
Yeah, would you want to use land collapse?
No, but he shuffled all the supporters back to the bottom.
And Ansem already has 1 prize left. So it's do or die here. He needs to try and lock Ansem but I'm trying to think of a way for Enoch to win. It's very, very tough here for Enoch, I think.
Yeah, because the thing is that if Enoch announces corner here, there's no way. He needed to drop the neutralization zone this turn to at least buy him one more turn. But it seems like Enoch is not able to do so. So here...
He has counter catcher. He's trying to think of who to pull up.
Is the knockdown...
It's good for Mew.
Yeah, I can see that. Because right now, if you use corner here, you're going to buy yourself more turns. In order for you to to draw into the Ancient Supporter card, right, with the Great Tusk.
You do Prime Catcher, it's over! Ansem wins game 1, then Prime Catcher top deck! Prime Catcher top deck! By playing the Prime Catcher, he bypasses the cornered lock, and he takes game 1 of our top 32.
That was a great match. Ansem showcasing, the power of holding back, right? He showcased that, hey, look, I don't need to play the Prime Catcher now. It's fine. You have my Knock Tower in the front. I have switch options.
Yes, I have Jamming Tower.
I have Jamming Tower to get out of those kind of sticky situations. Ansem here takes game 1, and Enoch now is in a very dangerous situation. In Singapore, we are following TPC's rules.
Yes.
So the tiebreaker rules actually favor faster decks here.
Ooh, this will be tough for Enoch though. But he did show a great Task Masterclass in game 1. Just a little bit out of luck near the end. Maybe this time he can try to go for... It depends on Ansem's start though, if he can try to turn the game around. It really depends on Ansem's start.
Yeah, that's right. But let's go through the time rules a little bit here, right? So if Ansem, since Ansem has won game 1, if it goes into extra time here, and Enoch hasn't been able to win a game, right? Then Ansem is just going to win the second game straight away if he has less prizes.
Correct. So again, if Ansem, the player with the few amount of prizes, by the end of time call, will win the match. And again, we just watched that Enoch doesn't pick up any prizes at all throughout this match. So it is going to be tough for him. Okay, let's go look at the prizes here. Let's see what Ansem has got. 3 energy, and Tielmas Ogopon. Enoch's side, on the other hand, looks like the Maractus that tried to help him earlier is in the prize. 1 Sada in the prize.
Yeah, we do see 1 Sada in the prize. We also see 1 handheld fan as well. But 2 grass energies in Ansem's prize will definitely hurt him. The one of 3 Tielmas Ogopons as well in the prize is going to lessen his chance of starting with that Tielmas Ogopon. But
Ansem is the loser gets to choose whether to start first or second. Enoch has elected that Ansem go first, and he does have an excellent start with Ditto.
Yeah, Ditto allows him to transform into any basic Pokemon in Ansem's deck, right? So I would like to see either the Fan Rotom or the Tielmas Ogopon, depending on what other cards Ansem has in his hand. If we showed that the Fan Rotom starts did actually do him a lot of good, right? So, but yeah, this is the play I was talking about just now, by the way.
Yeah, this is what you were mentioning earlier to try because he has a Fan Rotom in hand as well anyway. That's why he was eyeing the Hoots and Noctowl from the deck. He's already put it up, ready to pick them up.
Yeah, this is what I said, right? If he has the Fan Rotom, you find a Tielmas, because then it gives you so many different options in order for you to start attacking either with the Fan Rotom, if the Mimikyu is in the front, aka this matchup, right? Or start attacking the Great Tusk Mills.
Enoch does have a good start as well, though, with Mimikyu in the front, so that Tielmas will not be taking knockouts on that Mimikyu. Ansem playing the Earthen Vessel, discarding 1 card from his hand, able to search any 2 energy cards, definitely for 2 grass because he's going to use the Teal Dance ability from the Tielmas Ogobon to draw 1, and he probably hand effect the other one. Yeah, I assume.
It seems like Ansem remembered what his main attacker is right now.
Yes.
He's like, screw that Raging Bolt. We don't need to go down that route. We can just use it without sub-attackers.
I'm playing a Raging Bolt deck? No, I'm playing a Tielmas Ogopon deck.
That's right.
That's right. I'm playing, yeah. He picked up another Tielmas Ogopon from the hand with a Teal Dance, and looks like going to keep that grass energy for another Teal Dance next turn.
Yeah, I mean, look. He doesn't need to accelerate this turn, right? Especially with Mimikyu there. Mimikyu ain't going to be doing... Tielmas Ogopon isn't going to be doing too much this turn. He also probably wants an option to attack with that Fan Rotom, right? So if he does get a Nest Ball for the Latias, he's going to be able to swing with that Fan Rotom next turn.
Okay, looks like Enoch has just played an Earthen Vessel as his first card. Does he not have any bench Pokemon?
Oh, this is slightly risky. It's gonna be round to Dunk. No, we don't want to see this.
Please don't lie to us, Enoch. Don't lie to us. Show us the basic Pokemon from your hand. Put it down.
Surely.
Come on. Really, right? You're not gonna attach energy and pass, right? Please, no.
Enoch is counting his options. He's thinking, what does he have in his hand? What can he do to get out of this sticky situation?
Is there any Pokemon there? I don't think so.
I don't see
it's
an
It's
option.
going to be energy and pass, I think. It's going to be...
Oh,
okay.
Guidance.
Calm down, guys.
We're
Keep it going. He has
We're fine.
guidance. Let's see if he gets an outer zone or something like that. But playing a stadium though will help Ansem because he can use a fan Odom.
It doesn't matter at this point. Enoch is fighting for survival.
Did he get anything?
I
can't really see what he's picking.
What he's choosing.
Oh my god. Okay, that's ball. I see a nest ball. I think that's a nest ball, right?
Oh, is it a hammer? No, it's a hammer.
It's a hammer, yeah. He doesn't play nest ball. He plays Buddy Poffin. He doesn't play nest ball.
And he knows Ansem has that grass energy in his hand. This is...
It's going to be tough. Should he take the crushing hammer? I don't see any way to find a Pokemon.
So he's trying to use the crushing hammer to get rid of the energy in the front so that Ansem doesn't have a way to retreat if he doesn't have a nest ball for the Latias, right?
Yes.
This is...
Okay, he's not going to take the crushing hammer.
What does he pick?
I didn't see what he picked, but it looks like
he needs a Pokemon.
Oh,
is that a
Pokemon? It's got to be a Pokemon.
Surely.
It's really like putting it down on the bench, right? That first slot is going to be a Pokemon. Come on.
So for...
okay, it's a great task. We have a game, guys. No donks.
No donks at all. We do see the handheld fan attachment there as well. Building up suspense, I guess.
Yeah,
making us slightly
all on the edge of our seats.
Slightly nervous. I mean, heck, I'm standing, man.
Yeah, Ryan can't sit down anymore. So here comes the Noctowl. Noctowl's Jewel Seeker ability. If you have a tail Pokemon, search for 2 trainer cards.
Yeah, keep in mind this can be stadiums, this can be supporters, this can be items, this can be tools, any trainer card ability.
What an insane card, man.
Insane. This brings me back to the days of shady dealings with
Inteleon.
But it does have that extra requirement of having a Terra Pokemon on your bench side.
Yeah, so that's the downside, but again, that was a stage 2 and this is a stage 1.
Yeah, very, very, very
Which
powerful.
can be searched via Fan Odom, so it's quite an insane combination.
By the way, we did see Jewel Seeker choosing the Crispin as well as that Jamming Tower. Jamming Tower early is going to be interesting. I don't quite want to see that. I think Ansem has also kind of figured out that Enoch doesn't have any way to disrupt his hand, so he's happy to just put the Jamming Tower in his hand for when Enoch drops that Gravity Gemstone.
I expect the fighting energy going on to Fan Odom, I assume. Let's see where it goes to Crispin going. One energy attached via Crispin, and the other one will go to your hand.
Nah, he's just going to Teal Dance here.
Yeah, he's going to Teal Dance here, probably. Yeah, here we go. That's a marker to show that he used Teal Dance ability. Draw 1. He drew into Fazandibility.
Oh,
wait!
He already hand attached.
Yeah, he already hand attached this turn to the... Hey, no, he hasn't hand attached this turn, right?
He did. He had hand attached to the Fan Odom.
No, that's Crispin. That one.
Oh, that's a Crispin. Yeah, so he hasn't hand attached yet.
So here comes the Fan Odom. It was about to attach a third energy and try to attack. The Mimikyu cannot be damaged by EX and V Pokemon.
Yeah, and look, with Ansem...
Okay, he's forced to play the stadium, the Jamming Tower, because he doesn't have any other stadium. And taking the knockout this turn. I think he's trying to go Ego because he sees that Enoch doesn't have a good setup turn 1. What do you draw?
We saw the neutralization zone.
Oh, does Enoch play now? I think he has to play now if he doesn't have anything else.
No, but keep in mind as well, if the neutralization zone drops, right, Ansem has the option to attack with the Fan Rotom or even the Baby Raging Bolt here. So if he...
And Noctowl, right, as well?
And Noctowl.
Yeah, Noctowl can attack. Let's not forget.
Can attack.
Noctowl has an attack.
But it's going to be a 3-turn knockout, though, the thing, if he attacks with the Noctowl. So... I do, but I don't know. Enoch may not have many options if this is his only Pokemon that's left.
And this is big though. He did not play Sada, so we're not gonna see a land collapse this turn. Enoch was forced to play an Explorer's Guidance. Look at the top 6.
Because guess what? I don't see a basic Pokemon here. If there's no basic Pokemon here, it's gonna be a game over.
It's gonna be over because Ansem can just retreat the Fan Odom, use Steel Dance on the Teal Mask Ogopon, attach 1 from hand, and that's it. Because he already has 2 in hand, right? 2 Grass Energy in hand.
That's
waiting for this moment. Is it over for Enoch? He tried. He's really tried. I think he's going to have to play the neutralization zone here to try and stop this. Yeah.
We do see his Mimic.
Oh, yes, another one. Yes.
Fluttermane.
Fluttermane coming out.
So Fluttermane basically blocks any of the opponent's basic abilities of the basic active Pokemon.
That includes Teal Mask Ogopon, right?
That includes Teal Mask Ogopon. That's right. We do see Crushing Hammer. Hammer's heads.
Heads! That means he can discard 1 energy from Ansem's board. He discards the fighting energy of the Fan Rotom. And he's not going to play the neutralization zone yet, I think.
Yep, he's holding on for it, waiting for an opportunity. He knows that he has at least one more turn because he has the Flutter Mane at the back.
Yep.
Right? He is not in a hurry to play that at this moment. He's waiting for the right time.
Let's not deny, though, that Enoch is behind right now. He is very behind. It's not like earlier when he had a bunch of Dudun's pass, able to draw cards early on, try to get a board set up, and then keep going with Great Tusk. But unfortunately, this turn, this is very tough.
Yeah, that's right. You know, this is a completely different game from just now where we saw back-to-back Great Tusks being prepared. We saw the energies being attached. You know, Enoch's board is looking very, very, very thin in comparison to the game that we saw just now.
Okay, Ansem did have a second Noctowl, so he's going to pick a Nest Ball and a Crispin. Here we go, a second Crispin. The Fan Rotom will be able to attack, but it's probably not going to attack. It's going to be a... It can't be a Tail Dance. So I think the Nest Ball is supposed to go and find Latias, so you can retreat the Fan Rotom, and then you can attach the energies onto the Teal Mask Ogerpon. So he's picking a Fighting and a Lightning Energy. Interesting.
Maybe going for a free attachment onto the
free attachment onto the free attachment onto Fan Rotom to retreat also can.
Yeah, that works as well.
Yeah, free attachment to retreat because he has to use hand touchable turn, so you can use Tail Dance to attach one and then one more from hand.
That's right. That's right.
Let's see. Okay, so Tail Dance coming now. Draw one card. It's going to be a Sada, and then here comes the last attachment from hand. Going to retreat the Fan with one retreat cost. Here comes the Tail Mask Ogerpon coming out to the active spot. And the attack should be enough to take out the Great Tusk.
Yep, it's definitely going to be enough because it's going to be Marit Leaf Shower. Marit Leaf Shower does 30 base and 30 more energies for every energy that's attached to your Pokemon and your opponent's Pokemon.
Correct, both active Pokemon, so including Great Tusk earlier, there's 30 on him. And 3 energy on the Tail Mask Ogerpon EX. So Enoch going for a Poke Gear play here, I think.
Enoch is hanging on by the edge of his fingernails, man.
Yes.
He is like, I need to find a basic Pokemon every turn. It's not looking hot for him. It's not looking great. We do see an Artisan, so we know he's going to survive one more turn, but Enoch is, at this point, not really being able to play the game.
It's going to be very, very difficult. I don't think he's even has a way to set energy from his hand even. He's eyeing the Artisan play to take out the Jamming Tower, maybe get out a Great Tusk. He has a Dudun Sparse in hand and he can't even evolve. This is very, very bad.
Okay, so we do see Erica's invitation being played. He's hoping...
Oh, it's Poke Gear. It's the Poke Gear play. Yeah, it's Poke Gear. Sorry, that wasn't his hand. That was the top 7 card. So let's see what's over here, though. The actual hand has a Lightning Energy.
Yeah, no, but the thing is that there isn't really much.
Yeah. What would you put down here? I think the Fan Rotom? Maybe? Oh, Fezan Tipidi is another option.
Fez is probably the best.
Yeah, probably the
here.
Fez, I think. This doesn't really impact because Fez, the ability allows you to draw 3 cards when your Pokemon gets knocked out. Enoch doesn't take knockouts, so it's probably going to be this Fezan going up to the active, I think.
The Fez should be going up to the
active now. Yeah, there we go. The judges started mining the players. Great work there from the judges.
Thank you, judges.
Going up to the active. Are you taking yourself? you are the judge, right? Okay, so here we go with the... I think it's going to be a... he's putting out the Great Tusk, okay, with the Night Stretcher, putting it back from the hand. Yeah, put it back to this card. You played it. Not put that card back to hand. So Lightning Energy, I think it's going to go on to the Great Tusk. Not sure if he's going to... He's already seen Ansem's hand though. He did see that there's energy cards in his hand. So that Fezan Tipidi is going to be able to retreat. He's going for a neutralization zone right now and praying. And passing the turn now.
Yeah, because look...
Okay, Ansem already has the stadium. He already saw the stadium in hand anyway via the Erica. So I don't know. I think Enoch has just ran out of options.
I think Enoch is starting to panic, hey.
Oh.
Panic mode, panic button.
Yeah, I think maybe he shouldn't have played that neutralization zone knowing that he already has a stadium.
Yeah, it's Enoch, like I mentioned before, not looking too hot, but you know, I think there is very little room for mistakes here. Neutralization, losing that neutralization zone early, I think just seals the deal for Ansem at this stage. And
here comes the Super Energy Retrieval, picking up 4 energy cards. I guess another Tiras won't be coming on here because the ability has been shut down via the Flutter Mane, and Enoch just pushes up sends the Great Tusk to the active spot. I think it's over here. I don't see a way out for Enoch. I think there's only 2 or 3 cards left in hand. This is rough. This is very rough. especially for a stream match. We love to see a great back and forth matchup, just like game 1. But unfortunately, yep, Enoch is just gonna scoop because it's over. There's nothing Enoch could do. He's just ran out of resources.
Ran out of options as well, you know. Was not able to draw the Pokemons necessary. And, you know, but to be honest, in this stage of the game, with 11 minutes left onto the clock, Anselm, I think, was going to win this anyways, even if it went to time, because Anselm is playing the faster deck.
Correct. Right? And he played it exactly as you thought, as you were predicting earlier for game 2, the perfect setup with Tiamat's Ogre-Pawns, with perfect set of like Hoots already, and he had the fan road up to take out Mimikyu. It was a perfect game 2 for Anselm, and he's going to top 16.
Yeah, I like actually the adaptation that we saw from Anselm, right? Anselm started off playing the game very, very, very differently, but in the moment, I think he realized that, look, Tiamat is actually the key card here. He's pivoted to it, and he, you know, just went for it and just won the game.
Right. Also knowing that there's no disruption cards, right? So he could easily play out his entire hand whenever, and he has the option to disrupt Enoch all the time.
That's right, that's right. You know, we saw the power of Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt is one of the BDI as the best decked in format right now. We will be taking a quick break, so we'll stay tuned, and we'll see you in the next one.
Pokémon Legends ZA is a new title in the Pokémon series. The story takes place in Lumiose City, the largest city in the Kalos region. Prism Tower stands tall at the center of this city of beautiful vistas. These days, Lumiose is undergoing a high-tech urban redevelopment plan to turn it into a city that people and Pokémon truly share. After you arrive in Lumiose City to see the sights, you'll meet 3 Pokémon, one of which will become your first partner: Chikorita, Tepig, and Totodile. You'll choose one of these Pokémon to accompany you on a new journey as you get to know Lumiose City and its inhabitants. Here are some of the colorful characters you'll encounter. When you arrive in Lumiose, you'll meet a new friend and ally, either Urbane or Tawny. The hotel where you'll be staying is run by AZ. You'll also meet his partner, Floette. Lumiose's redevelopment is being managed by Quasartico Inc. You'll become acquainted with the company's CEO Jet and her secretary Vinny. The different people you meet will make your time in Lumiose all the richer. To help people and Pokémon coexist, the city has set up wild zones. These areas, located throughout Lumiose, give wild Pokémon habitats where they can thrive. To catch one of these wild Pokémon, aim carefully, then throw a Pokéball. If you're having a hard time catching one, have one of your Pokémon use its moves to weaken the target, making it easier to catch. This game offers a style of Pokémon battling not seen in previous titles. Moves can have a longer or shorter reach, or different areas of effect. So choose your timing and positioning carefully to gain the upper hand. Lead your partner Pokémon through battles and dodge incoming attacks. Swap Pokémon if you need to and find the right moment to unleash a move. What's more, certain Pokémon can go beyond evolution by undergoing Mega Evolution. When a trainer's keystone resonates with the Megastone held by their Pokémon, the Pokémon will do more than just change shape. It'll unlock a new level of power, turning the tide of battle in its favor. As Lumiose continues its transformation into a city that belongs to both people and Pokémon, who knows what kinds of encounters and experiences will await you. Pokémon Legends ZA, coming late 2025. Pokémon Legends ZA is a new title in the Pokémon series. The story takes place in Lumiose City, the largest city in the Kalos region. Prism Tower stands tall at the center of this city of beautiful vistas. These days, Lumiose is undergoing a high-tech urban redevelopment plan to turn it into a city that people and Pokémon truly share. After you arrive in Lumiose City to see the sights, you'll meet 3 Pokémon, one of which will become your first partner: Chikorita, Tepig, and Totodile. You'll choose one of these Pokémon to accompany you on a new journey as you get to know Lumiose City and its inhabitants. Here are some of the colorful characters you'll encounter. When you arrive in Lumiose, you'll meet a new friend and ally, either Urbane or Tawny. The hotel where you'll be staying is run by AZ. You'll also meet his partner, Floette. Lumiose's redevelopment is being managed by Quasartico Inc. You'll become acquainted with the company's CEO Jet and her secretary Vinny. The different people you meet will make your time in Lumiose all the richer. To help people and Pokémon coexist, the city has set up wild zones. These areas, located throughout Lumiose, give wild Pokémon habitats where they can thrive. To catch one of these wild Pokémon, aim carefully, then throw a Pokéball. If you're having a hard time catching one, have one of your Pokémon use its moves to weaken the target, making it easier to catch. This game offers a style of Pokémon battling not seen in previous titles. Moves can have a longer or shorter reach, or different areas of effect. So choose your timing and positioning carefully to gain the upper hand. Lead your partner Pokémon through battles and dodge incoming attacks. Swap Pokémon if you need to and find the right moment to unleash a move. What's more, certain Pokémon can go beyond evolution by undergoing Mega Evolution. When a trainer's keystone resonates with the Mega Stone held by their Pokémon, the Pokémon will do more than just change shape. It'll unlock a new level of power, turning the tide of battle in its favor. As Lumiose continues its transformation into a city that belongs to both people and Pokémon, who knows what kinds of encounters and experiences will await you. Pokémon Legends ZA, coming late 2025. Pokémon Legends ZA is a new title in the Pokémon series. The story takes place in Lumiose City, the largest city in the Kalos region. Prism Tower stands tall at the center of this city of beautiful vistas. These days, Lumiose is undergoing a high-tech urban redevelopment plan to turn it into a city that people and Pokémon truly share. After you arrive in Lumiose City to see the sights, you'll meet 3 Pokémon, one of which will become your first partner: Chikorita, Tepig, and Totodile. You'll choose one of these Pokémon to accompany you on a new journey as you get to know Lumiose City and its inhabitants. Here are some of the colorful characters you'll encounter. When you arrive in Lumiose, you'll meet a new friend and ally, either Urbane or Tawny. The hotel where you'll be staying is run by AZ. You'll also meet his partner, Floette. Lumiose's redevelopment is being managed by Quasartico Inc. You'll become acquainted with the company's CEO Jet and her secretary Vinny. The different people you meet will make your time in Lumiose all the richer. To help people and Pokémon coexist, the city has set up wild zones. These areas, located throughout Lumiose, give wild Pokémon habitats where they can thrive. To catch one of these wild Pokémon, aim carefully, then throw a Pokéball. If you're having a hard time catching one, have one of your Pokémon use its moves to weaken the target, making it easier to catch. This game offers a style of Pokémon battling not seen in previous titles. Moves can have a longer or shorter reach, or different areas of effect. So choose your timing and positioning carefully to gain the upper hand. Lead your partner Pokémon through battles and dodge incoming attacks. Swap Pokémon if you need to and find the right moment to unleash a move. What's more, certain Pokémon can go beyond evolution by undergoing Mega Evolution. When a trainer's keystone resonates with the Mega Stone held by their Pokémon, the Pokémon will do more than just change shape. It'll unlock a new level of power, turning the tide of battle in its favor. As Lumiose continues its transformation into a city that belongs to both people and Pokémon, who knows what kinds of encounters and experiences will await you. Pokémon Legends ZA, coming late 2025.
Hi guys.
So welcome back. This is, if you're just tuning in, this is Brian and Nicholas from the Southern Islands.
Hi guys. Welcome to the Master Ball League, and we are going to go into the top 16 match.
That's right, top 16 match. So in the top 32, just a quick recap if you guys are just tuning in. We saw Great Tusk Mill actually taking a loss
Coming
to
up
Raging
slightly
Bolt.
short.
A little bit. The first game was really close. The second game, not as much, unfortunately, but that is the nature of the deck. But moving forward, we are heading into the top 16.
Oh, yes. Oh, by the way, Enoch, I spoke to Enoch earlier. He told me that the first match was very exciting for him, even though he lost the match. He was like on the edge of his own seat as well. He was very excited. So great to see him in good spirits after that that top 32 round.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I mean, Enoch, as mentioned before, is no stranger to Great Tusk Mill. The deck itself, you know, he's played it. I think he got Final 2 for one of the Great Ball Leagues that happened earlier in the season. I believe it's Season 2. So congratulations once again to Enoch for making it thus far.
Yep. And congratulations to Ansem for going to top 16.
Of course, top 16. You know, Ansem has been having quite the season, not in Singapore, but overseas. I think he made it to day 2. I think it was Melbourne Regional.
Yeah, the Melbourne Regional.
That's right.
So let's look at the results of the top 16. Let's see who made it to the next round.
Yep, so
there are a few people who have made it that we know though, like the people that we're talking about, Hannah as well, and Wenhui.
Yep, so as you see here right now, we've got the top 16 currently on the screen right now. Notable people here. Unfortunately, Cash did not make it through his first round. He had a little bit of a rough round 1. We do have Kaiser who made it through. We do have Hiro Nakano who's made it through. He's won a couple great Ultra Ball Leagues, top 4, a couple great Ultra Ball Leagues. Yu Xian, you know, as mentioned before, represented Singapore in Yokohama 2023.
Yeah, he's going up against
Joey
Ansem
as well. So a lot of interesting matchups that are happening here, but the featured matchup for today is going to be Hannah Ko versus Ong Wen Hui. Right, so Hannah is no stranger to the top cut. Ooh. She was here earlier this year, top 8 in the Premier Ball League.
Yep, that was the first major tournament of our season.
That's right.
And also Wen Hui as well. I believe that he placed well, 9th place in the Regional League Volume 3 of last
year. Yep, and then I believe
that's the one that you won, right?
that is the one that I won. But we're not talking about me. We're talking about Hannah here. Hannah played the Raging Bolt in the Premier Ball League, and she has gone back with Old Faithful, you know, playing the Raging Bolt EX. I do want to mention a couple changes here that we don't usually see in the standard Bolt lists. We do see Champao, and we do also see the Penny. I think Champao is an excellent addition here, as it allows you to collapse your own areas or underdepths without actually having the need to play that jamming tower, right? So you're able to get rid of the liabilities on your bench, like the Squawkabilly EX or the Mew EX or the Pheasant Deputy.
It would have been a good card though for Ansem last game. So those are the differences for Hannah's deck. And on the other hand, Wen Hui is playing the very popular new version of Gardevoir, as popularized by Isaiah Bradner in the US.
The new age Bradner list, the Bradley?
Bradivore? There we go. 4 Monkey Dories, okay? Not 3, 4 Monkey Dories. This is the most popular tech card in a lot of decks recently. With 1 Darkness Energy, you can move 3 damage counters over. And also not forgetting the special Turbo Energized tech, the technical machine that allows you to charge 2 energy from your deck. So that's one way to get that the Darkness Energy from the deck onto your Monkey Dory. Yeah,
it allows for multiple Monkey Dories, and more Monkey Dories equal more win. Right? I do want to highlight that there is one difference in this deck. The one difference is that he's not playing boss.
Oh yeah, I see 2 counter catches instead of 1 copy. That's very interesting. I hope that doesn't bite him, but again, he got the top 16 though. That must be a great decision.
Yeah, you know, he's playing 2 counter catches. He's likely wanting to go behind in prizes all the time, right? He wants to sacrifice the 1 prize ahead. He's like, hey, look, I don't mind just doing a Turbo Energize and leaving like a Monkey Dory in the front or like a Mew in the front, for example. Not a Mew, but sorry, like a Monkey Dory or a Ralts in the front, and then you can just Turbo Energize 2 Darkness Energies, 2 the Monkey Dories at the back. You know, I think it's a valid play. It's a smart play as well. But having no boss in the front means that you cannot be aggressive with your choices. And here we're taking a look at the prizes right now. Wen Hui prizing 2 Monkey Dories.
Oh, 2 of them.
And the secret box.
Secret box is in the prize. That's going to be very big later. And I see Hannah has also lost her 1 judge. It's also gone into the prize. 1 Raging Bolt, One Crisp is okay, but that Judge, maybe, you know, that Judge could be a key card that she will be missing out for this match.
Yeah, I do want to mention as well, you know, she prized the one Judge. She doesn't have the other copy of Iono. She cut, I think, the Iono for the Champ House, so this means that she will have no access to Disruption, at least in the early half of the game. I do expect Hannah to be taking prizes first, so she will get to a Judge eventually, but it was going to take a while before she gets there.
Yeah. So like Wenhui is going first this round. Won't be able to use Technical Machines, Evolution, or Turbo Energize, but we're able to hopefully set up a bunch of Vials and a Monkey Dory. Shout out to Hannah as well. Hannah, the only girl who is in our top 32 today. Right? So I definitely be rooting for her for this match. I played against her in a recent Ultra Ball League. The time she was playing Archeludon, so I'm really happy to see her at the top card playing her favorite Raging Bolt EX.
Yeah, look, Wenhui actually has been playing Guardy for quite a while as well. You know, Guardy is one of his pet decks since Lost Box rotated. He was a Lost Box player.
Oh, like you, huh?
like me. Decides to shift over to Gardevoir, and Gardevoir has been having fantastic performances worldwide, right? We've been seeing Gardevoir just taking tournaments after tournaments after tournaments. So quite excited to see whether or not Wenhui can adapt as well. You know, Turbo Energize is not everyone's cup of tea. Right, it takes some level of skill to decide when to use the Turbo Energize at the right turn. So it'll be exciting to see what he can do.
I was one of those people who, when the rotation happened earlier this year, I thought that without the Kalia with refinement, Gardevoir would slowly be, you know, phased out, waiting for Mega Gardevoir EX to come out. But
no.
Looks like we're all proven wrong. We've seen 4 Monkey Dories, now Turbo Energize. I think the key with playing Gardevoir is that you don't have to be too aggro, not like Raging Bolt. You can pick and choose. There's turns that you just don't want to attack, right? You can plant damage via Monkey Dory, set up like multiple turn knockouts in a way, so that you don't, so that a disruption card like Iono or what will not hit you so hard.
You know, it's not just the Ionos, right? I think with the style that Wenhui is playing with the 2 counter catches, it actually says a lot about what kind of game he plays and what he's trying to aim for as well, right? So he is going for the slower option. He wants to set up damage as much as possible, and he wants to pray that his opponent doesn't play recently popular surprise tech card, Picnic Basket.
Yes, and okay, we know for sure that Hannah doesn't play it, but Wenhui doesn't know that.
Yep, that is 100% correct, right? So he has the option to plant damages with the Adrenaline Brain from the Monkey Dory, which reads that if you have a Darkness Energy attached to this Pokemon, you can shift up to 3 damage counters from one of your Pokemon to one of your opponent's Pokemon. So it doesn't matter if it's in the active, it doesn't matter if it's in the bench, as long as you have the Darkness Energy on the Monkey Dory, you are able to use that ability.
I think we also need to take note about Wenhui's deck list. He plays 4 Research, 4 Iono. I've noticed recently for many of the top meta decks now, they're going very supporter heavy, leaning towards maximizing draw supporter counts, right? To give yourself a better early start setup.
Yeah, you know, this is to mitigate whatever damage, quote-unquote, that Badoo can do. Right? Badoo is very notoriously annoying with its Itchy Pollen attack, 0 energy cost, 10 damage, and your opponent can't play item cards. So by maximizing the amount of supported cards that you can have in your deck, you are allowing yourself options and ways for you to draw out of that quote-unquote handlock.
Yes. Looks like the game is starting. Let's go to the first round. Looks like Hannah starting with a Mew EX, while Wenhui's got the Screamtail in the active spot.
Screamtail is a devastating card for, you know, just most of the matchups in this format. You know, even with Hannah, actually no, for Hannah it doesn't make too big of a difference because she's playing the straight Raging Bolt. She's not playing the variant with the Hoot Hoots and the Noctowls, right? Traditionally, if she does, then Screamtail can start to chip away damage at the at the Hoot Hoots or the Noctowls. But in this case, what Hannah can do, right, is set up damage. She sees the Mew EX, she's going to be licking her lips because she can just set up 160 damage onto that Mew, and then next turn take 4 prize turn or even a 6 prize turn with Adrenaline Brains.
Yep. Looks like it's already eyeing out the Darkness Energy from the deck, discarding an energy via Earthen Vessel. Because Wenhui wants to get as many Psychic Energy as he can into the discard pile because the Gardevoir EX ability, which allows it to attach an energy from discard pile to any of your Psychic type Pokemon and then that Pokemon takes 20 damage.
You know, whilst that sounds like a bad thing, you know, but Psychic Embrace is what actually enables decks like the Gardevoir deck to function so well. You know, you have cards like Screamtail. You have, Screamtail's Roaring Scream attack allows you to deal more damage, 2 damage for every
damage counter on
it. Yeah, that's right. So the more damage on the Screamtail, the more damage you're going to be able to output. Same thing for the Drifloon, if he played it, which he doesn't play, by the way, where you're doing 3 damage for every damage counter on the Drifloon, right? So
30 damage,
it's 30 times.
So Wenhui did get a hand attachment onto Monkey Dory, but no routes on turn 1. Again, I think maybe he's taking it. He does have a routes, but it's fine. Gardevoir can take it slow. I have lost to Gardevoir many times with against an opponent that doesn't have a Gardevoir on turn a routes on turn 1.
Yeah, but look, it's still let's not beat around the bush. It's still a bad thing. You know, you want to see the routes, at least one route on your first turn, so that you can have the option for your Gardevoir, potential Gardevoir with the Rag Candy and whatnot. Having no routes on his side of the field is pretty devastating for Wenhui, but you're right, don't count him out just yet.
Yes. So Hannah just discarded the Lightning Energy, taking up a Fighting and Grass Energy, and has a Teal Mask Ogerpon, so here comes the Teal Dance again, as you saw with Ansem. Once again, Hannah is playing the more classic version of Raging Bolt without the Hoot package, Hoot Noctowl package.
Without the frills and the feathers, I guess you could say.
But she does have another bird in Squawkabilly though to discard and draw cards.
You're changing what, 6 birds for 1 bird?
Yeah, changing 6 birds for 1 bird.
Fair
also,
trade.
shout out to those evolution energies with Holo.
Beautiful.
Love to see that. Reminds me of like my old days, you know. Those were the days with the energies were like so.
Mate, you're sounding more and more old, my dude. Anyways, going back into the game, we just saw Hannah playing that Crispin, which allows her to choose up to 2 different energy cards from her deck and charge 1 energy card to one of the Pokemon and put the other card in her hand. So right away, we see a very aggressive start from Hannah. No other setup needed. She just has the 2 energies onto the Slitherwing, and she will attack with the second attack, which allows her to do, I believe, 120 damage, and you also deal 90 damage to yourself. So it's a bit like Takedown in the Pokemon game for those of you who are familiar, where you deal high amounts of damage for low cost, but you're also hitting yourself.
Okay, so Wenhui is attached a Psychic Energy onto Monkey Dory, preparing for an attack if he doesn't get, and also the TM Evolution. So he's hoping this Iono will get him some way to find some routes. He also has a Serendipity on the board. Now we can see Serendipity being used. If any of your Pokemon got knocked out last turn, you can draw 3 cards. And he's seeing the deck. Yep, Flip the Script is the ability. And Wenhui is using the Earthen Vessel first before using Flip the Script to try and thin out the deck, hopefully to get something good.
Trying to maximize his outs, his odds of drawing that routes. We do see an Ultra Ball being used. We do see the first routes dropping down. I do expect to see more routes coming. His deck is actually pretty thin right now. We've seen at least 4 energies come out from the 2 Urban Vessels that he's used. He's also thinned out his deck significantly as well. You know, we saw the Iono come out, so there's no... Oh, well, okay, it's the Iono. Sorry, because he used the Earthen Vessel, it reset the Iono, so it doesn't really count that way, but we do expect to see the routes. I think that was a route, or was that a Kirlia?
Yeah, I can't see because it was a shiny one, you know? Okay, so they got 1. It's probably a Kirlia that got drawn into hand, so there's only 1 evolution. Here comes the Kirlia. So we're probably going to see Gardevoir unless Hannah can take a knockout on this Kirlia.
Yeah, look, it's not too... he's not in a bad position unless Hannah has that Boss's Orders, right?
Yes.
She does play 2 copies of the Boss's Orders as well as the 1 copy of the Prime Catcher. So she has 3 gusting options available. The question is, does she have any in her hand? Ooh. We do see the Baby Raging Bolt come down. So if she does have Crispin in hand, she can use her one Crispin, and she also can then hand attach. Oh no, she can't hand attach. It's Crispin and an E-switch. If she plays, she does play the E-switch.
So I think it's the hand. She has a Nest Ball as well. Energy switch in hand. Energy retrieval in hand. But
you do see the E-switch as well. That's the E-switch.
Yeah, E-switch in hand as well. So Nest Ball is coming out. I'm not sure what she's gonna play with this Nest Ball. Presently is definitely not gonna come out because Wenhui didn't take a knockout last turn.
Yeah, but it's going to be...
Crispin! It's a Crispin play.
It's easy Crispin, and then it's going to be an E-switch with the free retreat coming out from the Ladia Skyline ability. We are going to see a knockout into this Kirlia.
Hannah's definitely got to take out that Wenhui's Kirlia. She doesn't want to see any Gardevoir setup at all. Slow down Wenhui as much as possible.
Yeah, keep in mind as well, you know, the Slitherwing is confused, but it's not going to be an issue because of the Skyliner. Chris Skyliner is going to allow Slitherwing to retreat. Otherwise, Slitherwing actually has a 3 retreat cost.
Ooh, yes, yes. Again, remember the latest we saw the last turn, that Skyliner. All basic Pokemon, free retreat. So it's going to use the Crispin. The Lightning Energy will be attached via the Crispin ability, and then hand attach the Grass Energy. Energy switch from the Slitherwing, the Fighting Energy, and then Raging Bolt is going to attack straight onto the Kirlia on the bench.
This is absolutely tragic for Wenhui not having a great start right now. He does find it nice stretcher, so he can put that routes back onto the bench. He will likely just see a flip the script, praying, hoping that he draws into a nest ball here.
I think he will hope for a second route, maybe a Team Evolution. Here comes the Arven, so a TM Evolution could be coming with a Buddy Puffin.
There's no Buddy Puffin in the deck, so there's only going to be a nest ball.
Nest ball, yes.
The question is, did he prize the nest ball?
Ooh, let's see here's the nest ball. He's eyeing the nest ball and the TM Evolution in hand already.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So we will likely have a game on our hands. Hannah having a 2-prize lead is slightly troubling for Wenhui, but we've seen Gardevoir come back from worse here.
Yes, correct. Oh, he's going for the Energize instead of the TM Evolution.
But he needs to be able to get rid of an energy or get rid of this Raging Bolt. You know, even if you put a Clefairy down, Clefairy isn't going. Monkey Dory Mind Bend isn't going to do enough damage to knock out the baby Raging Bolt. It's only 60 base damage, so even with the Clefairy's Fairy Zone, he is only going to be able to do 120 damage to that Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt has 130 HP.
Correct. So the Lily's Clefairy EX, when he chooses to play down the bench, allows Psychic Pokemon to take. To do weakness damage onto Dragon-type Pokemon, like that Raging Bolt. So, he's using Mind Bend, 60 damage, and Confuse. Will slow the Hannah down a bit. I don't know if Hannah's going to try to go for an attack. So, if your Pokemon is confused and you decide to attack, flip a coin, or roll a dice in this case. If you get hits, you can attack. If tails, you take damage.
Take 30 damage.
And you can't attack that turn. That attack, like, just nullifies.
Whiffs. It's whiffs.
It's a whiff, right?
Yeah.
It's a whiff. Ultra Ball, is it the Ultra Ball play from Hannah?
Yeah, Hannah is dropping that Ultra Ball. She discards that Nest Ball and one more card behind that. I think she is going to find maybe a Raging Bolt. Yeah, I was going to say another attacker here. It's interesting to see. I thought I was going to... well, okay, she likely didn't attach her Fighting Energy onto that Slitherwing because she doesn't want to give up one prize to Wenhui. Right? If you start giving up prizes like that, quote-unquote free, Wenhui is going to allow Wenhui to come back into the game as he's playing Gardevoir.
Here comes the retrieval, retrieving a Lightning Energy onto the Raging Bolt. Here comes the Mew can draw.
Restart for 3.
Yep, because empty hand and gets a Grass Energy, so she can use Steel Dance here to draw one more card. Because she wants to get a Fighting Energy onto that Raging Bolt EX to try to take knockout on Monkey Dory. Again, Hannah doesn't really have to attack with the Raging Bolt, baby Raging Bolt in the active spot because she can retreat for free because there's Latias on the bench.
Yeah, and you know, I think there is a world where she either goes for the attack or uses the Raging Bolt to clear her hand out. It is going to be heads! So we are going to see the Monkey Dory. Wait, what? The Monkey Dory?
Yeah, Monkey Dory got knocked out. Monkey Dory got knocked out. Is that enough?
It's 110, no?
I think it's a little bit short, right?
Anyways, we'll leave that up to the judges, but the judges didn't seem to call that out.
Okay, let's go.
So we will continue to play on, I believe. So Wenhui is going to use that Professor's Research to get rid of his hand, to draw out his cards. To draw out 7 cards, right? So you discard your hand, you draw 7 cards, and you are going to be able to have a full hand reset, I believe.
Yep. So here, let's see, comes the Professor's Research. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards. Okay. Monkey. Here comes the first hand to draw 3 more cards. Looks like he's eyeing his discard pile. I think he has a Night Searcher in hand probably. Let's see, goes for the Artisan. Okay, so Artisan probably going to find another Monkey Dory likely for this matchup. You want as many Monkey Dory with Dance Energy as possible. So he was eyeing the discard pile to use Super Rod. So Super Rod going to shuffle 3 either Pokemon or energy cards to the deck. I think just picked Monkey Dory as well from earlier on. They got knocked out. And the Screen Tail shuffling back into the deck. When he's slowly trying to come back here. I believe he already evolved the Kirlia. Yes, this one on the bench. That's the one he drew earlier from hand. So I think if he doesn't have a rare candy, Gardevoir is again, he's gonna have to pass here, and this missed out a Darkness Energy as well for Monkey Dory. It's gonna be tough.
Sorry, I do want to clarify that the Raging Bolt also has a second attack.
Yes! Oh my gosh! We forgot about this. So I remember watching a stream about that. So the Dragon Headbutt for 130 damage. That's the one that took the knockout on the Monkey Dory earlier.
Yes,
Let's not forget that he has two attacks.
You know, when you use one Pokemon usually for one attack, you always forget about the second attack, right?
Correct. I remember watching this in the Japan Championships as well. This exact thing happened, I think.
Yeah. So that's on there. We apologize for that. But board state for Wenhui right now. Not looking too hot. I think he did mention evolve one Curlier, which isn't a bad thing. But,
yes, but no Gardevoir.
At this point, you likely want to see the rare candy, right, to evolve it into the Gardevoir.
Got the nice stretcher. Got the Gardevoir, so probably has a rare candy in hand, I think. Yep, here comes the rare candy. So we have a Gardevoir. Wenhui is able to play this game. Can he come back from 3 prizes, though? We have to see. He has a lot of energy in this card pile. The Gardevoir is probably going to attack this turn. Definitely not going to send the Monkey Dory out because it'll be 10 shot unless he plays Lily's Clefairy onto the bench. So here comes the Artisan. Maybe the Scream Tail. Yep, here comes the Scream Tail that he shuffled in earlier via the Super Rod. So we're going to see a Scream Tail attack most likely here.
Yeah, Scream Tail is likely going to set up the damage, I believe, for 2 prize swing later on. You know, as mentioned before, you know, with Gardevoir having the single prize attackers, having access to single prize attackers, you're going to be able to trade trade favorably rather into certain matchups later on with just a simple, you know, shift of damage from the Monkey Dory. We do see 4 energies being attached to the Scream Tail, so we're going to see Scream Tail being able to swing for 160 damage.
Anywhere, right?
Except for Terra Pokemon. So
right.
keep in mind, if when he had chosen the Teal Moss Ogerpon, that would not fly.
Correct. And then, as you were just saying earlier, 160 onto the Mew, preparing for that multiple prize turn and keeping himself at 6 prizes.
Yeah, so right now, Wenhui is actually set up for almost 4 prizes right now. Right, so you see the Mew EX being heavily damaged. You do see the Baby Raging Bolt having, I think that is 70 HP left, and then we do see the Slitherwing only having, I believe, 30 HP.
Yes.
So that is, sorry, not 30 HP. Slitherwing still has 50 HP, but with enough Monkey Dory Adrenaline Brains, you're going to be able to set up for a very, very nice 4 prize swing later on.
Hannah did draw into the Judge that was in the prize, her one and only copy. Perfect timing, exactly when she needed. That risky play though with that Raging Bolt, if they had flipped tails, that would have been a totally different game right now.
Yeah, but it paid off, right? It really, really paid off. I mean, 30 damage to that Bolt would put the Bolt down to, I think, only 1 Monkey Dory shift. We do see, a Zero dropping down right now. We see a 4th energy
here we go!
Being attached to this Raging Bolt. Hannah is rolling the dice yet again.
Hits again!
Yet another hit!
Yes! Raging Bolt takes a knockout on the Monkey Dory. Hannah with 2 prizes remaining now. Yep, that's 4, so that's 120. This time we got it right.
Yeah. No, but it's crazy to take that many risks. And I mean, look, it's paying off.
It's paying off very, very well. Wenhui is unable to get even more than 1 Monkey Dory out on the bench here. Hannah's in fact protecting her bench. If you're thinking, why is Hannah going for the Monkey Dories instead of like that fully powered Scream Tail in the active, is because of that Adrenaline Brain ability that Wenhui has at his disposal. He can move 3 damage counters from any of his Pokemon to his opponent's Pokemon as long as the Monkey Dory has the Darkness Energy attached. So that's why Hannah keeps on targeting the bench. Yeah, look, you know, Hannah is going for the win here. She does have 2 prizes left, so the Iono is going to hurt her. Iono gets both players to shuffle their hands and then put it below the deck, and then they'll draw it for as many prize cards that they have left, right? So Hannah will only draw 2 cards when we will draw 6 cards there from that Iono. So Hannah, praying that she has the win cons here, when Hui needs to deal, he's having to deal between choosing to knock out the Raging Bolt in the front, or to deal setup damage for the Larias at the back. Lots of skill though, because with that, after that Judge, he still managed to get a Monkey Dory, still managed to get a Mew. The Mew managed to draw into an Iono, and the Iono managed to get him. Well, look, I mean, 50-50, right? Yep. Hannah has been getting the heads on that confusion play, so it's only fair for Wenhui to come back from the Judge. Okay, so it's going to go for as you showed. So it's using the Adrenabane ability now, moving 30 damage to that Mew, and the Mew got knocked out. So when taking its first 2 prizes here.
This is actually a little bit premature from the strategy that I had in mind, but I think Wenhui is desperate to find a few cards in his prizes. From his prizes, we did see him prize. I think it was the Nest Ball and the Ultra Ball. Yeah. So yeah, I believe that he's just trying to accelerate the board state.
Okay, he's going to use the Screamtail attack onto the Latias EX now. So now it's back to Hannah's turn. Hannah can win the game if she has like an amazing hand of Prime Catcher and Sada's Vitality with the Raging Bolt to take a knockout on the Gardevoir EX or the Fazan or the Mew. There are 2 prize targets on Wenhui's bench, but I'm not sure if that Iono hurt her a lot. Because again, I think Wenhui also took a knockout on the Mew so that Hannah doesn't have a way to recover her hand. Because again, I know her to 2 cards.
Yeah,
right?
that's right. So, you know, that was probably a smart play from Wenhui trying to limit the hand sizes from Hannah. So we will see whether she can recover from that. We do see Sada's Vitality, so she will be able to use that to draw more cards. Really thinking hard about what play she wants to do right now. She does have the option of sniping off that Monkey Dory right now, so we will.
Yeah, she's eyeing the Wenhui discard pile because she wants to know how many psychic energies that Wenhui has at his disposal. Again, you're putting all your psychic energy onto the Screamtail, so there's nothing left for anyone else. So it could be just stuck there. Jamming Tower is coming out here to replace the Area Zero. And she goes for another attack. And it's again, it's 3 hits! She hit 3 hits in a row, and the 3rd Monkey Dory in a row has been knocked out. Wow! I need to know what Hannah is like I don't know, like how this is truly Lux's skill right here. This is an example of Lux's skill.
Dude, this reminds me of giving me flashbacks of Nationals 2023 where Dion just flipped 3 Chromatic heads in a row, right?
Yes, this is exactly it. I think being on stream gives you the dice roll luck, you know. Again, Wenhui for the 4th turn in a row, Monkey Dory, and again, Darkness Energy. As you can see, if you just let Wenhui just like leave those, if you just left those Monkey Dories alone, that Wenhui's board gonna be flooded with Monkey Dories. But Screamtail has the Bravery Charm attached. Oh, another Iono onto Hannah. Okay, let's see if Hannah can like draw to anything. She's just keeping that 1 card tucked safe there. I don't know if that's the key to win though. Again, I think Wenhui will want to take a knockout on the Raging Bull here.
Yeah, he has to take a knockout into the Baby Raging Bolt. If not, Hannah is definitely going to win next turn unless he feels comfortable with leaving the Raging Bolt confused at the back. I'm just trying to think if there's a way for Wenhui to win this in this turn, right?
Alright,
so you see a damaged Latias already. Latias has, I believe, 50 HP left. There is only 1 Monkey Dory on the board, and there's no way for him to set up a second one. So the Latias is safe. I don't think there is a way for him to win this turn. Hannah does have that Raging Bolt
it's a retreat.
With 1 energy as well.
Here comes the Gardevoir EX. So Gardevoir EX going to attack this turn?
Yeah, I think that may be
Psychic
the
Embrace.
play. We do see Psychic Embrace for 2 and unlikely hand attachment for 1, I believe. It's going to be a energy switch. Okay.
No, you can't switch the Bravery Charm. You're switching the energy. Yes, the Bravery Charm is over there. Adds 50 HP to Screamtail. So yeah, in essence, the Screamtail can hit for a lot of damage because you're adding extra HP to it. So it's Gardevoir attacking this turn. I think he's doing that because if he let the Screamtail attack on the front, Hannah could, like for example, flip heads on Raging Bull if you choose that, or use the Tail Mask,
exactly.
1 glass energy.
Yep.
Okay, that 1 card could be anything.
Or even Raging Bolt, right?
Okay, it's gonna transfer damage via Adrenabrain first.
Alright, so I do want to point out that if Hannah isn't able to take the win this turn, Wenhui is going to be able to win next turn because she can just shift 30 damage from his side over to the Latias for 1 knockout, and then all he needs is 2 more prizes, which we'll likely see from either the Raging Bolt from a Clefairy or a Tiamat Ogerpon with a second Monkey Dory.
This would be the comeback. This would be a perfect example of a Gardevoir comeback. Again, he didn't have Valts here on turn 1, just to remind you. And now he's in a position to win this match. Slowly but surely disrupting Hannah, not letting her set up. I think she's putting her head to her hands here. Hand to her head, sorry. I don't know if she has anything left. It might be over. Unless one of those two cards is a teal dance maybe or something. To draw something out.
Yeah, and look, this is right here. This is a classic match of Gardevoir, right? Gardevoir, even though he had a pretty nasty start, is able to come back to this kind of board state this late into the game, right? It's actually almost neck and neck against Hannah, but this is the nature of the decks.
It's a prime catcher, but there's no to attack, nothing that she could really attack with. I still see a prime catcher in hand. Just need like a grass energy or something to win this game. Oh my god, just one card short. Just one card short. She might have to pass here. I think even if you prime catcher, can you prime catcher the store? I don't think it's enough to prime catcher the Fizzen-Deputy. Hopefully, hoping that Wenhui doesn't have energy in hand to retreat that Fizzen-Deputy.
Burst Roar, there we go.
Burst Roar, draws his cards. Let's go to Wenhui's turn now. He's just waiting. I think he may have the win in hand. Let's see. Nest Ball is the draw. I see an Iono.
I didn't see the energy card though. Was
it?
Was it
Arven?
But the 2 Urban Vessels have been used already, right? So
he
doesn't have any more Urban
Vessels. Oh my gosh!
He doesn't have any more energy.
Hannah can win this game now, I think.
No, but that was the E-Switch, right? That was the E-Switch.
Oh, that's the E-Switch. Yeah, this is the E-Switch. That's the E-Switch, right?
No, but it's a discard pile.
Yes. That one E-Switch that he played earlier, right? That was the one E-Switch that he played. Yeah, the only one copy E-Switch he played. Monkey Doy going to transfer energy. There's a damage show again. So he's taking the 2 prizes. Is there energy in there? There's energy in there, the prize card. There's an energy. So he looks like he can retreat, take a knockout with Scream Tail, win the game. Wow!
No. He Scream Tail the Teal Mask. Yeah, so we're gonna bring that over to the judges, I believe.
Yeah, because again, Terra Pokemon went on the bench unaffected. Not enough to knock out the Raging Bull EX, right? I don't think it was enough to knock out the Raging Bull EX. So again, we'll be checking with the judges later to clarify what happened at the very end of that matchup. But again, that was an insane example of how Gardevoir can come back. Again, you see four Monkey Dory. That doesn't mean that even if you target the Monkey Dory every turn, you can win the game. With Gardevoir, you can really play from behind. Use cards like Iono, for example, to keep disrupting your opponent. Don't let your opponent build up their hand. Don't let your opponent set up. And again, a perfect example of how Gardevoir can just totally dominate coming from behind. Great matchup from Hannah though. Again, really set up really well. Tried her best, but just came out slightly short. Again, if she had only 1 energy from among those 2 cards that she drew at the end, it would have been totally different.
Yeah, so look, we just got confirmation that it was a Scream Tail onto the when we're both blind.
Right. Okay. Of course, you needed 1 more prize. That's right. You need 1 more prize to win the game. We're going into game 2 now. Hannah will be going second. We're not going first again. Hannah chose to go second, I believe. Again, in a best of 3 match, the person who lost the match will be able to select whether to go first or second. Unfortunately, you get to see the prizes. But let's go straight into game 2. Wenhui getting a Valse this time. So, great start for him. And again, just exactly as he did earlier, Earthen Vessel into discarding a Psychic Energy. A mirror of game 1, but with a better Pokemon starts. 2 Valse. Yeah, now he's just doing a deck check. Doing a deck check here. Let's look at the prizes for both sides. Not too bad for Wenhui. Looks like he has that 1 evolution in the prize, but he has 1 in deck anyway. On Hannah's side, the Prime Catcher is in the prize and is on the top side, so it's gonna be very hard though. Hannah won't have access to that for some time. Hannah's Penny as well. It might actually see a lot of play here because again, that setup for knockout later on, she really might need that Penny.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a rough pricing, I think, for Hannah. But I think she's going to be able to come back. I think the Penny is not a game essential card.
Correct. It's a tech.
It's a tech, and she's going to be able to function well without that. But yeah, let's jump straight into game number 2 of this best of 3 set.
The 2 Earthen Vessel picking up 2 Psychic Energy here. Brian, what do you think about players who play different types of the same energy, you know, of different sets with different designs. Are you bothered by this kind of thing? Because I am.
So if you play one of if each of your energies are different, I think that's fine.
Okay.
But if you've got like two of an evolution's energy, two of the Scarlet Violet energy, one of I don't know. What's the previous set? X and Y.
Yeah,
you know, that's a huge no-no for me, man. It's mildly triggering.
Mildly triggering. That's the right word. That's the right word.
Mildly triggering.
Hannah starting off with a nest ball, picking out the Squawkabilly. A great start, but again, that is going to be a 2-price liability later on. A Teal Vast Ogerpon is also in hand. She has an Ultra Ball, discarding 2 energies here.
Yeah, but look, Squawkabilly was actually a very popular card. I think almost 3 months ago. Right?
Yeah,
because Squawk
yeah.
and Seize allows you to discard your hand and draw 6 cards if you start with the Squawkabilly.
Yeah, but you're mentioning earlier about Budew and the way it item locks your opponent. So again, like if you had a Nest Ball, Ultra Ball to try, you couldn't find the Squawkabilly because of Budew. So again, seeing the classic Raging Bolt brings back a lot of good memories. And it's great to see that Squawkabilly come out. Baby Raging Ball is out, and another Teal Mask Ogerpon has also come to the bench. Discarded the Grass Energy earlier via Ultra Ball, and then she's using the Energy Retriever to take it back to hand, using Teal Dance to draw 1, and then a Fighting Energy attachment to the Raging Bolt, Baby Raging Bolt non-EX. Here comes the Squawkabilly. Discard your entire hand, draw 6 cards. Squawk and Seize is the ability name.
Yeah, she's going to hope to look for that Stardust Vitality, right? If she gets the Stardust Vitality, she will be able to plant 60 damage, I believe, onto a route. And if she gets the Energy Switch, she will be able to KO a route as well. But I don't think she had the cards that she needs in her hand, so she may be just content with screaming at, okay, not screaming, but using the Raging Bolt's first attack to plant 60 damage onto that route.
She was unfortunately forced to discard the Poke Gear using the Squawk and Seize. Would you take that risk, or would you play the Poke Gear before using Squawk and Seize, though?
I wouldn't. I mean, look, that each of your supporters are very, very important, right? So you do not want to be thinning out your deck with that Poke Gear. So you definitely Squawk and Seize first and then use Poke Gear after if you can. But if you don't draw out on it, then you just lose out on that opportunity.
Right. Although if you do get okay, she's just gonna pass turn here. The energy set on 3 Pokemon. Hannah's doing okay. Now it's Wenhui's turn. Let's see. He wants to get a TM Evolution if he could here. He's going to start again with another Earthen Vessel, discarding a Psychic Energy. What the heck? How many Earthen Vessels does this guy play? He's going to play 3 copies and he already has 2 in the first 2 turns.
This is very reminiscent of the previous game, right? Where he's able to use that multiple Earthen Vessels early on. But keep in mind, he needs to also manage his energies well, right? If not, his Pheasantipity may get stuck in the front. Or he doesn't have access to his dark energies to hand attachment to the Monkey Dories. So it really depends on when he's playing that, but it seems like he is just getting rid of those psychic energies early on, which is perfectly fine in his situation.
Unlike the previous turns, the game 1, when we did just get a Gardevoir on turn 2, and that's what he needs to attack with, and quite a number of psychic energy cards as well, I believe. I think we discarded 2 earlier from the Earthen Vessel. So he's taking it slow, doesn't mind because he already has a Gardevoir, so he's going to be able to attack next turn. I think for Hannah's case, if she wants an explosive turn, but you can't play. She doesn't have a Prime Catcher. It's in the price cards, unfortunately. So there's no explosive turn. I mean, the best turn would be that she able to use Prime Catcher to knock out the Gardevoir on the bench. But if she does that, she can't use Crispin or she can't use Professor Sal's Vitality to charge the Raging Bolt EX right now.
Hey, but look, it's fine, Here, if you're able to just take a knockout into that route and then set up your board for a Gardevoir knockout the next turn, I think she'll be perfectly set up and fine in this situation. Crispin, once again, as shown on screen, you can select you can select up to 2 energies of different types and then put 1 to your hand and charge the other one to any of your Pokemon on your field. So here we do see the lightning attachment to that Raging Bolt, and then it's just a hand attachment of the Grass Energy from that Teal Mask Ogerpon. Hannah is in a commanding spot right now but all Wenhui needs is a ball. If he manages to find a nest ball, if he manages to find a artisan, he can come back from that. We just see a sidekick embrace for 1 for 20, and it's just going to be a retreat and pray and hope that Wenhui isn't going to, that Hannah isn't going to be able to boss out anything from boss out the Gardevoir in the back.
Oh my gosh, like Wenhui is stuck here. There's no other Pokemon. Forced to use the Night Stretcher to bring back the Ralts and attack with Ralts.
Hey, but the attack on Ralts is actually really important, right? 30 damage does brings Teal'c's Ogerpon down to 180 HP, which is in one-shot range from the Gardevoir's attack Miracle Force.
Yeah, so he's preparing for next turn. We would be able to knock out the Teal'c's Ogerpon. So for Hannah would love to get a boss's orders this turn. Here comes the Area Zero Under Depths. Fighting Energy, so Raging Bolt is able to attack this turn. Nest Ball?
Does she have the boss's orders? We do see a Nest Ball like come down. It's going to be the Mew, I believe, in this situation.
I'm not sure if she can empty out those 3 cards in hand, though. We're going to see.
It's either going to be the Mew or the Latias, one of the 3 choices there. We do see 4 cards, so may not be the Mew.
Zen is coming out. Okay, Zen won't be able to use its ability to draw cards because Teal'c's Ogerpon didn't get knocked out last turn.
Or any Pokemon didn't get knocked out last turn on her side of the field.
Correct.
But here, she's probably just trying to set up for a potential Iono play. Maybe setting up for the situation where Wenhui can start taking knockouts.
So unfortunately, she's just going to take a knockout on this Ralts. Can't take out this Gardevoir. Wenhui drew into a Monkey Dory. Has a Darkness Energy. Can transfer, using a General Brain now to transfer damage counters to Hannah's side. Energy piling up on the Gardevoir here. Oh, she's going to use the Confusion.
Mind Bend.
Mind Bend, here comes 60 damage and will confuse that Teal'c's Ogerpon. Wenhui is still buying time.
Yeah, look, it makes perfect sense, right? You don't want to sacrifice your Gardevoir. You fought tooth and nail to get the Gardevoir up. If you can use an alternate attacker like that Monkey Dory, you're going to be pretty happy to do so. You're going to chip away at the Teal'c's Ogerpon. You're going to set up damage onto that Pheasantipity, I believe. Oh, sorry, no,
onto the Raging Bolt.
Raging Bolt, yeah. And then you're just going to be able to take the game from behind once again if he survives the next 2 turns, next 2 attacks.
So Wenhui can see that Raging Bolt is ready to attack. So if he decided to use Gardevoir next turn, it would get knocked out for sure by Raging Bolt.
100%.
Yeah, 100%.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
So
Earthen Vessel taking up a Fighting Energy. I don't know if she has any more energy left. There's a lot of energy on the board though. There's already 5. All about 1 Grass Energy is already on the board here. Fighting Energy, all 3 Fighting Energy are also on the board.
Yeah, I mean this deck typically plays a 6-3-3 or 5-3-3 line of energies. 5 being the elite Grass Energy. That's right. So we'll see a Manual Retreat coming from the side of Hannah into the other Teal'c.
Attack with Teal'c, would it be enough? 30, 60, 90?
Yeah, for sure.
50,
oh, okay,
yes.
No,
she has a way to get the Grass Energy back. Right, retreat. Okay.
Yeah, because she just wants to see 1 more card for her. It's 1 more card if she's able to find the boss's orders here. But she does have the Prime Catcher as well. So,
and she already chose to retreat though. I would have played the Poke Gear first before retreating.
I think she maybe got the Poke Gear.
By the Teal Dance. Yes, by the Teal Dance. That's why.
MVP here, definitely the Teal'c's Ogerpon, I suppose.
Yeah, Teal'c's Ogerpon just took like 2 knockouts. It's probably going to take a 3rd one right now after this Salus Vitality.
Pulling his weight at this moment.
Does Hannah have any energies though in this couple? Again, she just played so many out on the board. I don't know if she has any left in there.
Yeah, I doubt so. But anyways, I don't think she will be using the Salus Vitality. It may just be a simple knockout into this Monkey Dory Wenhui surviving. Yet again. It's been 3 turns.
This Gardevoir somehow is still alive and is like 4, 5 turns have already passed.
This Gardevoir is just putting up proxies after proxies.
Yeah,
not me.
You get knocked out. You go get knocked out.
Go, my children.
Go, my
Ralts. Go.
Go, my monkey.
Go, my monkeys. Take the hit for me.
Oh, looks like he is scooping, I think.
Yep, when we made the right choice to scoop here, decided that he was not going to be able to win in this game, so he decides to go to a game 3 and say, I think this is a wise choice for BO3, right? So keep in mind when you're playing best of 3, you want to know when's the right time to scoop. Right, when we hear identifying that there's no way for him to survive or come back from this turn without drawing any kind of basic Pokemon, any kind of Ballsage, which detriments him massively.
Yeah, so again, knowing when to scoop to go to the next round it's a skill that's not really like that people talk about, but it's a very important skill in a BO3 match, especially if you are playing top cut right now. Again, we're going to look at the rules in case it gets timed out here. If now that both players are 1-1, the player with the fewest prize cards remaining will win this match if it goes to time, right?
Yep.
So let's look at the prizes here. Let's see what's going to be. I hope that Hannah doesn't prize a prime catcher again. And I hope that Wayne doesn't get his secret box into the prize.
He didn't need the prime catcher just now.
Yeah, she did need the prime catcher just now, that's correct. Wen Hui has 1 Vaults, 1 Research, 2 Ionos, but 1 Darkness Energy. Let's see Hannah's side here. Sada, Jamming Tower, okay, and Ultra Ball and the Energy Retrieval. Okay, both not bad. Not super important cards for both players. Looks like we're going to see a good game tree and hope that it doesn't go to time.
Yeah, so as Nick was mentioning just now with the best of 3 rules, right? So when time is called and if there's no lead in prizes, the next prize that gets taken wins. So this is a favorite for the Raging Bolt here. If it does get to time.
Yep, you're mentioning how Ego decks have the advantage for doing a time call. But let's see how it goes. We don't know Hannah's start. We don't know when we start.
Yeah, hey, I also do want to talk about best 3. You brought up a good point just now. It is a skill to know when to scoop, right? And in Singapore, it's an even rarer skill for us to have because in the Asia, the TPC circuit, we're playing a best of 1 format.
Yep.
Right. So it's rare for players to know when to scoop. As players, I was like, oh, I only have 1 game. I have to do my best. I have to, try to struggle it out. But Wen Hui has played in regionals overseas before, so this is where the experience comes in.
Also, Hannah did play top card as well for Premier Ball League, so she does have some experience there as well, right?
That's right, that's right. So
she played the Earthen Vessel to start, and it has now going for double nest balls here. Her board has a baby Raging Bolt EX, Teal Mask Ogerpon in the active spot. I think that's Squawkabilly on the bench.
I do expect to see the Squawkabilly.
Yeah, there we see it. Here we go. Energy cards going to discard pile as well. I think perfect for her. Setting the Lightning Energy from hand. Teal Dance to draw 1, the Teal Dance ability. I'm not sure what card was there. Looks like a... Oh.
There we go, straight up for the Squawkabilly EX.
So drawing 6 cards. Discard your entire hand with Squawk and C's ability to draw 6 cards. Great start for Hannah here. Exactly what she wants to see.
Has a second Teal Mask down as well. Her draw engine is up and running. She's got 2 Teal Mask Ogapons there, ready to draw her some cards and get energy onto the board as well.
Right. The Ditto was exchanged for the Teal Mask Ogapon.
It's funny to see two Teal Mask Ogapons on this side of the field right now because, typically with the Knock Tower versions, you usually only see 1. So whenever I see 2 Teal Masks, I'm like, wait. Which version is this?
Yeah. Sorry, the Ditto was discarded earlier, right? That she just drew the Teal Mask Ogapon from hand. That Ditto can only be used at the active spot.
That is absolutely correct. So she just passes it over to Wen Hui with her board ready to go. 1 glass energy on each of the Teal Mask Ogapons, and we also have a lightning energy attached to that baby Raging Bolt. This is threatening Wen Hui for a Crispin play, right? Because if Wen Hui sets up a 1 route only, Raging Bolt can come out and use its first attack to take a knockout onto either routes. But Wen Hui does manage to find 2 routes this time around. Very different game from just now.
Yeah, he did have 2 vaults though in the first game, but nothing else but that. So that 1 vault became Gardevoir. Okay, I'm gonna guess, I'm putting out here, that Winnie is gonna play an Earthen Vessel and discard a Psychic Energy. But he's shuffling his deck though. He's shuffling his deck, so maybe he doesn't have that. You just may have to pass here. Send an energy card to the Monkey Dory in the active spot and pass. Okay.
There is no
energy in this card pile this time around.
And no TM Evo.
Yes, no TM Evo. That is also key. He does have a rare candy though. But again, no energy in this card pile doesn't mean anything for Gardevoir though. Wen Hui needs Psychic Energy in this card pile to attack. Yeah, so and I'm putting down the Fazendipity. Interesting. I think worried that it might get Iono or something. So here comes the Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt going to use his first attack.
Yeah, it's just going to be Burst Roar because Hannah has 0 hand cards, so she's going to be pretty happy to just take a Burst Roar here. Fully set up on her side of the field. Figures that she has a little bit more time to do what she needs. Wen Hui here, I think, looking for either Dark Energy or Psychic Energy to get a Mind Bend off. He'll be pretty happy with that as well, as it sets up Raging Bolt for an easy knockout with a Miracle Force from the Gardevoir.
He's using Artisan first to bring out the Monkey Dory. Let's see what was the top deck card. Again, it's a Psychic Energy. That's Psychic Energy. So Wen Hui can attack with this Monkey Dory. And he's going to go to do it. 60 damage, leaving the Raging Bolt EX confused.
Yeah, but keep in mind, Hannah has a fresh set of 6 cards in her hand thanks to the Burst Roar. Raging Bolt actually having some utility, not just out here for consecutive attacks, not just with the Bellowing Thunder. First attack is also very, very, very good.
For setting up, definitely. For setting up. I see the Penny finally in hand. I wonder if she's going to use the Penny to retreat. Okay, going to use Sada here to get energy on the board. Again, knowing her luck, rolling heads for confusion. I wouldn't be... I would just use Sada as well, you know, if I'm that lucky.
I mean, you might as well, you know, if you're going to keep rolling those heads, you might as well be just going hard for it. Interesting that she's put the grass energy onto the Raging Bolt instead.
Yeah.
So it seems like she's going to try to use Baby Raging Bolt to take KOs onto the route at the back. At least that's what it seems.
Seems like that, but I don't know if she has a way to retreat that.
We don't see the Prime Catcher as well. I thought I was going to see the Prime Catcher to bring out the Monkey Dory in the front and then start sniping the routes at the back. But we do see the Prime Catcher. There we go.
Okay, so I think she's just trying to keep the Psychic Energy onto the Monkey Dory, not letting Wenhui have any Psychic Energy in this card pile, keeping it all on the Monkey Dory.
So a card has just been dropped off the table.
Oh, she's taking a knockout on routes.
Yeah, she's taking a knockout on the routes. There we go.
So Artazon again. I don't think Wenhui is drawing anything because he's just going Artazon. Monkey Dory or routes, I think. Okay, routes, right?
It's going to be a second routes, I believe.
Yeah, he needs a backup routes.
He didn't prize the earlier routes, I believe.
Yeah. Oh, he's going for a Monkey Dory again. Okay.
So it's telling me that he has the rare candy God of War in his hand this turn, because if he does that, then he's slightly safer.
Yep.
I would still lean towards, I think, putting in a third routes. Did the third routes get prized?
I don't think so. Let's just check it out again. He has the rare candy, I know for sure. I don't know if he has the Gardevoir. He comes for Zendo, so he can draw 3 cards, so no worries over there.
Yep, so there was no routes prize there, so interesting choice of cards, I think, from Wenhui.
Oh god, there was one routes prize.
There was one routes prize. There we go. So actually, the Fez managed to get him a Night Stretcher for the second route, so he's actually perfectly fine here. Manages to use the rare candy to evolve the Gardevoir as well, so Wenhui is set up, ready to go for future turns.
He can't retreat though. There's no energy in this card pile. Is he gonna have to force the pass here? I don't think he should be checking his deck, checking her discard pile. There are only 7 minutes left. Again, the player with the least amount of prizes will win this match. He
can't play slow anymore. When he has to go fast, he needs to go turbo. We do see a research drop.
Hopefully he gets an Earthen Vessel here and a Psychic Energy. And I don't see any energy, I think. He needs at least 1 Psychic Energy. It is an Earthen Vessel, so he can retreat though. He can just attach the energy onto the Monkey Dory in the active spot and then retreat to the Monkey Dory in the bench with the TM Evolution attached. Yeah, but he's definitely not going to use TM Evolution. He is going to be using that. He is going to be using the Monkey Dory attack. Mind Bend. Yep, the Mind Bend for 60 damage. Confuse Hannah. Raging Bolt. Not confuse Hannah though. Her Raging Bolt. So 60 damage on going over there. Darkness Energy coming to Wenhui. Now we're going to see multiple Monkey Dories with Darkness Energy coming out. Hopefully, here the first Darkness Energy is going to come out. I don't know if it's going to get targeted next turn, but we'll see. Again, he needs to chase prizes though. Yeah. Ultra Ball, discarding 2 more Psychic Energy. Again, just a minute or 2 ago, he had 0 Psychic Energy in discard pile. But after that research, he just piled on the Psychic Energy. And here comes a Killia as well. He won't be able to evolve that route. It just came out this turn. But he'll be keeping it in hand, ready for next turn, just in case that Gardevoir is getting knocked out. Let's see, going to keep that in hand. Darkness Energy going to be sent to the Monkey Dory, I think. So he's not going to use the Gardevoir, attach the Psychic Energy, 20 damage, and then retreat with Psychic Embrace. Here comes the Monkey Dory with 2 energy, and the TM Evolution. Which is not going to be used. There we go. Yeah, because he redrew the Killia into his hand. 60 damage, Confusion. Hannah's turn now. We've seen Hannah roll heads. 3 hits. 3 heads so far. Yes. Will she get a 4th head? Can she get a 4th head? Quote unquote roll, you know. Yep. Will she on a roll? I hope she does it though. Remember, the Raging Bolt, Baby Raging Bolt has a second attack that can do 130 damage knockout. But also there's definitely that's what she wants to do. I don't know if she wants to do it yet, or does she have the Prime Catcher as well? Maybe that. Okay, she's gonna replace the Artazon first with Area 0. Now she can have up to 8 bench Pokemon as long as you have a Terra Pokemon. Either player you can have 8 bench Pokemon with the Area 0 Underdepth Stadium. Next ball coming into play, so Latias, I assume, so that the baby Raging Bolt can retreat.
Yeah,
just
so
eyeing through her deck here.
Yeah, just checking and looking out for all her options here. You know, I think for Hannah, her game plan here is to probably get rid of that routes if it's possible. There's too many Monkey Dories in Wenhui side of the field right now, so there isn't a point in taking a knockout on any of the Monkey Dories, even the one with 2 psychic energies in the front. Yes, because the thing is, if she gets rid of the routes now, Wenhui is forced to find another route to rebench. If not, she can threaten to take a knockout onto that God of War.
Ah, okay. Because I was thinking that she was going to aim onto the lone Darkness Energy Monkey Dory. But yes, you do have a point here. I think she's definitely taking the eye retreat. Latias was not in the prize. I don't think it was discarded also. So that's the next ball pick she picked, I think. It's covered by her arm. We're just waiting for her to lift her arm so we can have a look at what she's picked. She's thinking hard though, because you can see that he's coming back. Oh, she took a Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. Okay, so you probably have the Latias in hand already.
Yeah, unless she's really just trying to gamble with the Raging Bolt, with the baby Raging Bolt.
Oh, she's eyeing Penny. She's eyeing the Penny here.
I mean,
oh, it's a Crispin. Go for Crispin play. All right, Crispin gonna get 2 energies to the deck.
Crispin's gonna be able to find 2 energies from deck. She's likely just gonna use Teal Dance. Teal Dance to find 1 more energy. Sorry, find 1 more card off the prizes. Latias is not prized, so it's very interesting to see why she picked up the Teal Mask instead of the Latias.
Does she mean that she's going to roll heads again? Is she going to try to roll for heads? Oh, I would love to see that though.
Yeah, she's thinking hard. It is. I think she may be trying to burn as much time as she can here.
Oh, yeah, that's one way here to say she can try to win this match. Use it. Okay, so we're going to the Poke Gear here to try to do 7 cards. I think she saw a Sada, but she's not going to pick it up. I'm not sure if she probably missed out on the supporter card though.
Yeah, likely going to see that Crispin once again. I think for that grass energy as well as maybe a fighting energy. Even if she doesn't have another colored energy in the deck, I think picking up the grass energy is still not a bad choice right now.
Not wrong. If let's see if we want to retreat or attack here. I see a lot of supporter options. I see 2 Crispin. I see 1 Penny as well. It's going to retreat. She's going for the retreat. Raging Bolt is coming up for an attack here. Raging Bolt EX.
Raging Bolt is coming for a Burst Roar, I think.
Ooh.
Because I don't see a fighting energy onto that.
Oh yeah, it's not going to attack because it's grass and lightning.
Unless it's covered. Right, I could be wrong.
Wing is coming onto the bench.
Do we see the Champao here? Is this the Champao play?
Stardust Vitality. She has Stardust Vitality. Yeah, she didn't play a supporter yet. Yeah. And that present should be on the.
She did play a supporter already.
So
she's gonna be stuck here thinking whether she wants to Burst Roar.
That present deputy should be in the that should be in the bench, not in this card pile.
She doesn't have that many options left. You know, I
Burst
think
Roar?
It may just be a Burst Roar turn.
Oh my god, this might be really bad for Hannah though. If Wenhui takes this knockout on this Raging Bolt, he would be in the prize lead.
Yeah, because it's 6 damage counters onto this Raging Bolt. So if the so no supporter was used yet.
Fighting energy. Okay, we're checking the judges. I see the judge has greenlit this though. So drawing 3 cards and we'll be able to take a knockout on this Monkey Dory.
Then it could end up as a sudden death. It could end up as a tiebreaker. And the tiebreaker here is whoever is able to take more prizes, by the way.
Right. Here comes the Pal Pad, taking back Stardust Vitality and the Stardust Vitality once more.
This is a very, very, very tight game. We're going to the last 30 seconds of this game here.
Hannah will be able to take 1 prize off this Monkey Dory, putting her in a 2-prize lead. Wenhui can tie the game though by taking his own 2 prizes.
Exactly, and then but still, I believe the Raging Bolt may be slightly advantaged because if the game ends on Wenhui's turn, right, then Raging Bolt will take the next turn.
Yes, and take the win because again, the player who gets the first prize off, right, when prizes are tied, That's the
That's
tiebreaker
right.
rule.
That is the tiebreaker rule, and it seems like we will be going into time right now. Time has been called. So how time call works here is the player starting second. In this case, it will be Wen Hui.
Yep.
Has one more turn to finish his turn. If the game cannot conclude or cannot, there's no resolution to the game would then go into time call rules.
Yes.
Right, and as mentioned before, for time call rules in Top Cut, you will be just whoever takes the next prize wins the game if the prizes are tied.
Correct. So, but right now, Hannah has the advantage with 2 prizes taken. So, if Wen Hui doesn't take a knockout this turn, Hannah wins. But it looks like you may be able to take a knockout here using the combination of Monkey Dory's Adena Brain with Gardevoir's attack. Again, because Gardevoir charges energy from discard pile. It will take 20 damage for each energy attached. Monkey Dory can move the 30 to the Fazendipity to try to take the knockout in return.
Yeah, you would see 3 energies are being attached to one Pokemon, but there isn't really a relevant. There isn't really a Pokemon that he can attach 3 energies. Oh, well, he can attach 3 energies to the Gardevoir, right? And they shift 60 over from there. But the question is whether or not they will be doing that. So time has been called on their side right now. So the judge is going through with them what the time call rules.
Yes.
But as we have explained to you guys on stream, I believe Wen Hui will have just this turn to complete. And when he does complete this turn, then it will go into tiebreaker rules if Wen Hui takes takes 2 prizes. If he doesn't take 2 prizes, then it will go. Then Hannah will just win the game.
Correct. Okay, so let me repeat once more, right? If either player has fewer prizes remaining than their opponent, the player with the fewest prize cards remaining wins this match. If both players have the same number of prizes remaining, the game will continue until either player ends up with fewer prizes remaining than their opponent, or fulfills any other win condition, and the player will win the match.
This is very, very, very stressful. It's completely different. Well, it's not completely different. I think it's actually quite similar to the Top Cut tiebreaker rules in over in the US on TPCI, right? So it's it's really, really, really exciting to see.
I think Wen Hui is like, okay, he's got energy onto Gardevoir. Takes 6 damage counters.
We do expect to see 3 being switched over from the Gardevoir over to the Fazendipity.
Yep, Fazendipity going to take 3 damage counters now from the Adena Brain. Yep. And then it's going to be a knockout here, and then we will go into the tiebreaker. Yep, this is a mark to show that you use the ability.
Thinking where to put the last 3 damage counters.
Yeah. Where would you put the last 3 damage counters?
Probably on a Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Right.
Probably the one with energy, yeah. Wait, if you put it there, I mean, look, because you just need 1 prize card to win, right?
Correct,
so putting
yeah.
3 onto that Raging Bolt, it would leave the Raging Bolt with, I believe...
Because 130 HP,
so
90 HP.
40 HP left.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 2 Monkey Dory shifts will be able to win you the game if Hannah doesn't take a return knockout this turn.
But it's very likely though. Okay, you see the Raging Bolt does have fighting energy on it.
I mean, Prime Catcher was used already, right? So what gussing options does Hannah have left?
She has a Twist Spin. I don't know if she has any energy left in the deck though.
And the thing is that there's no easy retreat options here. Yeah, so she's pushing up the Raging Bolt because that's the highest chance of her. I think gives her the highest chance of taking a knockout this turn. She needs a boss's order. She needs a lightning energy, but having been Iona down to 4 cards without the Fazendipity as well puts her in a tight spot.
Correct. Okay, that's the Ultra Ball. Let's see what she's gonna pick out here. She discarded the Latias. She already had it in hand the whole time.
No, I mean she just got Iona.
Oh right.
We do see Crispin, and that's is that enough?
Is that enough? 1, 2, 3, 4
5
energy
energies,
cards.
right?
And she has already 1 Grass Energy in hand, I believe. Yep, that's it.
That's
That's it. Congratulations to Hannah. That should be enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 280. And then there's 1 more Grass Energy that she had in hand earlier, I believe.
Yeah, so congratulations to Hannah for winning this game.
Wow, very, very tight match, man. Very tight.
Very tight match.
I really love... This is a great example of how to see Singapore players, top Singapore players in action. We saw the advantages of an aggro deck like Raging Bolt take up the win here in the tiebreaker. But again, that's not right. Wen Hui, on all 3 games, he really tried. Like game 1, he came back from the dead, right?
He was having such a rough start.
Wow, no vaults, and then somehow he turned the game on and won.
Yep.
And then game 2, he only had that 2 vaults, and then the 1 Gardevoir couldn't find anyone.
And he scooped at the right time as well. So good well played by Wen Hui there. And then the last game, man.
Wow, that last game, really.
He tried his hardest.
He did try his hardest. Hannah really pulled out all the stops, so he really pulled out a lot. She really filled up her bench.
Yeah, and you know, the thing is that with Wen Hui, unable to make it to the next round, we are going to cut for a break, and we'll catch you guys for round 3.
Pokémon Legends ZA is a new title in the Pokémon series. The story takes place in Lumiose City, the largest city in the Kalos region. Prism Tower stands tall at the center of this city of beautiful vistas. These days, Lumiose is undergoing a high-tech urban redevelopment plan to turn it into a city that people and Pokémon truly share. After you arrive in Lumiose City to see the sights, you'll meet 3 Pokémon, one of which will become your first partner: Chikorita, Tepig, and Totodile. You'll choose one of these Pokémon to accompany you on a new journey as you get to know Lumiose City and its inhabitants. Here are some of the colorful characters you'll encounter. When you arrive in Lumiose, you'll meet a new friend and ally, either Urbane or Tawny. The hotel where you'll be staying is run by AZ. You'll also meet his partner, Floette. Lumiose's redevelopment is being managed by Quasartico Inc. You'll become acquainted with the company's CEO Jet and her secretary Vinny. The different people you meet will make your time in Lumiose all the richer. To help people and Pokémon coexist, the city has set up wild zones. These areas, located throughout Lumiose, give wild Pokémon habitats where they can thrive. To catch one of these wild Pokémon, aim carefully, then throw a Pokéball. If you're having a hard time catching one, have one of your Pokémon use its moves to weaken the target, making it easier to catch. This game offers a style of Pokémon battling not seen in previous titles. Moves can have a longer or shorter reach, or different areas of effect. So choose your timing and positioning carefully to gain the upper hand. Lead your partner Pokémon through battles and dodge incoming attacks. Swap Pokémon if you need to and find the right moment to unleash a move. What's more, certain Pokémon can go beyond evolution by undergoing Mega Evolution. When a trainer's Keystone resonates with the Mega Stone held by their Pokémon, the Pokémon will do more than just change shape. It'll unlock a new level of power, turning the tide of battle in its favor. As Lumiose continues its transformation into a city that belongs to both people and Pokémon, who knows what kinds of encounters and experiences will await you. Pokémon Legends ZA, coming late 2025. Pokémon Legends ZA is a new title in the Pokémon series. The story takes place in Lumiose City, the largest city in the Kalos region. Prism Tower stands tall at the center of this city of beautiful vistas. These days, Lumiose is undergoing a high-tech urban redevelopment plan to turn it into a city that people and Pokémon truly share. After you arrive in Lumiose City to see the sights, you'll meet 3 Pokémon, one of which will become your first partner: Chikorita, Tepig, and Totodile. You'll choose one of these Pokémon to accompany you on a new journey as you get to know Lumiose City and its inhabitants. Here are some of the colorful characters you'll encounter. When you arrive in Lumiose, you'll meet a new friend and ally, either Urbane or Tawny. The hotel where you'll be staying is run by AZ. You'll also meet his partner, Floette. Lumiose's redevelopment is being managed by Quasartico Inc. You'll become acquainted with the company's CEO Jet and her secretary Vinny. The different people you meet will make your time in Lumiose all the richer. To help people and Pokémon coexist, the city has set up wild zones. These areas, located throughout Lumiose, give wild Pokémon habitats where they can thrive. To catch one of these wild Pokémon, aim carefully, then throw a Pokéball. If you're having a hard time catching one, have one of your Pokémon use its moves to weaken the target, making it easier to catch. This game offers a style of Pokémon battling not seen in previous titles. Moves can have a longer or shorter reach, or different areas of effect. So choose your timing and positioning carefully to gain the upper hand. Lead your partner Pokémon through battles and dodge incoming attacks. Swap Pokémon if you need to and find the right moment to unleash a move. What's more, certain Pokémon can go beyond evolution by undergoing Mega Evolution. When a trainer's keystone resonates with the Mega Stone held by their Pokémon, the Pokémon will do more than just change shape. It'll unlock a new level of power, turning the tide of battle in its favor. As Lumiose continues its transformation into a city that belongs to both people and Pokémon, who knows what kinds of encounters and experiences will await you. Pokémon Legends ZA, coming late 2025. Pokémon Legends ZA is a new title in the Pokémon series. The story takes place in Lumiose City, the largest city in the Kalos region. Prism Tower stands tall at the center of this city of beautiful vistas. These days, Lumiose is undergoing a high-tech urban redevelopment plan to turn it into a city that people and Pokémon truly share. After you arrive in Lumiose City to see the sights, you'll meet 3 Pokémon, one of which will become your first partner: Chikorita, Tepig, and Totodile. You'll choose one of these Pokémon to accompany you on a new journey as you get to know Lumiose City and its inhabitants. Here are some of the colorful characters you'll encounter. When you arrive in Lumiose, you'll meet a new friend and ally, either Urbane or Tawny. The hotel where you'll be staying is run by AZ. You'll also meet his partner, Floette. Lumiose's redevelopment is being managed by Quasartico Inc. You'll become acquainted with the company's CEO Jet and her secretary Vinny. The different people you meet will make your time in Lumiose all the richer. To help people and Pokémon coexist, the city has set up wild zones. These areas, located throughout Lumiose, give wild Pokémon habitats where they can thrive. To catch one of these wild Pokémon, aim carefully, then throw a Pokéball. If you're having a hard time catching one, have one of your Pokémon use its moves to weaken the target, making it easier to catch. This game offers a style of Pokémon battling not seen in previous titles. Moves can have a longer or shorter reach, or different areas of effect. So choose your timing and positioning carefully to gain the upper hand. Lead your partner Pokémon through battles and dodge incoming attacks. Swap Pokémon if you need to and find the right moment to unleash a move. What's more, certain Pokémon can go beyond evolution by undergoing Mega Evolution. When a trainer's keystone resonates with the Mega Stone held by their Pokémon, the Pokémon will do more than just change shape. It'll unlock a new level of power, turning the tide of battle in its favor. As Lumiose continues its transformation into a city that belongs to both people and Pokémon, who knows what kinds of encounters and experiences will await you. Pokémon Legends ZA, coming late 2025.
Welcome back.
Hi guys.
If you're joining us, we are here at the Master Ball League in Singapore. This is the final big event of the year.
Yes.
I'm Brian. This is Nicholas.
Yes. Nicholas from the Southern Islands. Brian from the Southern Islands as well. And we are taking a look at the Master Ball League tournament. We're casting the Master Ball League tournament actually.
Right.
And it is the final tournament of the entire world. The final official tournament of the entire world.
Yeah, that's right. And you know, the thing is, what's at stake here? World to world, a ticket to worlds.
Correct.
Right?
For the champion and the runner-up, they both get a chance to play at Anaheim in California in August.
That's right. But let's take a look at the brackets right now. Who stands a chance to get this ticket? We have the final
8 players.
8 players. We have Sherman Ong versus Ken Chong, which is going to be a featured matchup.
Right. We saw Hannah just now win her match. And she's going up against Kaiser, the top cut man, who's going all the way to the top 8 now.
That's right. On the right side, we've got Jackson Thumb against Ricky Lowe and Hiroyuki Nakano versus Anslim Sim.
Wow, Ricky managed to defeat Joey in his top 16 match.
That's right.
Upset.
Unfortunately, I was actually looking forward to playing to casting that match. Actually, that match would have been pretty good to look at. But look. These are our top 8. These are the quote-unquote best Singaporeans around here.
Correct. We have one Worlds player remaining. Will he survive his top 8 match, Jackson?
That's right. Right. Jackson versus Ricky is actually a pretty good match to watch as well, I reckon. But let's talk a little bit about Sherman and Kenchong.
Ooh, I love this because this was the deck that I would have played at the Master Ball League if I played. Sherman is playing Dragapult with Charizard EX.
This deck has been really getting popularized, I think, after NAIC as well as the Japan.
The first was the Japan
Leagues, right?
Japan Leagues, right? Then Japan Championships as well.
That's right.
A random Dragapult Charizard appeared in the top tables.
And
won the thing. Yeah, exactly. And now it's becoming a very popular deck.
And then on the right side, you know, we've seen Guardy. Guardy's been around. We talked a little bit about Guardy already, but let's take a deep dive into Charizard and Dragapult.
Right. So, you can see why 2 different Stage 2 Pokemon. Well, Charizard EX's ability allows you to attach up to 3 fire energy when you evolve it from your deck. Attach it anywhere you like. And it can also attach to Dragapult, which needs 1 fire and 1 psychic to attack.
Yeah, you know, and you also have the draw engine with the Jacklooks as well, the recon directives, which allow you to continue searching for your cards as and when you need. But let's take a little bit of we can flip the script a little bit, you know, and go over to Ken Chong's list here. We have Gardevoir. This is a pretty standard list of Gardevoir. This is not Brandon's list.
This is not the Gardevoir list that we saw earlier. We saw only 3 Monkey-Dory this time and no the Turbo Energized Technical Machine in this deck, but 3 TM Evolutions instead.
TM Evolutions. The Gardevoir players have been playing more and more of these cards as they want to get the Curlius up and running as soon as possible.
We do see again, 4 Professor's Research, 4 Iono, maximizing the draw outs here. Now we can see both prizes into the... Let's see the Killia. Kensha has 1 Killia in the prize, okay. Sherman has 1 Jacklot, 1 Zard, 1 Charmeleon, 1 Dragapult. Oof! That is going to be tough.
Yeah, look, no Charmeleon. So that means he doesn't play 2 copies of Charmeleon here. He only plays the 1 copy up. So there is no way for him to evolve the Charmander and Charmeleon with TM Evolution. By the way, he's with a 1/1 line of Pult as well as Charizard inside his prizes, it's going to be harder and harder for him to find the pieces he needs in order for the deck to function.
He's going to be surprised when he does his deck check later, but Kencho is going to do his deck check first with the Nest Ball play. I think he's going to realize that one of the killers in the prize, so it's going to be a tough TM Evolution. But he did get another Valts down, 2 Valts onto the board here. Wait, what? Yeah, that card to be discarded. Yeah, not back to your hand. Nerves, you know. I think you've been on stream as well. I think it tells a little bit about the nerves that you feel like when you're playing live on cam.
Yeah, you know, look, the nerves that you're playing on cam is one thing, but the other thing as well is you get white noise blasted in your ears.
Oh,
so
wow.
Like, look, I make it sound a lot worse than it seems. Honestly, it's the background noise. But, for players who aren't used to this, it can cause for some distractions.
Oh, yeah. Especially for people who've just been on stream for the first time. Whole Singapore, even the whole world watching us right now. Okay, so Ken Chen is using Ultra Ball. Just cutting the Artazon. okay. I think it's because he doesn't want Sherman to be able to use the Artisan to his benefit to get out Charmander or GP.
Yeah, I mean, look, Kenchong has the 2 routes on the board already, so he's pretty happy with just setting it up as is. You know, the Artisan can get him future Monkey Dories, but I think it's right for him not to utilize the Artisan right now, as, you know, Sherman only has that lone GP at the start. If he places the Artisan there, it's going to be... it's going to give him an out, basically.
Yep. Kenchong's got a Screamtail and the Mew EX Repeater from the Ultra Ball, so you're going to be able to draw 3 fresh cards. But it looks like it's going to pass here, I think.
That's right, it's just going to be passed over, and I believe Sherman is going to be pretty happy with that. He uses the Nest Ball to search his deck, like he's trying to find out a Charmander here, or maybe even a Badoo if he wants to play a little bit safer.
Yep.
We don't know what other cards he has in his hand. He does have the 4 copies of Buddy Buddy Poffin there, so he can find out the smaller Pokemon if needed.
Oh, the Nest Ball, able to find any basic Pokemon, put it on your bench. You must put it on your bench, you cannot put it in your hand, right? So it looks like he's eyeing a second GP. For Sherman, his ideal board state would be like at least 3 Jocklooks on around, so you can use Jocklook's Recon
Directive.
Recon Directive, yes, thank you. Recon Directive for you to look at the top 2 cards of your deck, put 1 into your hand and put 1 under the deck. For the older players, they might remember Pidgeotto's Airmail. It is exactly the same as that, but with a cooler attack name.
Cooler attack.
Cooler ability name, yes. I think Recon Directive is much cooler than Airmail, though.
It's true. I mean, Airmail is...
It's just Airmail,
right? Regular everyday thing that you do. Recon Directive, you feel like a spy.
Yeah, and that's what... he's going for the Badoo play, like you're thinking. Might be trying to slow Kenchong down a bit because he did have double vaults. Again, I don't think he has anything else in hand besides the Mew and the Screamtail. So here comes the rescue board and a fire energy. Grace has got the energy attached to the Dragapult. Just needs the luminous energy to attack with Dragapult next later on. So the Iono play. Both players shuffle their hand, put it under the deck, then they draw cards based on how many prizes they have left. So both be drawing 6 cards, sorry.
That's right. I do want to point out that this turn for Sherman is actually really, really strong. You know, it seems like a pretty ordinary start here, but being able to hand attach an energy to the Dreepy already and having the Badoo turn lock actually sets him up for a really, really strong second turn by using the rare candy to evolve it and evolve the Dreepy into a Dragapult immediately if he needs or if he's able to find it. And, you know, that's pretty much all Sherman needs. He needs to start being really, really aggressive, right? So he wants to start taking the prizes early. He does play that Hawlucha as well, so he can also get rid of, potentially board wipe the routes next turn.
Correct. So the Hawlucha that he has, right? If he plays it down from his hand to the bench, he can put 1 damage counter onto 2 of Kenchong's Pokemon. We're going to see Badoo for the first time here. Itchy Pollen! The first Itchy Pollen of the Master Ball League on stream. Yeah, I just realized that we didn't get to see Badoo at all. So
that means we've been choosing the stream matches right.
Yeah. Okay, for Sherman, I think it would be even better if he could attach a luminous energy instead of a fire. But you get what you get. The 1 energy is still good. It's still a great start. Kenchong putting down the Artisan, which I believe he top deck, I think.
Top deck Artisan? Insane. No way. Don't say it's so.
Don't say it's so. It looks like he's eyeing the Monkey Dory here. Like we saw in the previous stream matchup. You can rewind later if you can rewatch that match to see a Gardevoir Masterclass against Raging Bolt for the game 1. Now you can see he's trying to get out another Monkey Dory. He's hoping to get Darkness Energy as well to attach onto any of these Monkey Dory. Don't see any of them. Don't see any energy at all. I assume he might go Screamtail on the bench with Mew EX and then draw 3. Let's see what he decides to do though.
Yeah, I think he is just thinking about what he needs to do. Adjusting his glasses a little bit because you know the white noise does get in the way sometimes.
That's what you're saying there. Oh, he does have a lot of hand cards. Yeah, of course the Iono, I forgot there was an Iono play that shuffled his hand back. He draws 6 no-you cards. Yes. Don't forget though, like when you riffle your deck that way, you gotta riffle it like a sufficient number of times for it to be properly randomized as well. So he's taking his time with that.
Ensuring that everything is properly randomized. We do see Psychic Energy attachment to the Monkey Dory, and it's going to be a Mind Band to get rid of the Badoo. It does buy Sherman some time as well, because of the Itchy Pollen, the item block, Kenchong was not able to use stuff like the Earthen Vessel last turn.
Yeah, and Earthen Vessel Psychic Energy some more.
Yeah.
Exactly as we thought earlier.
Earthen Vessel Psychic Energy, into a darker energy with another Psychic Energy is actually a pretty strong turn. So I'm pretty happy that Sherman would be pretty happy with the game turning out how it is going out.
Interesting. He's put on a second Charmander, so he's got a backup Charmander ready. This Charmander can evolve to Charizard, and the GBs can evolve as well if he gets a rare candy. So counter catcher is coming first though.
I do really like this deck for one reason and one reason only, right? So you have Dragapults for the early game, but you have Charizard for the late game. Let's take a moment to talk a little bit about Charizard, right? Charizard with its burning darkness attack, it's 180 base, but you're doing 30 damage more for every prize taken, right?
Yes.
So it's a very strong late game attacker. You're actually able to take 2 prize knockouts very, very quickly back to back when your opponent is down to 4 prize cards or less.
Correct. So Kenchong's Fazandipity, Mew EX, Lily's Clefairy EX are all potential Charizard EX victims later on in the game.
Not to mention that, the whole deck is pretty much weak to dark type attacks, right?
Right.
Everything except for Clefairy is weak to dark type here. So Zard is going to be able to take very, very swift KOs against Kenchong. So Kenchong needs to ensure that his board is properly set up first in order for him to survive the onslaught of attacks that Sherman can dish out.
Yep. So it looks like Sherman's Shaymin might come in handy as well here because Kenchong does play a Screamtail. We saw earlier how Screamtail, with the combination of the Mind Bend from Monkey Dory confusing opponent's Pokemon in the active spot, using the Screamtail to attack the bench in the earlier matchup. Sherman plays a Shaymin. The Shaymin has a way to block that.
Oh, we just saw a small misplay from the side of Sherman.
Oh,
no.
no.
Yeah, where he dropped the jamming tower before retreating. So
no, he is forced to discard energy to retreat.
Yeah.
Oh, he should have retreated first before playing the jamming tower. Yeah, it affects both sides of the board.
The good news is that he does have one more GP with the fire energy attached to it, so he technically has another attacker next turn. But typically for Dragapult decks, where they struggle is having energy attachments every turn, right?
Yep.
So having to discard one of those energies really does hurt him in the long run.
Yeah, so this might be, take note guys, this might be a key difference in the matchup later. Also, he didn't manage to get any Juglock out during his turn. Very, very devastating. Kenchong is just moving along here. He finally gets to play his Earthen Vessel, discarding Psychic Energy of all things as usual. Darkness Energy and a Psychic Energy coming out. Darkness Energy probably going into Monkey Dory.
Yeah.
I think I can bet my house on that.
You sure? I'll take you up on that.
If it touches somewhere else, I lose my house.
I'll take you up on that offer, but you are right. The Darkness Energy going into the Monkey Dory seems like the logical choice here. That Monkey Dory is actually filled with energies right now, but
he has that one more. He has that one more without energies on. They could probably attach it there, I think. Yeah, here we go. And okay, my house is safe.
Your house is 100% safe there. So yes.
Oh, there's the boss as well. Both players can't set up. No kill. Where are all the stage ones? This is the game where we can dub where are all the stage ones. Iono here, Sherman.
Surely we'll see a Team Evo here.
Yeah.
Surely. 100%.
He's also indirectly helping Kenchong too as well.
Look, both players are in struggle town as far as I'm concerned. We do see Arvin come out. We do see another fire energy. We did see the luminous energy as well. So the luminous energy could go on to that GP with the rescue board.
Oh, Ultra Ball. Okay, there's an Ultra Ball.
There's an Ultra Ball? Oh, we're safe, finally.
Yeah, so we will see a Juglock, but looks like no Dragapult here, no rare candy. He would love to play the Arvin though.
Yeah, but look, I think with Dragapult, at least with Sherman's side, right, he'd be happy to see the Dragapult come out because it allows him one more draw engine in the Recon Directive, right? Yeah. So you could choose to Recon Directive with the Dragapult, sorry, with the GP that you evolved, right? In this case, I would evolve the GP with the rescue board here. If you're evolving that one, that means... Okay, so what Sherman is trying to say is that he's not confident in getting the rare candy next turn.
Okay.
So he will evolve it onto the GP with the energy. However, what this does do is that sets him back a little bit, right? Because if Kenchong, for some miracle, manages to find a God of War, right, then decides to snipe out that Jackalope.
Yeah, using Screamtail, right?
Using Screamtail, yep. You are going to lose out on the energy. You're going to lose out on your evolution. Whereas if you have put it onto the GP with the rescue board, right, you're losing out on either the energy or the rescue board.
Right. Okay, he used Recon Directive. He could choose between a Luminous Energy and an Unfair Stamp. He decided to take the Luminous Energy.
But that means he has 2 Luminous Energies in his hand, eh?
You can attach it to Monkey Dory and pass. Okay. So at least he has a stage 1 though.
And look, there's no rush, right? If you attach, this is the perfect turn to attach the damage onto the Monkey Dory, because this means, this is challenging Kenchong. He's like, look, if you want to put 3 damage counters on my Pokemon, I'm going to shift it right back at you.
Yep.
You're going to have a little bit of monkey games,
Monkey games here instead.
Beach balls with the energy deck counters on it.
Adrenaline left, right, and center. Okay, I would like to ask, right, especially for a newbie player, you see your opponent not setting up as well as you, right? But you have an INO. Would you play it?
That's a rough call, right? I mean, eventually you need to find ways to get back into the game, And the thing is that Sherman does have a draw engine. So with Sherman having a draw engine, it would be more likely for him to be able to, into his draw engine so they can continually draw.
Okay, yeah. And that's why he just went for it anyway, hoping that he could set up well and maybe go a little bit faster than Kenchong.
I mean, look, the inverse is true as well, right? If Kenchong had drawn the Iono, then the Iono was played there, he probably would have played it.
Yeah, yeah.
And so if he drew the Iono, he would definitely play it because his hand is stuck, right? So sometimes if you have no choice, you have to play the cards like Iono when it's needed, right?
Correct.
To unstuck yourself.
Okay, so here comes the Gardevoir EX, so Kenchong getting one step ahead. As you're saying, could he be able to take out the Jucklock in the bench? Earthen Vessel getting another Darkness Energy and Psychic Energy. Let's see, I think the Darkness is probably going to go on to that second Monkey Dory, I think.
Yeah, likely. But hey, look, I want to take this time to also just invite anyone who is in Singapore. We're here at Suntec City today with the in the Hall 405 in the exhibition hall, where you see many areas of Pokemon happening. We have 3v3 tournaments happening here. We've got the VGC Master Ball League happening as well. Juniors have just finished a game. Seniors are currently undergoing their finals, and of course we have the highlight of the day, the Masters Master Ball Division.
And the 3v3 is actually open to anybody.
That's right.
Right, so please come over and play. It's free.
It's free.
And,
free?
Yeah, it's free. each participant gets a pack, and the winner, the winning team, gets an extra pack.
There we go. Pack farming. Count me in after this.
Maybe after this. Maybe after this match, if we have time. If we have time.
All right. So let's take a look back at the match. We see Kenchong putting that one energy, the darkness energy, onto the Monkey Dory, so that he can attack with the Monkey Dory. We also see the Gardevoir being able to shoot.
Here he comes.
Right. It's not the Monkey Dory. It's the Scream. It's going to have 2. He needs
one more, right?
No. 2 is fine because he's going to do 80 damage and he's going to shift damage
with Monkey Dory
onto this Dracloak.
Oh, now Sherman is one step behind now because he's lost. He's going to lose a Juckloak with an energy, in fact.
And this is what I was talking about, right? When you diversify your damage counters, when you diversify your resources a little bit more, right? You have energy. If you have energy on the other GP or the Dracloak on the other one, you're forcing the opponent to decide, okay, do I choose between the Dracloak or do I choose between the energy?
Yep. Okay, so going to pick up one prize here. Judges just making sure that Kenchong just marks which Monkey Dory used which ability so that we all remember. Even us here at the casting table, so we can help us remember. Luminous Energy in Sherman's hand, but he's lost his one Juckloak with energy. Very tough for him now here.
Yeah, keep in mind, I think if he had attached the energy to the other GP and evolved the Dracloak, and if Kenchong chooses to knock out the GP with the energy, at least Sherman has a draw engine.
Yep.
Right, but now he's got nothing. He's starting from zero, from scratch here.
Alvin play coming up, I think.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is the perfect time to use Arvin into an unfair snap, right? Unfair snap here will at least force Kenchong to work with the 2-card hand. And in this version of Gardevoir, unless you're drawing into Iono or Research, there's no way that you can draw more cards.
Yep. Okay, he's going to get a Rare Candy, I think. He's eyeing a Rare Candy, Team Evo. So he may have a Charizard or Dragapult in hand, I think.
He wants to go on the offensive. I mean, he has to.
Yeah, he's really behind. Here comes Charizard. Charizard going to use his ability now. Search for 3-5 energy. I didn't see enough. Okay, I see 1 now. Remember, he discarded 2 earlier already. Okay, there has 1 more. Okay, so he has 2 at least. So enough for Charizard to attack.
Yeah, I think those are the only 2 energies because you also like to attach an energy to your GP if you could this turn.
Yep.
But now Sherman's almost playing a pure Zard deck instead of a Zard Pulse deck because he's not able to actually set up the Pulse, right?
Yes. And I don't think he's going to play the TM Evo. Maybe he's going to go on aggressive because he's got a Boss's Orders. Is it? Oh, they can't use it now because he plays Supporter this turn. He's attaching the Luminous Energy onto Charmander. Oof.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's a little bit of a desperate play because he knows that all the energies are inside the discard pile right now, and he needs a Super Rod. But look, I would have very much liked to attach the Luminous Energy onto that GP, but once again, the player knows his deck a little bit more than we do. But yeah, look, I thought maybe he prized the Super Rod, but it seems like he hasn't prized the Super Rod, so that's fine.
So he is stable. He hasn't paid his card yet, but he's running out of options here. Kenchong should be able to knock out this Char. I don't think he'll be able to knock out this Charizard, right?
No, unless he's able to do some shenanigans with Drifloon as well as a Bravery Charm.
Gonna need a lot though.
He does use Research though, so Research is going to be able to get him 7 fresh cards from his deck. You discard your whole hand, you get 7 cards in your deck.
Yep, so showing that you got 7 cards, so he picked up only 7 cards.
And he gets a
Buddy Poffin, Kirlia as well. I see another Research and another Valtz. Okay, no Drifloons.
Yeah, nothing significant for him to get. I mean, the Buddy Poffin is able to get him the Drifloon if he needs to.
Right.
But the question is whether he has enough energies in the discard pile.
Correct,
Because you have to keep in mind that I think there was 2 psychic energies attached to this Monkey Dory.
Yeah.
So even if he does retreat, he is only going to put 1 psychic energy into the discard pile instead of 2.
It's so painful though. That 2 psychic energy has been stuck on that Monkey Dory for like so long, like since the beginning of the game. And now he's going to try to confuse to buy some turns.
Yep, it's just going to be a mind ban.
Can Sherman do the henna?
Can Sherman flip heads?
Yeah, flip heads. If he can flip heads and take a knockout on Kenchong, he takes another prize card, making them both tied on prizes picked up. Because now Sherman is at 5 prizes left, Kenchong with 4 prizes remaining.
This is a very, very slow game in comparison to our previous few games
Both
here.
players are thinking very hard. I think it's also because that again they're both evolution decks in hindsight they're both evolution decks, and they're both not setting up very well. That's another thing. No stage 1s for like multiple turns.
Yeah, look, we have 32 minutes left on the clock. It's 18 minutes of just passing.
Okay, he's gonna go for. Is he gonna go for it now? He's gonna use Boss's orders on the Gardevoir EX. Okay, you're gonna use Monkey Dory here to Adrena Brain, move damage onto Gardevoir. Okay,
because he's not gonna.
He's trying
to clear
damage. He just want to give Kenchong a way to move damage back to him again.
It's heads!
Oh! It seems that if you're on stream and you flip a coin for
confusion specifically,
you will flip heads.
Yeah, exactly. It's as if you have festive grounds, on the field all the time.
It's as if that Mind Bend attack doesn't really work at all.
What's Mind Bend?
What's a Mind Bend indeed?
What's a Mind Bend? So now without Gardevoir, how bad is this for Kenchong?
It's going to be tough. But he has a Kirlia though, and he's going to put down another Vault. So looks like it's going to be another Mind Bend, I think. But Sherman with 3 prizes remaining. Sherman's best turn next turn maybe to take out the Fazendipity.
Yeah, Fazendipity is going to hamper the draw power from the script ability from Kenchong's side, but I also wouldn't mind attacking the Curlier, right? If you attack the Curlier, or if it maybe evolves into Gardevoir this turn, that may be the nail in the coffin for Kenchong, because Sherman is at 3 prizes right now.
I believe that Curlier just came out this turn. Yeah. So
no, I think it was at the bench. But anyways, no more speculating.
Let's see the Ino. We'll see what he gets from an Ino here. Kenchong will draw 4 cards, Sherman will draw 3 cards.
Yep. So
let's see. 1, 2, 3 on that side. On the purple side, 4 cards. TM Evolution. He doesn't want to evolve anything here. Oh, he could evolve it to Gardevoir with TM Evolution.
Yeah, he could. If he gets a TM Evo here, I may actually do that play. I'll put a TM Evolution. I have it set up another Curlier.
Yep.
As well as get my Gardevoir. Like, why not?
Yep. He does have a Night Stretcher as well. So if he didn't use the Night Stretcher here, then he probably wouldn't have to. Okay, he has the Gardevoir EX is also in hand.
So he can't use TM Evo then. But he can just straight up evolve, I think, the Curlier into Gardevoir. But because he has a full bench as well, he's not able to use any other attackers, right?
Yes, he only has his Mind Bend.
Yeah, because it's gonna be Mind Bend. Yeah, he's
Mind
got 3
Bend
Monkey
60, I
Dories
think.
already. He's overbenched.
Okay, he's gonna go Secret Box here. He's already eyeing the 3 cards he wants to discard. Let's see what he's gonna choose.
How secretive it is. How
secret is it gonna be, right?
How secret is the secret box?
He wants to bump that jamming tower as well, I think, if he could.
Yeah, because you see Jamming Tower, and this is the consequence of playing Jamming Tower early, you're not actually able to take any KOs with Jamming Tower. For the players wondering, oh, how can he take a knockout with Jamming Tower?
Yeah.
Very simple. If you overcharge energies onto either your Scream Tail or your opponent's Scream Tail or Drifloon, right, and the damage exceeds the HP that Scream Tail or Drifloon has. Putting a Jamming Tower there actually knocks out that Pokemon because the Bravery Charm is not in effect.
Then the HP returns back to normal, and that's a knockout right there.
That's
Free
right.
price. It even announced an attack. So let's see what are the cards he's going to choose for Secret Box. So Secret Box, you declare 3 cards from your hand. You can pick out 1 supporter, 1 tool, 1 item, and 1 stadium card. So Artisan, I think, was going to be one of them if he still has 1 more in the deck. I think that's Super Rod.
He is eyeing the Super Rod. He is eyeing the Iono. And
Super Rod, Iono,
he does not have the
Evolution.
Stadium,
No,
so that means Bravery
Artisan.
Charm actually not being able to take into effect this turn. I don't think it's going to be too big of a problem because, as I mentioned, he's overbenched already, so there's no way for him to actually bench either the Scream Tail or the Drifloon. And as a God of War player, this is one of the more important skills, right? Knowing when to fill up your bench or leaving one bench space open.
Yep. Sherman's hand looks a bit bad though. I see a Buddy Poffin, a GP, and a Luminous Energy. It's going to be all on the top deck right now after this.
Yeah, so we see Kenchong just you attach to the to a fresh Monkey Dory in the front, and then he's just going to Mind Bend yet again. So that damage is slowly starting to chip away.
Yep.
It's going to be, I think, 120.
He's under 40,
140
now,
right now because he shifted 20 from the Adrenaline Brain earlier. So
that's 330 minus 140. That's a lot of numbers. 190 HP, right?
Nice, quick math, quick math.
Here goes the Buddy Poffin. GP? Why is it just GP in hand though?
That's the Gym Stamp promo, Buddy.
Again, a participation prize for joining our local gym shops.
Exactly. It's promos which you can only get within Southeast Asia. So you've got Singapore having them, Philippines having them, Malaysia having them, as well as Hong Kong, at least the English side of things.
Correct. So each player, if you join a gym tournament, each player will receive a random pack of 3 promo cards.
That's right.
One of them is Buddy Poffin right here.
Indeed. Sherman probably filtering out his last GP here, choosing not to overbench at least, if he had more Stage 1 Pokemons there.
He's keeping that slot there. Imagine if he had the Shaman though in the first turn. If he would have protected that Jocklock.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was another small misplay because the Artisan was up earlier before he used the Jamming Tower, and I don't think he used it to get the Shaman out. If he had gotten the Shaman out there, his bench would have been safe. He wouldn't be in this kind of predicament. In fact, I think I would say Sherman would be in a way more commanding position.
Correct. So he just went for knockout. He got flipped hits again.
No. He flipped Tails this time.
Okay.
Yeah, he flipped Tails this time, so he hit himself in confusion. So it is.
But the Monkey Dory got knocked out, right?
Oh, sorry. It was a hit. Sorry,
Yes.
I'm
Remember, the stream allows you to flip hits.
That is
the power of the stream. The power of the stream.
We have not yet seen a Tails confusion flip just yet.
Wow.
5 in a row? 6 in a row?
This is
in a row?
the fifth or sixth in a row.
Fifth in a row.
Got 3 from Hannah.
Yeah. And then two from Sherman.
2 from Sherman right here.
I think we need to start a hits counter.
Confusion hits count.
Confusion hits count.
Confusion flips.
That's right.
Right now we're on 5. Arvin taking up the Bravery Charm and the Buddy Poffin. Again, the Jamming Tower is in effect so that Bravery Charm will not add HP. But it's getting out of the deck. Again, thinning is winning. By getting out of the deck, you will not be drawing it out later via Iono or research or whatnot. Buddy Poffin going to get another...
I'm expecting to see the
Drifloon
Drifloon here. The Drifloon has to
it's going to be
drop down
Drifloon, right?
here.
Yeah, it's going to be Drifloon. I think it has enough damage already to be knocked out, I think.
140 means 190. 190 means it needs 7 damage counters on it.
Oh, that's not enough, right? That's just not enough.
So you need the Bravery Charm to go onto this Drifloon. But what you can do
he needs
is
Adrenaline Brain, right?
Yes, correct. So you can attach just 3 Psychic Energies onto the Drifloon, and then you can use Adrenaline Brain to shift 30 damage counters away from another Pokemon onto the Charizard. Alternatively, what Kenchong can do as well is... Oh, there we go. He shifted the damage already.
Yeah.
If not, what I was going to say is that he could just attack into the Charizard and just leave it as is for now.
Okay, Kenchong is just doing things very fast. The Gardevoir didn't retreat for free. It used its ability to attach energy first, retreat. So he already had 4 damage counters on it. Then he transferred the damage over using Monkey Dory's Adrenaline Brain. So here comes Drifloon's okay, got 6 damage counters here. Balloon Blast! It is a balloon. By the way, do you know that it picks up lost children and it just disappears with it?
yeah. That's Pokemon lore can turn pretty dark sometimes.
Yeah.
But you know what else is dark?
Charizard EX?
Yeah, but Sherman losing his only attacker So things may not seem super super green or super good for the side of Sherman right now. He needs to be able to take out this Drifloon.
Okay, here's the Professor's research in hand. I think he's going to attach the... Oh, he's going to go for... He's going to attach the Luminous Energy onto Monkey Dory?
So Luminous Energies don't stack, by the way.
Right, so the Luminous Energy attached together, it's colorless, right?
Colorless. Both of them are colorless, right? Because Luminous Energy only works if the special energy... if it's the only special energy attached to that Pokemon.
Yep. Here comes the Recon Directive. He sees the Fazan. I would definitely take the Fazan. Fazan going down, going to flip the script to draw 3, I think.
No, it's going to be the research, right? If you have the research, you use the research first, but he chooses not to.
He already used it already. He used the research.
I am completely blind.
Yeah, because he goes to a full hand of cards. Yeah, more than, like, I think 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 cards. But no attacker. And I hope he knows that he can't use Mind Bend here.
Yeah, I mean, if he had attached a Fire Energy, he would be able to do so. But I don't even think I haven't seen the Super Rod just yet. So it may just be a pass here.
It just could be a game of nerves, attaching that Luminous Energy onto the... I think they want to lose it as well, maybe, because he wanted the research.
But you could have attached it onto the Dracloak at the back, no?
Yeah, it could have just attached, because there's no point attaching it to the front anyway, right? There's no difference. Because now you attach it, you can't even attack anyway.
The only thing that I can think of is if you attach the Luminous Energy in the front because you want to use it to retreat.
Right.
That way you're still keeping the one Luminous Energy on top of the Monkey Dory so that you can Adrenaline Blame for future turns. But this is looking very rough for the side of Sherman here. Sherman unable to take a knockout onto Kenchong's Drifloon only having 10 HP. What would have been crucial is for Sherman to have taken the Night Stretcher so he can Night Stretcher back to Badoo, because Badoo can take a knockout onto the Drifloon and item lock Kenchong.
Exactly as you thought. He's using that energy as a retreat pivot. He's going to set up a GP and probably pass here. All Kenchong needs is to knock out that Fazan EX on the bench to win. Two prizes on both sides. The game has just flipped so many times.
I mean, this is Gardevoir for you. Gardevoir is a comeback deck, right? And the thing is that look at the timer. It is less than 22 minutes left, and this is only game 1.
Does he have the boss's orders? It still won't be. It will really be enough to knock out the Fazan though.
No, he needs to get rid of the Jamming Tower and put a Bravery Charm there so that he can put enough damage onto the Drifloon, unless he's got enough energies in his discard pile and he's able to put 2 energies on any Pokemon so that he can Adrenaline Brain, boss, and then take a knockout onto that Pheasantipity. If not, he can actually play it slightly slower. He can just boss out the Pheasantipity, hit it for 180, and then wait for next turn as well.
To go for knockout with the Adrenaline Brain. Okay,
because you've already got the damage counters onto that Drifloon, right?
Yes.
And even if the Drifloon does get knocked out in the next turn, right, then he can just use the energies to attach it to another Pokemon.
Okay, he's just showing earlier that he used the Ultra Ball to pick up the killer, so the killer didn't just evolve via Ultra Ball, right? He put it with his hand first. So Super Ball is going to take Screamtail, Monkey Dory as well.
This game is actually super close because, if Kenchong is not able to win this turn, I guess it's still hard for Sherman.
Yeah, he needs a Super Rod to get back some Fire Energies back to his deck. He's just missing that right now.
Yeah, and with this Iono, he's going to bring both players down to 2 cards. This game is not just over yet.
Okay, let's see the 2 cards. Does it help Sherman? Sherman drew to an unfair stamp. I think if this GP gets knocked out and not the Fazan, there might be a chance for Sherman. There might be a chance.
Yeah, but if I was Kenchong here, there's no way. There's no way I would take a knockout here.
Yeah, you don't take a knockout. You don't want, because you already see a Fazan on Sherman's board. You don't want him to be able to draw 3 cards.
Yep, that's right. So you would just honestly pass. I think passing is the right play here. As we've seen in the recent NA.
Yeah, this is it. This is the moment. Kenchong pass.
Yeah,
will he pass though?
We'll see what he decides to do. I mean,
will he take a knockout? Will he pass
as well? Taking a knockout here isn't the smartest thing to do. Kenchong is a veteran player, so if anything, Kenchong will know
to pass, right?
What to do here?
Okay, he's going for retreat.
Retreat.
He's thinking about it. Retreat? Yes. No. Yes, he's retreating. Discarded 1 energy to retreat, and now he's considering who to bring up to the active spot. One of his Monkey Dories, maybe?
You see, because the thing is, if he puts the Monkey Dory in the front, right, and he just chooses the Mind Bend, you can do 60 damage onto the GP without taking a knockout, but you're setting up for a 3-prize turn next turn, right?
Yes, you're doing that 60 damage. 10 HP left on GP.
And then you can just Adrenaline Brain to take the one prize, and then you can just take another one prize later. But he Adrenaline Brains to the back Charmander first. He wants to kick a knockout onto that Charm. He wants to win next turn, right? So you can just Adrenaline Brain to the Charmander to take one prize, and then you use Mind Bend to take a knockout onto that GP. What does Sherman get? Sherman.
Oh, the Shamey has finally appeared. A little too late, though. A little too late. But again, this is even better than pass. Setting up damage counters on Sherman's board to take a double knockout next turn.
That is true. Sherman does have the Arven in hand, but I don't think Arven can get him any pieces to get out of things because he's not playing Neo Upper Energy.
Yes.
Like the like the now popularized
version of Dragapult.
That's right. You know, so there is no way for him to take energies. But what he can do is evolve. If he evolves, if he manages to use Rare Candy onto the front GP, at least he can save that one prize or evolve his Charmander into Charmeleon.
Yes.
Because the Charmeleon that he's playing has 100 HP, right? So 100 HP will leave the Charmeleon left with 40 damage. So Kenchong would need to use Adrenaline Brain twice in order to take a knockout onto the back Charmeleon if he does evolve it.
Yes, the Charmeleon, right. So Arven, he's going to take the Arven anyway. He's just eyeing down to see what he can grab. TM Evolution is his choice. And an Ultra Ball, okay. Ultra Ball coming up, I think. Discarding the TM Evolution and the Counter Catcher. Yeah, both players are on 2 prizes anyway. Is the Pokemon going to pick now?
I mean, I'm guessing he has a Rare Candy hand, right? Because if not, there's no way that you just do a play like this. Unless, like I mentioned before, you just get the Charmeleon, you play a little bit slower.
Yeah.
I mean, the time is ticking rapidly. Players do not have a lot of time, and as we mentioned before, these are 2 stage 2 decks. They take up a lot of time to just get started.
Right, and
this is the downside of it.
And take note that if in game 2, right? If we do go into game 2, and players and neither player has 2 or fewer cards prize remaining, the winner of game 1 will win the match.
But we're not even in game 2, we're in game 1 right now.
Yeah, we're still in game 1 though. I may be thinking too far ahead. Okay, here comes the Dragapult has evolved to the bench and he's passing. Sherman evolved the Juglok on the bench and passed. So Kencho can win the round this match.
Yeah, Sherman just groups.
Sherman gets over because Kencho can just get energy from the discard pile, get damage counters on, and it's over. Kencho takes game 1. Is there enough time for Sherman to take game 2 though?
I mean, unless it's a donk, it's going to be extremely hard. They need to play really, really, really quickly, you know. Sherman here, I wonder if he knows what's the... if he's familiar with the time called rules.
Yeah,
here.
Everyone should be familiar. Everyone was given the same paper that we have, that briefing. So hopefully he knows that he should be praying for a donk, maybe, or hopefully the catcher couldn't set up very well. We'll see what happens in game 2 though. We'll see what happens in game 2.
Yeah,
again,
keep in mind, you know, players here have 50 minutes only for a best of 3. So it's not like TPCI where I think you guys have 55 minutes for BO3.
That's what 20. So they played for nearly like 25 minutes of that one round of match, man.
And this is God of War for you.
Yeah, taking that game from behind, slow but steady, and winning the match out of nowhere. Again, looks like we're seeing the first mulligan on stream.
Oh, there we go.
Finally. I mean, I don't want to see a mulligan though, to be honest. Again, mulligan. For players who've not played a Pokemon card game before, if a player doesn't have a basic Pokemon at the start of your first 7 hand cards, you need to shuffle your hand back into the deck and draw a fresh hand of 7 cards. You keep doing so until you get a basic Pokemon. For every time you mulligan, your opponent can draw a card. So setting up the prizes now. Kencho's putting up his prizes here because he's already got a basic Pokemon set up. One of the Monkey Dories is in the prize. His one and only Screamtail is in the prize. That could be a game changer later on. One Research, one Arven, and one Artisan. Yeah, both with the letter A. Got a little bit confused.
Artisan?
Arven. Sherman's prizes now. Sherman's got his basic Pokemon, so it looks like Kencho probably got only one mulligan here. One Dragapult again falls in the prize. Oh, Juglok goes in the prize as well. But he does play 4 copies though, so not too bad. One of the Luminous Energy as well is in the prize, so we only have 3 to access with. That one and only Rescue Board is in the prize. That could also be key if he has a Pokemon that he doesn't want in the active spot. He will want to retrieve it with the Rescue Board. He does play 1 switch though, so there's always that. Kenchong will be starting first here. Sherman again as the loser will be able to select who goes first because he wants Kenchong to go first so he can have a blazing start with TM Evolution if he could. Kenchong has triple vault start, 1 energy and pass. Sherman's going his first turn now, going second. Buddy Poffin searching for our favorite Budew and the Charmander to the bench.
Look, I want to call out the Psychic Energy attachment in front. Is actually really smart. He's actually preparing for the Budew to come up, because if the Budew comes up, Kenchong can just use Psyshock to take a knockout, because Psyshock does 30 damage for 2 energies.
We've seen that Psyshock attack Raging Bolt earlier to try and to whittle it down. And now we're going to see take out this annoying Budew, which will item lock him next turn.
Annoying? I love Budew. What do you mean?
If Sherman can retreat though, we don't know if he has energy to retreat. Or a switch, because we know that the rescue board is in the prize.
Yeah, so I think he is hoping, seeking for the rescue board, but you know, I think he realizes he doesn't have that, so he's trying to look for alternate
discarding the
options
Dragapult. He has discarded the Dragapult. Does he know?
And he only plays 1 copy of Night Stretcher as well.
Yeah.
So he may be in for a world of hurt. If
he knows, right? He played Buddy Poffin earlier.
Surely.
Surely, right? Maybe he has a you know that he has that Night Stretcher. Oh, he has a switch. He has a switch in hand.
Yeah, no, and he's probably like, hey, look, I can just get
it back. He has a switch, but he opted to use the Luminous NG attachment to the Monkey Dory, retreat, and then hit with Budew. Okay. He knows that he has 1 Luminous Energy in the prize as well, right? I mean, it's the nerves, maybe. It could be the nerves. He maybe has something we have in... He has something in my... Hey, he's showing that Dracloak, I think. You need to like cover that up. Yeah, cover that up. The Ultra Ball earlier. Yeah,
yes, that's right. So that's completely fine. But yeah, with this, it's just going to be Itchy Pollen, and it's going to go back to the side of Kenchong. Kenchong here, going to be pretty happy with that. The 1 energy attachment to the routes was planned. Oh, we saw so that was the Iono from Sherman, I believe.
Iono from Kenchong.
Oh, Kenchong, sorry.
Yeah, Iono from Kenchong. So can't play items this turn, Kenchong, but he can play supporters again. That's what Brian was saying earlier. Supporter heavy decks are now more favored in this meta right now.
And look, Kenchong managed to draw that Psychic Energy off the Iono as well, so we're definitely going to see a Psyshock knockout, I believe, from this turn. Or not.
Or not! Okay! He's going to retreat and send the Monkey Dory with Psychic Energy and pass.
You're lucky I didn't bet my house on that.
Oh my god, yeah, I was hoping that you would so I could call you out this time.
All right, so back over to Sherman. Sherman is playing that Arven here. Arven likely going to find, I think, something like a Charizard maybe, like a Ultra Ball.
Yeah, so I still going to take the TM Evolution here. But would you TM Evolution this turn or continue the Itchy Pollen item lock?
I think Itchy Pollen item lock, right? Surely. I mean, you see your opponent play Iono and then play a board state like that. I'm not convinced that there's anything more that Kenchong can do with his board, so I would just set up happily and just continue to item lock, because you know that he can't really play the game under an item lock if the previous turn Kenchong didn't do a thing.
Sherman now has a very, very good board here with 2 Charmanders, 2 GPs, and 1 Monkey Dory. Exactly what he needs. I think he's contemplating whether to use the TM Evolution. Shouldn't be. He's going to retreat. He's going to retreat Budew, send Charmander out, and probably use TM Evolution here. Oh, he's got a rare candy, but I don't see a Zard though. That's interesting.
He decides to...
Right, so the Budew also has free retreat costs. Yeah, so that's why he can retreat for free without using an energy card. Here comes the TM Evolution. So he's going to go for TM Evo play. This will open up Kenchong's Ultra Ball for next turn. He's already eyeing it though. He's happy. I can see he's holding that card tightly. He's going to play it out immediately after this. Here comes the TM Evolution, evolving the 2 Dracloaks and passing now.
Yeah, look, I think Kenchong is playing this game very smartly, right? He is forcing his opponent to play into doing plays like this because of his board state and of his game state, right? He's 1 game ahead. So he's happy to just play this as long as possible. Sherman, choosing to use TM Evo instead of Itchy Pollen here is likely also a cause of that, because he needs to win this game. Yep. If he doesn't win this game, Kenchong immediately wins.
Yes, correct.
So I think Sherman's just trying to accelerate his board as fast as he can so that he can just try to do multiple Phantom Dives in order to board wipe Kenchong's side.
Yeah, because again, the time call rules, right? So again, if either player has 2 or fewer prizes remaining, if either player has fewer prizes remaining than your opponent, that player will win the match. If both players say no prizes remaining is different. So yeah, maybe he's trying to rush to try and like make it to a tie, probably. And then go for a tiebreaker instead. Here comes the TM Evolution.
Here comes
the
the
research first,
sorry.
right? Research first.
So he's using research to find potentially a Curlier, because if he finds a Curlier, TM Evolution does just evolve the Curlier into a Gardevoir, right?
Yep.
So you have a Gardevoir ready to go immediately, and don't have to worry too much about it. We do see Earthen Vessel being played right now. Kenchong going to be very happy with that. The Darkness Energies as well as the Psychic Energy being found from the deck. Psychic Energy going to go onto that Monkey Dory. And we're just gonna likely see
the Darkness Energy going on right now, is it?
Yeah.
No, we're gonna Monkey Dory one more Earthen Vessel Psychic Energy again. Yes, yes, definitely. You gotta get those Psychic Energy to the discard pile, man. One more Psychic, one more Darkness, I think. Unless there's no more left. There's one more, right? There we go.
That is everything that Kenchong needs right now. His deck is very thin.
Darkness Energy going on. Attached to the Monkey Dory on the bench. And here comes the TM Evolution onto the 2 Kirlias.
He chose the 2 undamaged
to become Kirlia. To evolve into Kirlia. It's 1, right? Yep.
Oh, no, he chose the damage Curlier.
Okay.
The damage roll, interesting.
Interesting. So here comes the 2 Kirlias as well. So they only place these 2 Kirlias. Kenchong slowly climbing back here.
Yeah, I think Kenchong is in a fine state right now, given that there's only 7 minutes and 47 seconds left on the clock.
Yes, and he has the advantage for sure. Sherman immediately going for double recon directive. Quickly looking at the top 4 cards of his deck already to pick up 2. Each time looking at 2 cards to pick 1.
Yes, Airmail, as you've said before, the ability to just see the top 2 cards and select which 2 cards you want is incredibly strong. We do see Sherman throwing away a rare candy.
That means he has 1 more in hand, is it?
Yeah, he plays 2, so we do see two rare candies being played right now, but that means that he doesn't have any other method of coming back. You know, we do see an energy attachment to the front Charizard, and we see 1 more being attached to the back Charmander, with 1 also being attached to the Dragloak. So Phantom Dive will be online next turn if he's able to find that Luminous Energy. But Sherman, you need to play a little bit faster, my dude.
Yeah, there's only 7 minutes left on the clock for him to try and turn this game around. It's going to be very tough. I see the nice stretcher in hand though, so he can get a Dragapult online if he wants to.
That is 100% correct.
So Charizard's going to take a knockout this turn. Iono first. Try this up Kenchong's hand. Okay. But both players will be drawing 6 cards though.
Just a thought, right? Would you have a Night Stretcher to evolve the Dracloak with the energy first?
Yeah.
Knowing that you only have 1 Dragapult.
Yeah, for sure. If you really price check and you know there's only 1 left, right? I wouldn't take this gamble. Because you also only play only 1 Night Stretcher. And now if you need the Dragapult next turn, it's going to be very tough. Unless you somehow draw into Super Rod and then play an Ultra Ball. But in this case, he's getting the Ultra Ball out now. I don't know what he's going to take from here. Charmeleon? Doesn't play Charmeleon though. So he just play 1 Charmeleon, sorry. 1 Charmeleon. And that 1 Charmeleon is gonna evolve the Charmander on the bench. So he will have a Charizard backup next turn.
Yep, so Sherman is as well as fully set up, but he only has 5 minutes and 44 seconds to play this game, and honestly, Kenchong is going to take that long.
Yeah, he's going to take his time.
He's going to be pretty happy with taking his time to make his decisions, and you know, it's not slow play.
Nope.
He has to make the right decisions.
Correct. With the amount of time allotted, of course. Okay, so it's going to be a Valtz pushed to the active spot. Secret box in hand. Rare candy in hand. Rare candy Guardy. Rare candy. Gardevoir coming up the active spot here. And not on the bench. He's going to try to add some damage counters onto this Gardevoir. Here comes the Super Rod. Going to take back a Monkey Dory.
Yeah, so right now, Kenchong is playing the last few minutes of his turn right now. He is ensuring that his deck is very well randomized.
Yeah. Seven refill shuffles I would usually do, or 8. Well, how many do you usually do?
7 is the golden number, as you have taught me. We do see
Artisan, okay, and research. To say they're going to play a secret box. Alright, secret box is going to discard pile. This really has everything he needs on the board. Gardevoir out maybe so you can attach energy from this card pile to retreat, get some damage counters on it, then use Adrena Brain. Maybe?
Yeah.
I see Lily's got Fairy in his hand. That's one Pokemon that's not darkness weak, without a darkness type weakness.
Yeah, so Kenchong here now using the Artisan as well. Just making sure that I probably was looking for, I think, the Screen Tail, but the Screen Tail is in the prizes right now. So maybe looking for the Drifloon instead. Either that or he's just not going to bench anything. Right now, I think
it comes a third Monkey Dory.
Second, no?
Oh yeah, second Monkey Dory, because the one got knocked out by the Charizard.
Just going through his deck one more time.
He's taken 2 minutes of 2 minutes of his turn here. And just eyeing out, see if he's missing anything. Just making sure. What is he going to attack with this turn? Monkey Dory for another Mind Bend?
Yeah, look, I mean, if I was Kenchong here, right, I would just attack with Mind Bend. I mean, the game is basically yours at this point.
Yep.
Right, so you just do the retreat, but you need to put the damage counters, Kenchong.
Yeah, I'm going to put damage counters slowly. Yeah, 4 damage counters there because you attach 2 from your discard pile. And go to the motion so that players that don't play this game often get to see how this game works.
Yep, and then you just hatch
Darkness Energy to the active Monkey Dory, right? Because there's only one, right? Because the bench already has one already. Yes,
energy, that's right, and it's just gonna be shifting the damagers over to the Charizard, and then you would shift. Yeah, and you just Mind Bend.
Yep, so 60, and there's 100 damage total on the Charizard EX.
Yep.
Here comes the first Recon Directive. Charizard picked up. One more Recon Directive. Buddy Poffin or Jamming Tower. Jamming Tower, I think, in this case. Yep, Jamming Tower is going to go to the hand. Jamming Tower shut off Kenchong's Bravery Charm. If he plays it. So Charizard's coming out here. Evolve from Charmeleon last turn.
Trying to thin out the deck as much as possible.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, trying to thin out the deck as much as possible. Wow, no more energy and he evolved the Charizard as well. That seems a bit panicky.
Because he has a Luminous Energy in hand.
He has also a Fire Energy attached there. We do see the Jamming Tower dropping down now.
Is he going to flip a coin?
Or, you can just take the safer option and
retreat,
just
right?
Retreat, right? If you retreat, take the knockout on this Gardevoir. I don't think you have enough time, but you definitely will be able to take 2 prizes here.
Yes.
So we just do see the swing happen.
He just needs 1 more prize now, I think. He just needs 1 more prize. It all depends on Kenchong's turn here, though. So Kenchong sends up the Kirlia to the active spot. I see the Drifloon in hand too, but again, there's the Jamming Tower, though. So let's see how it goes. So Ultra Ball first. Yes, Ultra Ball. Okay, Ultra Ball coming out to try and evolve this Kirlia into Gardevoir, I think.
So this is important, Nick. If Sherman here has this prize lead and Kenchong is not able to close the prize lead, Sherman is going to win this game and it is going to go into a tiebreaker.
So Sherman does know the tiebreaker rules here. So Gardevoir coming out with the Ultra Ball. Kenchong needs to I don't know if he can chase prizes here. He won't be able to knock out. He won't be able to knock out this Charizard. He can take 1 prize from Budew using Adrena Brain, but I don't think he can find another 2 more prizes to try and tie it up.
Yeah, because he needs the Drifloon and he needs the Bravery Charm as well.
Also possible though that if he doesn't, if the time ends, but if the time ends on Kenchong's turn because he went first,
then Sherman gets 1 more turn. Yep.
So the advantage is back on Sherman's side.
The advantage is back on Sherman's side, but it's going to be very interesting to see what the players can do from in the tiebreaker rules. But we're not there yet.
Yeah.
We're still in this game.
We're speculating here. Iono first. Sherman will draw 3 cards. Sherman drew into the Unfair Stamp, Luminous Energy, and a Shamin. Thank you, Sherman, for showing your hand. Kenchong going to get 6 new cards because he hasn't taken a single prize card yet.
Oh, but we do see the Unfair Stamp there as well. Unfair Stamp is going to be able to be played next turn if
Kenchong even takes a knockout, because likely he might have to just force to use a Mind Bend again.
Hey, Mind Bend is a legitimate attack here.
Yeah, and he forced Sherman to discard those 2 Fire Energy from the previous Charizard EX.
So we will see Kenchong is just doing
some
calculations.
Some mind calculation, but the time has run out. There's probably a couple of seconds difference from our screen here to the table, but we'll probably see the judges call them out soon.
Yeah, and it's, I mean, as we said, it's just going to be a simple Mind Bend after some Adrena Brains. We'll see that put onto I think the Charizard, to be honest.
To confuse it.
Yep, and then it's just going to be a Mind Bend.
Mind Bend? Yes. Yes, Mind Bend. Sherman's decision not to play the switch and turn 1 could be the game changer here if he can get the switch. But okay, we can't play the unfair stem though, so let's see.
So we have
They already drew
Luminous
on
Energy.
to that research?
Luminous Energy. Which can be
last
attached
card?
to the Dracloak, I believe.
Yeah.
Or the Monkey Dory. Monkey Dory actually is not too bad of a
Okay,
play.
not too bad. It's gonna go for a Dracloak. Gonna go for Dracloak, it looks like. Okay, so if Sherman takes a knockout here, it's gonna be over, right?
I believe so, but I believe time has also been called at this point in time. So I think there will not be. I think we'll just go into a tiebreaker match.
Okay, let's see. Another recon directive. Or is that the first recon directive? Looking at the top 2 cards, picking up 1 to the hand. Here comes the Arven. Arven can find Switch if it's still in the deck. Rescue board is also there as well.
You find the rescue board, you find the Switch, which is back up and running.
Yeah, rescue board and Switch. So the Switch that he kept at the start of turn 1 to not retreat the Burdue has paid off handsomely for Sherman here. He can just use the Switch to retreat. And then give a switch to Burdue, because Burdue has free retreat. And then bring the Charizard back up to the active spot and take that knockout, leaving him with 2 prizes remaining. Yeah, because use the switch.
He's just explaining the ruler.
Yeah, using the switch, sending the Burdue up. So now...
But I would put the rescue board, though. I would put the rescue board into a Dracloak here.
I would attach the rescue board to... I think maybe the time is called so you know that he takes that 1 prize. Okay, second recon directive first. The turn is not over yet. Looking at Fazen. And he's putting the Fazen down. I'm not sure what he picked. So, is that a knockout? And we are probably going to Tiebreaker here. Tiebreaker?
Yep.
Yes, he's picking up his prizes. Looks like we're going to a Tiebreaker.
Wow. Right. So let me explain the Tiebreaker rules, guys. So Tiebreakers in TPC is slightly different. So what happens is the players will set up for a new game, and the players will, of course, decide who's going to go first. So they were going to flip a coin. So then the winner decides who's going to get to go first. Yeah, so this players would then only set 1 prize, by the way.
Not 6 prizes?
It's not 6 prizes.
Okay.
Players only set 1 prize.
All right.
And this still counts as having taken 0 prize
Also,
cards.
that means you can't use Blood Moon to just simply attack and win the game.
Yes, you cannot use Blood Moon to simply attack the game. You cannot use Charizard Charizard is only going to do 180 damage. It's not going to do anything more than that. So in this matchup, the key thing is for Dragapult. For Sherman to use Dragapult to start attacking as fast as possible to take the first knockout, because the first player who ends up with fewer prizes remaining than the opponent of fulfilling any other win condition will win the game. So the first player here to take a prize is going to be advantageous. Sherman is not going to want to use Badu here as a simple side shot would just win him the game.
Yes.
Sherman wants to be putting the Dreepies down, wants to maybe use the Charizard, because the Charizard is also going to be able to take a knockout onto the Gardevoir. Anything except for the Clefairy and the Fezandipity.
Yep.
For Ken-Chong is not going to want to use... is want to get the route as early as possible. He wants to set up 3 routes in order for him to accelerate it to a Gardevoir, but he only wants to do so if he has a Scream Tail or Drifloon.
Let's go. Coin flip time. I don't know who won that. That looks like the Tails, but let's see who won. So second is Ken-Chong. Okay, Sherman is going first.
Which, honestly, in a tiebreaker match, Sherman is actually advantaged here.
Oh, you get a Charmander as well. He got a Charmander.
Does he have a Red Candy?
Charmander. This time,
he has a Body Puffin as well.
Body Puffin as well. I see. It's a Super Rod. Okay.
So he is missing the Rare Candy and the Evolve.
He needs a draw supporter as well. He needs a draw supporter.
But he has a good hand to start with.
Yep. Let's see what Ken-Chong has on his side. Let's see Earthen Vessel. Oh, wow!
Clefairy!
Stop predicting this, man. He starts a Lily Clefairy. One of the 2 cards that protects Ken-Chong from Charizard EX.
But Lily's Clefairy does not survive a hit from Phantom Dive, right? So if there is a Phantom Dive...
Yes. There's also that option as well. So let's see. Let's see how the game goes. Again, both players only have 1 prize card. So it's 1 prize to the finish.
There's so many options for Sherman. Put the do that.
Oh my gosh, no!
I mean, it's not the end because
maybe, he makes one item lock because he needs to retreat the Lily's Clefairy and all as well, right?
And the thing is that Ken-Chong needs 2 energies attached onto that route, right? And because Ken-Chong is starting second, he isn't going to be able to get the 2 energy attachment to the routes before Sherman can set up. At least that's what he hopes.
Yes,
but putting the Badu there, right, is a potential game-ending choice that he had made because a simple Adrenaline Brain from and Gardevoir from Kenchong's side will win him that game.
Correct. So let's see. He has a Nest Ball as well as Super Rod and Fazendipity. Nest Ball is going to be played here. I assume he's going to take the one Monkey Ray from the deck or Charmander backup.
Probably, I
don't need a backup. It's good. One knockout is all over, right?
Yeah, one knockout.
Monkey Dory.
I think that's fine. I think that's fine. I mean,
would you even go Shaman?
I probably would have gone Shaman here.
Right? To try and protect the bench. It doesn't really protect the bench because that Skim Tail will be able to knock out Charmander as well. Again, a lot of permutations we're discussing here. This, again, is our first look into the new tiebreaker, right?
Yes, our first look into the new tiebreaker. Things are very, very, very exciting, very close. If you guys are just tuning in, you guys are tuning in the right time. This is the top 8 matchup.
Yes, top 8 matchup.
Right now we have Sherman Ong playing the Dragapult Charizard versus Kenchong playing Gardevoir. We have gone into the tiebreaker, which is a unique, I think, format in the TPC regions. We don't see this in TPCI. The first prize wins the game here, guys.
Right. Only one prize, yeah. Both players did not set up 6 prizes. Both players only set up 1 prize. And that 1 prize still counts as having taken 0 prize cards. So cards like Blood Moon Ursaluna, for example, or in Sherman's case, Charizard EX doesn't deal additional damage because it does additional damage based on how many prize cards your opponent's taken.
Look, I just want to see a freaking Iono here. Iono here, we've had funny. Hey, look, Kenchong has spotted that out, right? Because he puts the Mew EX there, so if he does use Iono, he's constantly going to be able to see 2 more cards from the reset.
Yes,
we also do see Earthen Vessel being thrown down, Energy Attachment being thrown to... no, Energy is... He does have Energy in his hand, but it's smart because he wants an Energy Attachment every turn onto the Clefairy. Clefairy is a very good general attacker here. With the Fairy Rondo, I think a Moon Rondo or something.
It's going to do 20 it's going to do 20 damage for every bench Pokemon on both sides, right? The 20 base damage.
Yeah, it's 20 base damage.
So currently we're doing 120 damage?
120 damage is all you need to KO whatever Sherman has is in the front, right?
So Kenchong doesn't know that Sherman doesn't have anything in hand after this. He has to rely on top deck at this point. I don't know if Kenchong has a draw supporter or an Iono. If this have an Iono, it would be really funny though. It would be really fun to see both players go down to one hand card. Kenchong be able to draw 2 cards with Mew EX.
But I don't think I would Iono here, right? Because all I need to do is just attach 2 energies and I will win with the Clefairy.
Yeah, so he's just explaining what he did. You're gonna attach the energy. I don't think I see a draw supporter anyway, so he's gonna pass. Okay, there's Ken Sherman. Let's see what he top decked.
Yes, top deck Fazendipity, but so he can attach a fire energy to the Charmander.
He's gonna attach the fire energy onto the Monkey Dory and then retreat. Maybe yes, switch. Okay, he's gonna use Mind Bend to stall Kenchong here. So it's not Kenchong's turn to flip heads. It's not Kenchong. It's all gonna be on this coin flip here. Will it be a 6 heads confusion roll?
This is insane.
This is it. It's all good. Okay, let's see what Kenchong does from the top deck first. Okay, top deck, Rare Candy. All right.
No, but he doesn't have a Ross. Doesn't matter. All Kenchong needs to do is attach an energy and another attack right? Because the thing is that even if he fails this, right, it's going to go to 90 damage. Clefairy can still tank another hit.
Yes. Just attach an energy and attack, right? Is that enough though? Not enough, right? He's short 1 now, right? No, it's not short now. It goes 110 HP. It's enough to knock it out.
It's enough to knock it out because it's 120.
Anyway, he has a Monkey Dory in hand if he needs to augment that damage as well.
Okay, we see the hand the energy attachment.
Roll! We're all on the edge of our seats here.
We're all standing up here, man. This is
He's gonna retreat! He's attaching his shit to retreat! Oh my god, he's gonna set up the Mew EX instead! And pass! Okay, because he knows 100% that next turn he has to win, right? He knows that next turn he has to win.
I mean, surely, but why not take the gamble?
Why not take the bet, right? Take the gamble, because you can't tank another hit from the Monkey Dory, right? Because you hit 30 from Confusion and 60 ball.
And there's no other energy attachment to Sherman's turns.
Looks like Sherman didn't draw anything anyway, so Kenchong has got it, I think.
Yeah, I think that is a win from Kenchong's side. We're still waiting for confirmation here.
Yeah.
But I would believe that Kenchong would have won there. It makes sense unless Sherman was able to draw any kind of evolution there.
Right, and he doesn't have any he doesn't have any way to evolve on his Pokemon. No energy on his board as well for his bench Pokemon. Wow, that was a very, very, very cool tiebreaker.
It's intense, man.
That was intense. Both players didn't have anything.
In order for you to think about things like in those kind of situations, it's really, really hard for you to process and think what is the most optimal play.
Yeah.
But you know what? This is
Yeah.
the Master Ball League of Singapore.
Correct.
Decisions, crucial decisions like that is what's going to bring you to Worlds.
Yeah, it could that retreat could have backfired, right? He could have drawn to a research or something like that. Never know.
Maybe, but you know what? It was the safer choice here.
Yes.
And so congratulations once again to Kian Chong for making it to the top 4 of the Master Ball League in Singapore. Stay tuned for the top 4 match. Take care.
Pokémon Legends ZA is a new title in the Pokémon series. The story takes place in Lumiose City, the largest city in the Kalos region. Prism Tower stands tall at the center of this city of beautiful vistas. These days, Lumiose is undergoing a high-tech urban redevelopment plan to turn it into a city that people and Pokémon truly share. After you arrive in Lumiose City to see the sights, you'll meet 3 Pokémon, one of which will become your first partner: Chikorita, Tepig, and Totodile. You'll choose one of these Pokémon to accompany you on a new journey as you get to know Lumiose City and its inhabitants. Here are some of the colorful characters you'll encounter. When you arrive in Lumiose, you'll meet a new friend and ally, either Urbane or Tawny. The hotel where you'll be staying is run by AZ. You'll also meet his partner, Floette. Lumiose's redevelopment is being managed by Quasartico Inc. You'll become acquainted with the company's CEO Jet and her secretary Vinny. The different people you meet will make your time in Lumiose all the richer. To help people and Pokémon coexist, the city has set up wild zones. These areas, located throughout Lumiose, give wild Pokémon habitats where they can thrive. To catch one of these wild Pokémon, aim carefully, then throw a Pokéball. If you're having a hard time catching one, have one of your Pokémon use its moves to weaken the target, making it easier to catch. This game offers a style of Pokémon battling not seen in previous titles. Moves can have a longer or shorter reach, or different areas of effect. So choose your timing and positioning carefully to gain the upper hand. Lead your partner Pokémon through battles and dodge incoming attacks. Swap Pokémon if you need to and find the right moment to unleash a move. What's more, certain Pokémon can go beyond evolution by undergoing Mega Evolution. When a trainer's Keystone resonates with the Mega Stone held by their Pokémon, the Pokémon will do more than just change shape. It'll unlock a new level of power, turning the tide of battle in its favor. As Lumiose continues its transformation into a city that belongs to both people and Pokémon, who knows what kinds of encounters and experiences will await you. Pokémon Legends ZA, coming late 2025.
Hi guys, we are back. Nicholas here from the Southern Islands, along with
Brian, also kind of from the
what?
Southern Islands
Kind
as well.
of? Oh my! What an amazing top 8 match we had just now. Went straight to the wire to our first ever tiebreaker in Singapore.
On stream.
Yeah, on stream. In fact, we even got to see Budu. And the best part is we'll get to see him one more time later on.
That's right. So in our next featured matchup, we have Kian Chong versus Kaiser. We finally get to see Kaiser on stream. You know, he was telling me just now that he was very excited to go on stream. He was like, "Pick me!"
Oh my god! Yeah, he was just telling me earlier. He was like, he kept coming to me and say, "Bro, pick me, man. Pick me." I've never seen someone so excited to be on stream before.
Actually, there was one more person, but unfortunately, he didn't make it past top 32. If not, he would have been my pick of the day. So yes, you know what? Kaiser was actually a Lost Box player.
Yes.
So he got into top cut with Lost Box 2 years in a row.
Yep.
But for today, he's not playing Lost Box because it's rotated.
Yeah, right. Not wrong. So what's he going for?
Man has chosen to go for Terrapago. No, kidding. Raging Bolt.
Raging Bolt EX. Such a perfect deck for someone like him who's going for aggro plays all the time.
That's right. So let's take a look at the brackets real quick. We have Kian Chong versus Kaiser on this side of the bracket. On the other side of the bracket, we have Jackson versus Anslim.
Ooh.
All these players are veterans, by the way.
Yes, exactly.
Except for Kaiser. But Kaiser's also got his history in recent years.
Yeah, Kaiser has done very well, top cutting a lot of tournaments, right? So it's great to see him here in the top 4. On the other bracket, though, Worlds player Jackson Tam going against Ansem. Ansem has been playing for a long time, but I think this would be a record achievement for either of them, in fact, if they can go all the way to the finals and win it.
That's right. You know, these 4 players are the top 4 of the Master Ball League right now. So congratulations to the 4 of them. By the way, fun fact, none of these 4 are actually in the top 8.
Really? You're right.
Of the current standings. So that means we will have a new first place as well as second place going to Worlds. And the top 8 will now be heading towards Worlds as well.
Right, so let's look at Kian Chong's deck first. Again, we saw him play earlier. So you saw how, TM Evolution played a very important part of his deck. Of course, the triple Monkey Dory and that Lily's Clefairy that won him get that tiebreaker match. Love to see that and he will go straight into Kaiser's deck. Can Kaiser's deck counter this Gardevoir deck though?
Yeah, so look, Kaiser is playing the Raging Bolt with the Hoot Hoots. Previously we saw Hannah playing the variant without, with the straight variant, the one without the Hoot Hoots as well as the Noctowls. So here we are back with the Noctowl builds of Raging Bolt as a pretty standard list. We see the 6-3-3 split of energies.
Yep.
We do see the 1 copy of Iono. We don't see the Judge though, and he's opted to play a slightly heavier count, I think.
Iron leaves EX as well.
That's quite common. So so I see what he's done. He switched out the Squawk ability for the Judge, right? And he switched out a Crispin for I think 1 more energy. So here he opts to play a little heavier of a count of Crispin.
Yep.
Of Stardust.
Yes.
As well as have the option for Squawk ability.
I think that 1 Crispin rogue, would that be enough? It seems to be enough because he's in top 4.
Yeah, so there's often a discussion between players where they go either 1 Crispin, 2 Crispins, or 3 Crispins. Yep. I'm personally playing the three Crispins variant. I like to be able to filter out my energies from my deck and attach it to the Pokemon as and when I need to under item lock. Because we talked a little bit more about the heaviest support accounts, and this is one of the support accounts which I've chosen to play a little bit more of instead.
Well, he will not be playing against Budyul this match, so he should be able to quickly clear out all his Ultra Balls, Earthen Vessels, everything he needs to set up his board as fast as possible. 4 Nest Ball, 3, and wow, 3 Night Stretcher as well. He's going to be able to really get back his resources and keep on attacking.
Yeah, look, Night Stretcher is also one of the very, I think, pivotal cards that have been released in the past year, right? Where you're able to choose either a basic Pokemon, a basic energy, or a Pokemon to your hand, and you can get. That's why actually builds with the 4 research as well as the 4 Ionos have also kind of been quote unquote allowed. Is because you're able to recover your resources from your discard pile with Night Stretcher.
Right. So Kaiser is going to go second for this one. Looks like he probably won the dice roll, I think. I think Tian Chong going first. Later we're going to see what are in their prize piles, hopefully. Another thing about Ken Chong though is he's sitting on the left.
The right side. Ken
He's
Chong is
sitting
sitting
on the right side, sorry, yeah. Again, so Kaiser will be sitting on the confusion heads roll side. So will we see a 6 heads?
Surely.
Surely, right? Surely, right? So hopefully Kaiser will be able to... Because I am very sure we're going to see a mind bend again from Ken Chong. We've seen it in the previous round, like using that as a way to buy himself some time to set up. But if Kaiser can roll heads though, things might be going very well for Raging Bolt. Here we have the prizes.
So on Ken Chong's side, we see 2 Psychic Energies prize as well as the 1 Buddy Poffin. On Kaiser's side, nothing too outstanding. Maybe the Pheasant Liberty.
Yeah, maybe that might play a part. The Salas Vitality is on the bottom side. Maybe you might pick it up later on.
Yeah, but look, I think the 1 Buddy Poffin that Ken Chong's playing is prized. I do want to give that a call out because it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy for him to get out the routes as and when he needs to.
Correct. You know you know that Arven, that turn 1 Arven to Buddy Poffin to TM Evolution, right? That's what people love. That's why as a Guardi player I would love to see as well.
Yeah, so look, let's go straight into the match. You know, I believe the players are just waiting for the start of time. Call out. You know, in this match, Nick, who do you think is more favored?
I really like Gardevoir in this matchup. I've seen how Ken Chong plays Gardevoir. He's playing very safe, but very steady, going very well from behind. How about you?
Yeah, I think Guardi is definitely a favorite here, right? So you're able to use Lily's Clefairy as well to get 2 times damages on stuff like your baby Raging Bolt or even your big Raging Bolt as well. So you're able to take 1-shots on those 2 Pokemon very easily as long as it's in the active spot. And right now we've just started the game. We have Ken Chong starting with the Shaman and Kaiser starting with the big Raging Bolt.
Right, so he's starting first here, Kaiser. Ultra Ball to discard the Lightning Energy and Fighting Energy. Of course, he wants some energy in this couple. Just like Ken Chong, going to use the Sudden's Vitality to charge energy from this card pile to his ancient Pokemon. So, looks like he's going to try it. I think he's going to go for the Fan Rodom here. With the Fan Rodom, going to go and find the 2 Hoots and 1 Noctowl. We did see one of them in the prize earlier. Okay, so you can see that when Kaiser looking through his deck now, as a top player, usually you would be checking to see what cards have been priced. So you can see that he's picking up some of the cards, putting it up to see. He's counting, how many energies he has in the deck to use, what Pokemon he won't be able to use later in the game. It's an essential skill, but the player only has like a couple of minutes or so to just do that first deck search. Henceforth, after this, you can't be searching deck so hard. Anyway, with the Ultra Ball, looks like he's going to take a Squawk Ability EX. Like we saw earlier, there's a little bit of mix of with Hannah's deck and our top 32, right? So here we have a Squawk Ability in addition to the Hoot package.
More birds.
More birds! So it's a combination. So we got 1 bird before, 6 birds now, and then we've got like
7 birds?
Yeah,
7 birds. I guess you can say Kaiser is a bird lover here. You know, Squawk Ability here is going to definitely accelerate his hand cards. He's got 2 energies in the discard pile. This is actually this brings back the old Raging Bolts builds, the ones with the Pokestops, right? That's why he's opting for 1 Crispin instead of multiple Crispins, because he wants to get the energies out of his deck as fast as possible.
And he did draw a Fan Rodom from the Squawk and Seize ability from Squawk Ability. What a card that you want to get here. So with the Fan Rodom, it's gonna find 300 HP and below colorless type Pokemon. So like I said, usually it's gonna be Hoot Noctowl unless he has one of it. Or he can give a Ditto as well if he can, because he's put it to the hand. See, so you can even use it as a way to discard fodder. Anyway, I see Hoot, I see Noctowl. I'm not sure what the card in the middle is. It is Ditto, right? It is Ditto. And looks like he's going to play the Ditto down. He has Latias EX in the board, so the Raikos get free retreat. The Raikou, sorry. What I meant
The
is
Raging Bolt.
So in Japanese, it's called like
Takeru
Takeru
Raikou,
Raikou.
yeah,
So like in my head, I was thinking, oh, Takeru Raikou.
Yeah, so anyways, we do see him playing that Teal Mask Ogerpon down now, and this is going to enable him to start using those Noctowl Jewel Seekings, because Jewel Seeking is only available when you have a Terra Pokemon on your side of the field. So this is a pretty standard play from the side of Kaiser, and I believe with that, he should be very satisfied with
what
the board state.
Exactly what he wants to start with.
Exactly what he wants to start with. So Kenchong just going to start with the Nest Ball, start us off with the Nest Ball, like going to do a proper deck search, and I'm predicting he will put a Ralts on his side of the field. Not willing to bet my house on it though.
Oh, okay. I'll predict that he's gonna use Earthen Vessel to discard Psychic Energy and then find one other synergy with Psychic Energy.
Bet your house on that again?
No,
because
he's using Nest Ball first though. So great play to use Nest Ball first. Again, like Kaiser earlier, he's using it to search his deck to see what cards were in the prize. His price checking is a bit faster though. Oh, it is Earthen Vessel, but it's not a Psychic Energy. It's gonna be a Mew. It's gonna be a Mew EX though. The shiny Mew EX going to discard pile, 2 Psychic Energy coming up.
Yeah, look, I mean, you don't want to be playing that Mew as much as possible, right? Because if you play that Mew, it's a liability on your side of the field.
Yes, correct. Okay, the Shaman though, the Shaman is going to be might be key for Kenchong here. With the Shaman, Kaiser won't be able to use the Baby Raging Bolt to target Kenchong's bench.
But he can't anyways, because the Baby Raging Bolt is priced.
Ah, right. Because Kenchong doesn't know that though.
It's true, you know. But I mean, look, Kenchong, I think starting that Shaman isn't going to be a problem for him.
I don't think it was his choice anyway, though. But
he would be able to retreat that. There we go, with just one energy. So that's one way to get the energies into the discard pile. But I don't think he wants to retreat that. As if he does, he's gonna have a lone route and his active spot, which is a very huge risk for him.
Okay, so maybe gonna try to hope for a Monkey Dory here and Artazon with this Professor's Research. He's cutting his entire hand to draw a fresh new hand of 7 cards. Let's see what he gets. Any basic Pokemon?
Kenchong here wants to look for the way to find a route. He does find the other way. It's going to be the Nest Ball.
So that's one way you're going to get a route in the board. Oh, and a Team Evolution to the hand. That's perfect. That's exactly what he needs. I'm not sure if he has double killer. He should have double killer. There's no killer in the prices.
That's right. So he is going to find that routes, and he will likely just TM Evo here. Both players having almost ideal starts. Kenchong would have probably liked to have a Monkey Dory attachment. Monkey Dory in his side of the field, but I think he's going to be pretty happy with this. We are going to have a game on our hands.
Yes, double kill here. Kenchong also with a good setup. Like, he doesn't have to be... It's not like Raging Bolt side, right? He doesn't need to have all those Pokemon on the bench. He can choose and pick when he needs what he needs later on in the game. Of course, it'd be great if he has a Monkey Dory or Dark Energy attached though, but, you know, beggars can't be choosers, and you want that Psychic Energy onto the Shaman to use TM Evolution.
That is absolutely right. So now Kaiser is back on Kaiser's side of the field. We will just see a Noctowl being involved right now. Jewel Seeking will find him 2 cards, likely the Area 0 under depth as well as the Professor Sawdust. We will start to see prizes being taken here. I wonder if he will commit any kind of gusting option or if he's happy to just take out the Shaman in the front.
I mean, it would be ideal if you could take out one of the Kylias though, but we have to see if he wants to use his Prime Catcher so early in the game, right?
It's likely not worth it because, you know, there are ways for Kenchong to kind of come back into the game if he uses his A-Spec this early.
You can see that he pulled out the Hoot, like now he's going to take out the second Hoot here, so he has a ready for Noctowl next turn to use Jewel Seeker again. Here, Professor Stardust Vitality attaching 2 basic energy, one to the Raging Bolt EX, one and another to another Raging Bolt EX in the back, so that Raging Bolt is ready to attack this turn.
That's right. I also do want to mention the Area 0 under depth does expand the bench, so you can add up to 8 Pokemon from your original 5 Pokemon, as long as you have a Terra Pokemon in your side of the field. Kaiser here having only 1 Teal Mask Ogerpon is kind of baiting Kenchong. He's like, hey man, you can knock my Teal Mask Ogerpon out. I'm pretty okay with that. If you do, I'm going to be able to discard my Squawk ability from my bench.
Right, discard my Squawk ability, discard my Noctowl even. So if I can use, because he has 3 night stretches, right? You can use that. We use that Noctowl onto the new Hoot.
That's right. You know, playing like this takes a certain level of skill, and you need to know your deck. You need to know how to play the different lines from your deck as well. So, you know, I heard some people talking about, Bolt versus Bolt is a boring matchup to watch. In fact, to me, it's not. It's actually a lot of skill expression for Bolt in order for them to play it out properly.
Yep. Okay, looks like I don't know if he's gonna try to retreat and attack here. He's going to retreat. His hand attach an energy to that Raging Bolt. It's gonna take a knockout on this Shaman, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, why not? Right? You get rid of the Shaman now, you get one prize. You'll be able to find the baby. If you do find a baby Raging Bolt, you will be able to start sniping off damage from the bench. You'll be able to start sniping off Pokemon from the bench.
He just needed to discard 2 energy to take out that Shaman, and now it's back to Kenchong's turn. He has both Killia. So I assume Gardevoir is going to come out this turn. He drew into a Darkness Energy. Not a card that you usually want to discard if you have a Professor's Research in hand, though.
Yeah, unless he's able to find a Monkey Dory, and even if he does find a Monkey Dory with, let's say, for example, an Artisan, because he's already burnt out, I think, 2 of... he's burnt out his only 2 Nest Balls, by the way.
Yes.
So...
Research now. He is forced to discard that Darkness Energy, though. You got another fresh hand of 7 cards. I see a Gardevoir on the top, though, so he's going to get a Gardevoir this turn. I don't know how many Psychic Energies that Kenchong has in his discard pile, though.
Not that many. We didn't see him do the Earthen Vessel for energy to find more
Earthen Vessel to discard for
more energies.
Yeah, he can get an Earthen Vessel now, though. He has 1 in hand, so I don't think he's going to discard the energy with it, though. He can discard a TM Evolution instead.
And if he has an Ultra Ball, he'll be fine.
Yep.
But the question is, what kind of which attacker is he going to be using this turn?
I see a Scream Tail. Kaiser does not play Shaman here, so every Pokemon there is free game for Scream Tail.
Yeah.
So play first. So I think if he got a Monkey Dory, maybe Darkness and Psychic, or double Psychic here. So Darkness and Psychic, right?
So we do know that there's a Monkey Dory that's able to be played down either through an Artisan or a Ultra Ball here. But on Kenchong's side, he needs to develop his board a little bit more.
Psychic Energy. So that means he may have enough already in this card pile, though.
We did see, I think, 2 Psychic Energies in the prizes.
There could be more, maybe?
Yeah, well...
Yeah, there's 2 in the prizes, right.
So that means you only have 5 in the deck, so all 5 energies are out and about right now.
Here comes the Scream Tail.
Scream Tail was like...
there we go, there are all the energies. He's just hiding him in the corner there, didn't want to see it. All 5 of it there. Attaching 2, so you can retreat. Yep. Show the steps. Discarding it. Here comes the Scream Tail, and here comes all the energy cards.
I think at this point in time, you know, if you put 4 energy cards here, you're going to be looking to snipe the Mew on the bench, I believe. But it is a liability here because of the Area 0 under depth. So the question is, do you take a 1 prize? All right, 160 on the squawk.
Yes, he's going to take a knockout here. This is the first time that Kenchong has taken a prize lead in this tournament. I mean, on stream. Actually.
Yeah, but here, look, it's smart, right? Because he knows that Kaiser's trying to set up for a way to bounce the Area 0 under depth, so he chooses the Squawk ability before he can get rid of it. So that's the easiest 2 prize that Kenchong can take. It's a 1-for-2 trade, and Kenchong is in the lead right now. Kaiser only 1 prize behind, but there are definitely ways for Kaiser to come back into this.
Correct. I think I see a Jamming Tower in his hands. So Kaiser was waiting for the chance to discard the Squawk ability, but again, 1 turn too late. So
got a little bit greedy there as well.
Got a little bit greedy. I think he wanted to wait 1 more turn. Like, this turn would be perfect, though, if he could play the Jamming Tower. I'm not sure if it's a Jamming Tower or an Area 0. He couldn't play the Area 0 anyway. Anyway, yeah, so it is an Area 0 that's going to get discarded here via Ultra Ball. Is he going to look for Serendipity here? Draw 3 cards. Try and claw his way back into the game. He needs a... With the Ultra Ball, he can get a Noctowl.
And then Noctowl could get him a Boss's Orders, maybe, if he plays... No, yeah, he does play 1 more Boss's Orders, so he can find 1 more Boss's Orders to get rid of the Gardevoir and hope that Kenchong can come back with this another Gardevoir here. Should
be a Sada first, right? Sada Vitality to get some energy on the board. Let's see Sada. He's eyeing the Sada. I see he's also eyeing Prime Catcher, I think. So it's going to be Sada and Prime Catcher. Sada going to get 2 targets here, 2 Raging Bolt EX.
And Kaiser is going to likely take a knockout onto that Gardevoir to try to slow Kenchong down. But if he does do this, Kenchong's counter catches will be activated. So Kaiser trying to think of all the different permutations here. Attaches 1 to the Raging Bolt at the back, and then it's just gonna be Prime Catcher the Gardevoir, I believe.
Yes.
There we go.
Interesting though. I mean, it does probably affect the outcome, but Prime Catcher first or Sada first?
It doesn't really affect the outcome. It doesn't matter at all.
Here we go. One energy, one lightning energy to the active spot, and one fighting energy to the one on the bench, and then draw 3 extra cards.
How many energies does Gardevoir or does Raging Bolt need to take a knockout on the Gardevoir?
That's a great question. I believe it's 5. Because 70 damage for each energy you discard, right?
That's right. So I think that's 350 damage if you discard 5 energies off the board. Kaiser here weighing out his options, taking his time, making sure that he doesn't misplay here.
The Gardevoir does have 4 damage counters on it, right? So you can discard.
It should be 4 energies, I believe, because it's
280, right?
270, yeah, so just 4.
Okay, slowly count first, right? Slowly count first. 1, 2.
So he knows he needs to discard 4, so he's making his choice right now.
Which one do you discard? Yeah.
It should be the one in the back. Yeah, so this is exactly the way I would have discarded it because I only need to discard 4 energies.
So why would you discard one from the active instead of the one from the bench, though?
Good question. I think you choose to discard the energy from the active spot because you already have a Latias that allows you to have a free retreat. So you attach it to the back, right? It protects it. So if Kenchong wants to chase the energies, he needs to use a gusting option here on the back Raging Bolt first. Whereas to you, if you attach it to the front, you're not making him burn an additional resource.
Okay. There's no jamming tower though, so Kenchong does have the option of a Bravery Charm to boost the damage output of the Scream Tail. But let's see what he's gonna play first. Looks like he's gonna play a Secret Box, I think. He's thinking and he's putting it down. Alright. Again, for our people watching on stream, the moment you let go your card from your hand when you play it down, that's when it's considered it's played. Can't really take it back from then. That's why you see the players like thinking if they should put it down or not. Like slowly, it's not something. It's not they try to show off or something like that. It's just the way players think. They want to like make the correct decision because you can't take it back once you put it down.
That's right. So Kenchong here, double checking what he's gonna get out from the secret box. I do like the energy that he has thrown away. With that secret box, we will likely see a Bravery Charm here. Bravery Charm attachment does give I think another 80 damage that Scream Tail can do. So if
choosing for TM Evolution,
so you can do up to 110, 210, 20 damage with the Scream Tail if you have a Bravery Charm. But you're right, he chooses the TM Evolution instead. Probably not trying to risk jamming tower knockout onto the Scream Tail.
Okay, he's going to discard the Artisan with the Ultra Ball, grabbing the backup Gardevoir. So now it's another Gardevoir active, ready to charge this Scream Tail or whatever other attacker he might have in his hand that we don't see. Maybe even Drifloon. But again, the energies are all stuck onto this Scream Tail. There's no way to discard it except via retreat. You can't, with Gardevoir, you can attach an energy from this card pile to if you're a Psychic Pokemon, but you can't attach in a way that will make the Pokemon get knocked out. That's one key thing as well. So you can't just simply put energy around and then give up prizes.
I mean, if you could do that, it's kind of a broken...
It'd be too broken.
It'd be really, really broken because you can choose when your opponent gets to take the prize, It's kind of crazy that way.
Monkey Dory is out, and as you said last turn, Counter Catcher has been played, bringing up the Noctowl. So Noctowl cannot be discarded. The Noctowl is one of the cards that won't be discarded if Kenchong decides to bump that Area 0 under depths.
Yep, so Kenchong here making sure.
He's thinking Pheasant Deputy.
Gonna be using the Pheasant Deputy there.
I think Kaiser is gonna he could be eyeing that Pheasant Deputy for those 2 prizes.
Yum indeed.
I think that's why Kenchong was contemplating whether should he put down that card to draw 3. Yes, he probably really needs that 3 cards though. He needs to try to find another attacker or something to help him with his Scream Tail. But I think there's no choice. And Kaiser will definitely be eyeing that Serendipity for next turn. Another 2 prizes.
Kaiser's going to be pretty dang happy about seeing the Serendipity there as it gives him an easy 2 prize access to his cards. Kenchong's also playing Lily's Clefairy, by the way. So he wants to be able to pool, I think... it's actually interesting. The way that Kenchong is playing, right? He's kind of playing a little bit backwards because if I wanted to play the Lily's Clefairy there, I would have then used the counter catcher on something like the Raging Bolt in order for me to take a one-shot knockout using the Scream Tail. So unless I'm willing to burn 2 counter catchers in 1 turn, which is the only 2 I have, by the way.
Yeah.
It's a little bit. It's a slight misplay there from Kenchong.
I think the idea just popped up to him the moment he drew those 3 cards though. I'm not sure if the Lily Scavenger was drawn via those 3 cards, so that could be a possibility. But he's already locked in on sending the Noctowl on the active spot, and he's getting another Ultra Ball out to pull out the another Valve to the bench, thinning his deck even further. I think there's only just a couple of cards left there. Not sure, there's like 4 or 5 cards remaining in the deck.
Yeah, so here Kenchong is aggressively thinning his deck, you know. It's a very, very different pace of play from Kaiser's, from Kenchong's game previously, where we saw him use almost 30-ish minutes to get through the first game. Here, Kenchong is realizing that he may not be able to win this first game, so he's trying to pick up the pace here, trying to accelerate what he can do with what he has right now. You know, in this kind of board state, I believe that Kaiser is actually slightly in favor.
Yep.
I think it really depends on whether Kenchong opts to use another counter catcher to remove the 2-prizer and whatnot.
Kaiser is really proving us wrong. I know earlier in the match we were discussing and predicting that Kenchong will be taking this game here, but Kaiser I think he's probably practiced this Gardevoir matchup more than 100 times. I think he knows what to expect from Kenchong here, and his setup is near perfect. Can Kenchong come back though? Screamtail is going to attack right now. Let's see what he decides to choose to attack with. Kaiser just looking through his Kenchong discard pile, seeing what resources he has used throughout the match. It's a knockout on the Mew EX. So
there's a Mew EX knockout?
Yeah, correct. So
because there was 1 energy onto the Clefairy, that's right. So Kenchong should be at 2 prizes right now, right? No, 2 prizes now.
Yes, correct. So Kaiser now with 3 prizes. Kenchong has the prize lead. He's been taking 2-2. Very shocking to see Kenchong take the 2-2-2 prize, you know, especially for a Gardevoir deck. Usually you'd see going like slowly 1, 2, then 4 at the same 4 at a go, or maybe 1, 3, and then 2. But this is quite cool to see Kenchong picking up 2 prizes each turn. He only needs his 2 more prizes to win the game. Kaiser will not be able to... Here we see the Iron Leaves come out right now. The Iron Leaves, when it's played onto the bench, it can move straight to the active spot, and then you can move any amount of energy from any of your bench Pokemon to this Iron Leaves EX. He's opted to send the fighting energy from the Raging Bolt.
Yeah, look, I think this is smart because the thing is, it allows for Kaiser to have a free switch out because Iron Leaves is a basic Pokemon. You get the Skyliner effect from the Latias EX, so you have free retreat costs, right?
You don't have to waste the hand attachment energy.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he shifted the fighting energy because I think shifting an energy is optional. So you could have just left the fighting energy onto that Raging Bolt, so then you can just try to, you know, do fighting, like you can try to utilize that Raging Bolt to use Bellowing Thunder to take a knockout, something like the Gardevoir in the front. But Kenchong is in a commanding position right now. You know, he has Clefairy to take a repeat knockout, to take a return knockout on a Raging Bolt EX if he puts that in the front. He shouldn't need to discard the energy though.
Yeah. Because the Latias EX gives all the basic Pokemon free retreat. Anyway, the Fan Rotom is coming out and going to attack for 70 damage because there's a stadium in play. We've seen the Fan Rotom in earlier rounds take knockouts taking knockouts on the Mimikyu, and now it's going to take a knockout on the Screamtail, so Kaiser's down to 2 prizes also. Both players with 2 prizes left. I think they're just checking. I think they just stopped here just to check. Yep. Yeah, so the energy on the Iron Leaves must stay there. I think it's good anyway for Kaiser because he wanted some energies on the board for the Raging Bolt to attack later on. Anyway, Kaiser played his only Iono to disrupt Kenchong at the same time. So I don't know if Kenchong has anything to come back with. He's eyeing out the card he's gonna play here. I see it's a Psychic type.
Monkey Dory is definitely going to be the play here. There's not going to be enough damage. There's not going to be enough Darkness Energies, I think, for enough Monkey Dories for Kenchong to take a knockout onto the Fan Rotom. So I think Kaiser is kind of safe at this point in time.
Kaiser has delicious targets, actually. He has the Lily's Clefairy and the Fazandiply on the bench. But he did play his Prime Catcher already, right? So, and his Raging Ball has no energy cards on it.
That's right. So I think Kaiser does have actually one more Boss's Orders if he needs to find it. He doesn't have a Hoot on the board, which is unfortunate for him. But he's still going to be able to, I think, play that out. We do see an Iono come down. Both players having 2 prizes left.
So both players drawing 2 cards. 2 energy coming from for the Gardevoir, so put 4 damage counters, yes. And I think who is going to use to attack with here? It's going to be Monkey Dory. Monkey is going to, to try won't allow Kaiser to use his Serendipity response. Going to confuse the Van Rotom, hit it for 60 damage, leave it confused.
Yeah, not only that, you're setting up for the 2-prize turn next turn, right? Yes. So you're able to put shift 1 damage counter from any one of your Pokemon to the Fan Rotom to not take a knockout. And then if you have like a Boss's Orders, oh, he doesn't have a Boss's Orders,
yes.
so he will maybe need to use like a counter catcher or something like that to try to take the 1 prize on the Fan Rotom and 1 prize on another 1 prize like the Noctowl.
I have if you don't mind me asking, right? So now Kaiser has an opportunity to do the fancy roll for hits and the confusion, but he shouldn't, right? I mean, he shouldn't take a prize this turn, right?
100% no. Like, Kaiser either takes a prize this turn or he doesn't. He should not go for the roll. He should not give the 1 prize to the Monkey Dory, and he should not do anything, to be honest, and he just passes.
Yeah, correct. I think he did. I think that Iono really gave him a really bad hand there, so there's nothing he could play. This is back to Kenchong again. Can Kenchong take this game though? Let's see. So he's going to retreat the Monkey Dory.
Into another Monkey Dory.
Okay. He can set energy and take a knockout this turn, but he cannot take the double knockout, right?
Yeah, he can only he likely shift, I think, the 1 damage that you see from the back Monkey Dory to the Van Rotom to take 1 prize.
Yep.
And then, but with the retreat there, it's a little bit weird, if I may say so myself.
I think usually as a Gardevoir player, you expect to be the one to receive the knockout, right? But now he's going to go for pass. As we discussed in the previous Swiss round, I think this is one of those opportunities where the Gardevoir player can just pass and not take knockout. Don't let Kaiser don't let Kaiser be able to draw a card.
Yeah, and the Kenchong is just retreating that way in order to generate more damage on the board so that he can just start shifting damage across. He's thinking about shift. He's trying to set up on the 2-prize turn by putting damage to weaken the Pokemon in his Kaiser's Pokemon, so that Kenchong can take a knockout of Miracle Force from the Gardevoir EX. But this also buys enough time for Kaiser to come back.
And Kaiser just drew a Grass Energy, so Grass Energy has been set down to the Teal Mask Ogerpon, and he got a Earthen Vessel from that, and getting 2 more Grass Energy. He's gonna go to Teal. He can be able to Teal Dance the other Teal Mask Ogerpon EX on the other side of the bench here. Let's see what he draws from that. Here we go. Draw 1 card. 1 card is another Earthen Vessel. Okay. Not what he wanted to see though. He wanted to see something else, like a Boss's Orders maybe, something like that.
Yeah, but you could still Teal Dance, I believe, right into that Teal Mask Ogerpon at the top over there.
The top left, he just did that.
He just did that? Yeah, okay, so both Teal Masks are out of the picture,
used. Yep. Now he's eyeing to think where he's going to set this other Grass Energy. Is he going to just attach it there or just keep it for next turn to use another Teal Dance?
Yeah, I mean, I would just keep it for next turn. There's nothing you can do this turn. Yeah, it's just going to be passed.
This is a very high-level play here, guys, right? Now you can see Kenchong just retreating his Monkey Dory back and forth, accumulating damage counters to transfer damage to Kaiser, waiting to win the game that way. While Kaiser, on the other hand, is just slowly charging up his board, waiting for his time to take the knockout. Both players are just waiting to see who will pull the trigger here. They both don't want to take 1 prize.
Yeah, because the thing is that if you take 1 prize, you're activating Counter Catcher, right? So Kenchong, Kaiser rightfully acknowledging that is trying to find a way out, trying to find his boss. If he finds his boss, he will. He needs also energy attachment for the Raging Bolts. We see 1 more Grass Energy, so. But I don't see any more fighting energies. Where's the Sardas at?
Yeah, okay. Ultra Ball is cutting a Nest Ball and a Noctowl. What's he picking up? Baby Raging Bolt. Okay.
He's just trying to thin out his deck.
Yeah, I don't know what's trying to draw though. He's going to try to draw with a Teal Dance here. He's got 1 more Teal Dance left from the Ogerpon on the top left. Okay, cut the deck, shuffled, attach, Teal Dance, draw 1. And it is a... It doesn't seem like anything because he just put it back down immediately.
I realized that actually Kenchong is having a very big misplay here.
Why? What's happening?
If he just sits an energy onto that Fan Rotom, he can just KO any 2-prizer.
I think he's trying that. He's doing it now. He's doing that right now. I think.
It took him like 3 whole turns.
Yeah, because I think he was trying to set up the board so that any Pokemon that he chooses to send, that Kaiser chooses to send up, will get knocked out.
It's a full bench. It's like 8 Pokemon
I
on
know,
one side.
right?
But anyways, that's it. We have rightfully found the end of gameplay here. So Kenchong does take the first game. Kaiser That's so,
yeah, I think
so
that's what
weird.
Kensho was doing. Again, like in the previous round of top 8s, right? He was trying to play safe, right? By putting damage counter. Maybe too safe. Again, maybe too safe. Putting the transferring damage via Monkey Dory so that his Clefairy will be able to take a knockout on anything.
Yeah.
Is Clefairy EX the true MVP of the tournament? Not yet though, we still have one more. We still have BO3, we still have another round here. Let's see. Looks like Kenchong will be going second. Kaiser will be going first.
Look at the timing. I think Kenchong was actually just buying time, actually.
Yeah, probably.
No, look, it was a little bit risky nonetheless. So it's slightly unfortunate. I think that both players, so rather Kaiser was not able to actually identify that there was a game board state there. But you know what? We're going straight into game number 2 of this best of 3 here. Kaiser, I think, opting to go first in this time.
And he does have a fan Rodom in his hand as well, so it's going to be a good start. I don't see any other way, like any way to get squawk ability, but I see a Hoot as well. Hope we're going to get to see the prize pile later on after this. Here comes the Raging Bolt start again Shamin one more time. Fan Rodom going to find a, let's see, there's Hoot, there's Noctowl. So Ultra Ball, maybe to find the Latias to retreat. Or not, probably, because he can. Let's see what else to choose here. This kind of grass energy is going to be very, very hard, though.
Yeah, I think he doesn't really have any other choices.
Here we go.
Let's take a look at the prizes right now. On Kenchong's side, we do see the Lily's Clefairy and both Gardevoirs.
Oh, okay.
This is huge. Oh, the Gardevoir.
Finally! I didn't think I'd be able to sit on a casting table, right, and see 2 Gardevoir in a prize.
And the Lily's Clefairy's prize as well. So the thing is that there is no early attackers for Kenchong. Kenchong,
oh my gosh,
needs to buy as much time as possible.
He's going to be surprised. He's going to be very, very surprised.
Oh, that is spells doom for the side of Kenchong. There, usually when the player is in this kind of state, you look at using the Lily's Clefairy to take your first prize, but prizing the Lily's Clefairy in together with the Gardevoir EX is a double whammy.
Yeah, we've seen that Lily's Clefairy like MVP the previous rounds as well. So, wow, 2 Gardevoir EX, that's his only engine. Remember, we have a friend who keep asking us why does Gardevoir decks play only 2 Gardevoir.
Yeah, yes. No, I still remember. We also have another friend that goes, the odds of pricing 2 Gardevoir is in one game is what, 0.03 or something like that?
Looks like that guy's been proven wrong.
No, I did see him jump up for joy just now, and he just immediately called the other member of the group going like, "Hey, look, that just happened!
It just happened, man!
Yeah,
it finally just happened." Kencho's gonna be very surprised at his first deck search later. He has an Ultra Ball, so he's gonna be able to look through his deck. So, it's going to be really tough for him, though.
Okay, now here's a question for you, Nick.
Yep.
Would you scoop? You've won game number 1. There's no way for you to take prizes in this game. Would you scoop and go to game 3 and pray for the best?
Yes, I would. I would, actually. I think you have enough time. Both players can actually see the clock in this match, right?
Yes,
so
they can.
I would take the scoop, go for game 3.
Yeah, because this is insane. I mean, does Kenchong even have a card to look at his deck?
Yeah, he goes Ultra Ball. And
Nesball as well.
Now he's going to see. Now he's going to be surprised here. Let's see if he decides to play the match out, though. Are we going to see another tiebreaker? It might be possible as well.
And there is a very good chance of a tiebreaker happening yet again. Kenchong just double-checking his deck right now.
I think he's going to be surprised to see that there is no Gardevoir EX. No Lily's Clefairy as well. Oof. Oh my gosh, if I'm Kenchong now, I'll be sweating. I'm even sweating right now for him.
No, but he just chooses to play.
He's continuing to play the match. He's going to Ultra Ball, Darkness Energy, and his Iono. He probably has another Job Supporter in hand, I think. Let's see here. He knows, right? I think he's already looked at his deck twice now, 3 times. Monkey Dory is coming out.
Surely he knows.
Surely he knows, right? Surely he knows.
There's no
Maybe
way.
He's thinking that it's impossible for Kaiser to take 4 prizes before then. 4 prizes before then.
There is no way.
In 18 minutes, can Kaiser take 4 prizes?
Surely,
right? As an aggro deck, surely, right?
It doesn't matter if Kaiser just takes 1 prize, he wins this game if it goes to time, and Kenchong doesn't take a prize. Because this is game number 2.
Yes.
So surely, if Kianchong doesn't realize this, he needs to go to game 3.
Okay, now let's see what's gonna. Is it gonna attach an energy? Is it attach energy to Shamin?
There's no Team Evo.
No TM Evo is passing here. It's going straight to Kaiser now. I think Kaiser doesn't know it yet, right? Kaiser, both players doesn't know what's in the prize, the opposing player's prize. So doesn't know that there's 2 Gardevoir at the prizes yet. I think he's still gonna play it just as how he played it in game 1. Get as much energy on the board, slowly take knockouts.
But you see, things are different here because the thing is, in the previous matchup, it was a 2-prize deck.
Yep.
So you can't afford to go to the tiebreaker and pray that, he doesn't find a rare candy, he doesn't find anything to come back into the game. But the thing is that he's playing against Raging Bolt. It's primed to take the first prize, right?
Yes.
Surely you'll go to game 3.
And he'll get to choose as well.
No, you're going to get to choose. You roll the dice.
I mean, that's a tiebreaker, but if he chooses to scoop, actually. Okay, now that looks like just stopping play for a while to make sure that there anything done correctly here. Find the lightning energy. Earthen vessel, yeah. I'm seeing right here. Okay, here got the lightning energy, okay. The fan owner going back to hand, okay.
So I think he selected the lightning energy first.
Again, like I was saying earlier, right? Once you put the card down and you played it, that's it, right? You're not really. And especially at this level, the Master Ball League.
Yeah.
Our most important tournament, right? Every penalty is even more severe than like playing in a Great Ball League, Ultra Ball League.
That's
for example.
right. But here's is an easily reversible play. You just take back the fan rotem, you throw away the lightning energy, and then you're good to go from there. Here we see the Stardust Vitality being played. So 1 basic energy. Choose 2 of your ancient Pokemon. Put 1 put 1 basic energy card from your discard pile to one of those ancient Pokemon, and then from there you can draw 3 cards. Very good draw engine as well for Raging Bolt.
You can see that Kaiser is playing extra fast here. He's playing the Nest Bulk very quickly, getting the Teal Mask Ogerpon out. And straight to the bench, you're going to use Teal Dance to draw 1 card again.
Yep, so Teal Dance for 1 card. He is just going to take a knockout onto that Shaman.
Yes. It's quite a move from the first match, except now that Kentron doesn't have a TM evolution.
Yeah, so
nice
we
stretcher.
see a nice stretcher for the Shaman. Very important since the Baby Bolt is set up and ready to go.
I think there's still time to scoop though.
I really am puzzled, but you know what? Once again, Kianchong probably knows what the aim of the game is here. He is probably trying to buy as much time and trying to find as many ways out here. Maybe trying to mind bend 3 times to take a knockout onto that Baby Raging Bolt.
Trying to confuse the Raging Bolt now. Keep some damage on him. Again, so if neither player has two or fewer prize cards remaining, and the winner of game 1 will win the match.
Yeah.
Monkey with TM Evolution, so we're gonna see double killer come out here, I think. Trying to scare Kaiser a bit, show him that he has the double killer. Here we go. Going to the deck here with TM Evolution, you must select 2 basic Pokemon on your bench and then evolve them. Then the TM Evolution gets discarded. Even if you don't use the TM Evolution, the TM Evolution still gets discarded at the enter no matter what happens.
That's right.
So
unless a jamming tower gets placed on.
Right. Then it stays on board. But you can't use the attack anymore though.
Yes, that is correct.
It's Kaiser's turn now. He's got a lot of energy on the board here and a fully powered Raging Bolt. And let's not forget, he has a second attack of 130 damage that can knock out the Monkey Dory.
Not making that mistake yet again. Hey, so right now we have Kaiser is just going to use the second attack, I believe, so Dragon Headbutt to take a knockout onto that Kirlia. Kaiser making very rapid moves at this point in time. Kianchong choosing what to play here.
Yeah, Kaiser just needs to pick up as many prizes as he can, as fast as possible here. As long as Kianchong as long as he can take all those prizes up, he can try to win. He can tie the match. He lost the first game. Kianchong sends up the Monkey Dory with Psychic Energy attach. That's his turn right now. It's going to be Ultra Ball play. He already eyed the 3 cards they want to Ultra Ball with. Okay.
Oh, no? He's gonna get the God of War, guys. Surely.
Really?
He's gonna take it for the prize. No, I'm messing. I am messing.
He has no Gardevoir in play, so that Monkey Dory is going to be able to hit only for 60 damage as well. He's thinking of the for Zendipity. Yeah, that's going to be free for Kaiser here.
Free fodder. There we go. You see the 3 cards, he's wondering, okay, great, I've got an Ultra Ball now. I can surely find for the Gardevoir.
Right?
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 Nah,
Okay,
I, don't,
okay,
I believe in Kinchong. I believe in Kinchong.
Maybe he has an idea what he wants to do, right? So Kaiser is seeing the Ultra Ball here. In Kaiser's mind, he's thinking,
Gardevoir is coming out here.
And now Kaiser's gonna know that Kenchong doesn't have a Gardevoir EX.
Surely.
Okay, Kenchong just looked to his deck
times. I may not have...
Four times. He's looking to his deck 4 times now.
I may not have used the Ultra Ball here if he knew, but it seems like he doesn't know.
Maybe he didn't know. Maybe he didn't know the whole time that there was a Gardevoir. He didn't deck check. He didn't deck check properly. And, okay, if only I could see Kaiser's face right now. I wish I could see Kaiser's face. I think Kaiser's still thinking that Kenchong is just deck checking. But he doesn't know. Hey, look at the discard pile to make sure. He's thinking, he look at the discard pile to make sure that he didn't actually discard a Gardevoir EX.
He's like, wait. It's
allowed. I really wish I can see Kaiser's face right now. He must be so shocked. Where's the Gardevoir EX? Where did it go?
That's a great question, guys. Where is the Gardevoir EX? But guess what? We know where it is. It is not in play right now. It is in the prizes. So Kenchong just continues to play the game, though. Chooses to play Iono to reset the hand cards from him. Kaiser to draw 4, Kenchong to draw 6.
Yep. Let's see what can Kenchong get another energy to attack with. Okay, here's a Darkness Energy on the monkey, though. He's able to attack with Mind Bend to confuse Kaiser's Raging Bolt. So maybe it's time for Kaiser to roll the dice next turn.
No, I mean, look, if it was Kaiser, just pass.
Right?
There's no need to take risks here. But you know what? So I think for those of you who are just joining in, I'd just like to reiterate that if players have 2 or less prizes remaining, right, then they must play a tiebreaker game here. But if either players have 2 or less prizes remaining, then the player with less prizes will win.
Right?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Okay. He just showed that he got 2 Gardevoir on the prize. He's just showing right now.
All right. So Kenchong has realized that he's got 2 Gardevoirs in the prize.
That's why he didn't scoop.
Yeah, so
that's why. Yeah, he didn't know. He didn't know. He didn't know there was 2 Gardevoir in the prize. So we're going into game 3. Looks like we can put this paper aside right now and head straight to the third match.
All right, so game 3. I think it's evident that they will be going to time. So let's go through the game 3 time rules right now, Nick.
Right. So if either player has fewer prize cards remaining than their opponent, the player with the fewest prize card remaining wins the match. So for example, if time is called and Kaiser has picked up 2 prizes, Kenchong hasn't picked up any, Kaiser will win the match. So another example, both players have the same number of prize cards remaining. So if both players have 6 prize, or 4 prize, the game must continue until either player ends up with fewer prize cards remaining than their opponent, or fulfills any other win condition. That player will win the match. So that would, if the time is called, if both players have the same amount of prizes, then who picks up the first prize will win the match.
All right, so no more tiebreakers here.
No tiebreakers.
No tiebreakers.
We're going to see, so Kenchong has escaped a tiebreaker. Again, he should have just scooped earlier, but he probably didn't realize. It was quite funny when he showed that Gardevoir. That's the kind of thing that we should make stickers of, man.
Surely. He's like, wait, where's my Gardevoir?
We're going straight into game 3. Kenchong going second. Kaiser standing first with new EX in the active spot. Perfect Nest Ball for Squawkabilly maybe. Nest Ball for Fan Rodom. Let's see the prizes in both sides. Fan Rodom on Kaiser, but Kaiser plays 2, so that's fine, I think. On the Kenchong side, Super Rod, Research, one of the routes.
And 1 Darkness Energy, so I don't think
it's okay.
Yeah, detrimental to both sides particularly. Here, it's, I just want to be very clear. The Raging Bolt deck is highly favored here.
Yep.
Yeah, Raging Bolt is going to be able to take prizes quicker, and in this format where time is when time is being called in the top cut, the deck which is able to take more prizes first is actually advantageous.
We saw it with Hannah earlier, right? So Hannah just picked up prizes one by one and practically won the game that way. And Kaiser can do the exact same now. Ditto in the active spot is going to be exchanged for Raging Bolt, baby. The baby Raging Bolt is the kind of thing that Kaiser wants. He's going to try to target all of Kenchong's vaults in the bench. Let's see let's see what Ken Chong can get out to the bench though.
Do you realize that Ken Chong started Shaman 3 games in a row?
Oh yeah, oh my
That's
gosh.
insane.
I was just thinking, oh yeah, the green color on that side. I was like, huh, a grass type? Oh wait, again.
Just to be clear, he was only playing that one copy.
One copy, only one copy, right? And he's done it 3 times in a row.
That's pretty insane as well. Ken Chong here, the man of many odds, you know. First pricing 2 God of Wars and then starting 3 Shaman in a row. Oh, sorry, Shamans in 3 games in a row.
Kaiser with an excellent turn 1. He has an energy attached to the Raging Bolt maybe in front. So a Sara next turn. Plus
Crispin next turn.
Yeah, Crispin next turn, a lot of ways. Yo, here comes Clefairy EX. Aggro time from Ken Chong. Gonna try to like take prizes quickly with the Lily's Clefairy EX.
Yeah.
Again, with the Lily's Clefairy, its ability makes it that all psychic Pokemon attack Dragon type Pokemon for weakness. That includes Kaiser's Raging Bolt, the non-EX and the EX.
That is 100% true. So here, whoever takes the prizes is going to be favored. We do see Ken Chong. You know, I've actually realized I have to give credit where credit is due. Ken Chong plays very differently when he's in his last match. He plays super aggressively. He knows how to play to benefit from the rules.
Yes, correct.
Right? Usually we see him setting up the routes. We usually see him, buying as much time as possible. But then when he goes into this kind of game state, he goes straight into the Clefairy, straight into the Muse. He starts charging the Clefairies manually and playing for the best. And he does still get a route.
Yeah, that's the bonus, and that's the perfect bonus here he needs.
That's the perfect setup that he needs to get him through this game number 3.
Especially he didn't have a draw supporter, so he even spent Ego, used all his cards up to try and use Mew to draw 3 cards with restart.
That's right. And on Kaiser's side, we do see the Jewel Seeker Noctower come out, which allows him to find 2 trainer cards from his deck. Here, I think Crispin is not a bad play. You can take a knockout onto the Shaman. I think Urban Vessel is also not too bad. Finding the Area Zero.
Oh, Area Zero as well, yeah.
I think okay. But keep in mind that even if you do find an Area Zero, you're not going to be able to take out knock out the Shaman with a Assault Landing from the Fan Rotom.
Okay, so it looks like he's eyeing on the Earthen Vessel at the top, just checking his hand to see what decks he already has. So it's Earthen Vessel and Crispin, right? So Crispin's going to be played to try and... I think he's going to try to knock out the...
Actually, you know what? I think Crispin Prime Catcher is also going to be pretty good. If you Crispin Prime Catcher and you knock out the Clefairy, or even, the Clefairy, right? You have the 2-prize lead, right? I don't know. I think
it's tough though to knock out the Clefairy. He doesn't have a Raging Bolt EX. He only has that Teal Mask Ogopoint EX and the Raging Bolt in the front. So Crispin play, Teal Dance, draw 1. Does have an Earthen Vessel as well. He's not going to use it yet. He's going to draw 1 first. Let's see what he gets. Looks like a Pokemon, I think. Earthen Vessel, discarding.
Earthen Vessel coming down here.
Oh, Slitherwing. Slitherwing. We haven't seen that. We haven't seen that from Kaiser at all, actually.
Oh.
Discarding one of his 3 Night Stretches.
I think that's fine here.
We're going Lightning Energy, Fighting Energy.
Yep. So and it's going to just be hand attachment onto that big baby Raging Bolt, and it will likely just see a Dragon Headbutt, I reckon.
Yep, it's going to knock out the Shaman in the active spot. He can't attack the bench because the Shaman protects Ken Chong's bench. An Ultra Ball, discarding the Slitherwing and a Lightning Energy. Finding another Hoot maybe? Most likely it's going to be that, I think. Then you can use that for next turn. Yep, here comes the Hoot. Then next turn you're able to use Jewel Seeker again with Noctowl.
Okay, so I was thinking actually that it may not have been a good play to bench 1 more Pokemon, because if you bench 1 more Pokemon, then Clefairy can proceed to take a knockout onto that Teal Mask Ogopoint. Which then puts Ken Chong in the lead. Keep in mind we only have 3 minutes left on the clock, so if with this kind of exchange, right, Ken Chong's counter catchers are also online, so technically Ken Chong, if he manages to fill up his bench, is gonna be able to use counter catcher onto that Teal Mask Ogopoint, and then take 2 prizes from there. And if he plays it to time, he would then take the lead. He would then win the game.
Let's see if he has any draw supporters though. Remember, he only has like 2 or 3 cards in. 3 cards in hand actually. Counter catcher. It's gonna be the counter catcher. He's gonna aim on the Mew EX, I think. He's just, as long as he doesn't let go of the card, he's still getting 3 hand. Counter catcher on the Mew EX, okay. Not the Teal Mask Ogopoint as we thought.
No, but this is better for Ken Chong actually. If he's able to find 2 more Pokemon and he just takes the knockout, then Kaiser is going to be in trouble here. We do see
the research and the Artisan.
Yeah, we do see the research and the artisan come down. Research to draw him for 7 more cards. Kenchong is going to be able to use the artisan to find 1 more bench Pokemon. This is going into the final 2 minutes of the game, 3 minutes of the game. Kenchong here playing perfectly in a way that he is going to find and fill up his bench.
And if he goes second as well, the turn will only end with him, right? The game will only end with him playing. So even if Kaiser's turn, if the time is on Kaiser's turn, Kenchong still has 1 more turn left, right?
Yes, that is correct. You know, and if they end up in a tie, then I think it's the next prize that gets taken wins.
Correct.
So
if they have the same amount of prizes, right? If either player has fewer prize cards remaining, then the one with the fewer prize cards wins.
That's right. We're left with 2 minutes. Kenchong is
taking 2 prizes here.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be taking 2 prizes here.
Okay, so he will take 2 prizes.
But he put in for only 1. Is that enough? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is going to be enough to take a knockout there.
Yes.
We do see Monkey Dory come down. That's 100%
Yep.
going to be taking a knockout onto that Mew EX.
Yeah, just counting to make sure you got enough. All right, knockout. Mew EX. Kenchong takes 2 prizes, takes the prize lead. So it's back to Kaiser's turn. Now Kaiser wants to take 2 prizes here onto Clefairy, right? Or Mew. He doesn't need to take 2 prizes, right? He needs to keep up the prize race if he can. Yeah. At this point, Kenchong is happy if that Clefairy survives.
Yeah, but I don't think this Clefairy is surviving. We do see Kaiser dropping that Noctowl, so we are going to be finding that Sada. Sada is going to be able to detach an energy from the discard pile to that Raging Bolt EX, but does he have enough energies? We do see 2 fighting energies attached to that Raging Bolt, baby Raging Bolt, so there needs to be enough energies inside the discard pile. We do see 1 fighting energy left in the deck, so that means this Raging Bolt is going to be online.
Yes. You can pick up the fighting, because attach the lightning from the discard pile with Sada's leader.
There is a lightning there, surely, right?
Yes, there is one. There is one right there. So it's going to attach. It's going to play Sada now. Lightning's going on. Glass going on to the
baby Raging
Bolt. Draw 3 cards. Then we treat the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn to go for a knockout here. Remember that the Lily's Clefairy does have a Bravery Charm attached as well. So Teal dance. Then we'll treat. Here comes the Raging Bolt. It's going to take a knockout. And Kaiser has now got the prize lead. Kenchong needs to take another 2 prizes here. 23 seconds remaining. The time will end on Kenchong's turn.
Yes, the time will end on Kenchong's turn. Kenchong chooses to promote the courier because he has Gardevoir right now.
Okay. He needs to take a 2 prize knockout this turn to win the game, right?
Yes.
8 seconds left. Oh, I'm so tense right now, man. This is such an awesome match. Nice ball coming up.
If Kenchong finds a Night Stretcher here, he can Night Stretcher the Clefairy. Okay, so time has been called.
Yes. I think the judge is just trying to explain right now. Okay, time has been called. Does that mean that because Kaiser has fewer prizes remaining, does he win the match?
So I believe that this goes to the +1 turn.
Ah,
so,
right. Sorry.
After Kenchong finishes his turn, I believe then they'll look at the prize matches. But I'm not the judge today. I'm not sure 100% on what this ruling is. So I think they're just clarifying the turn right now, just to make sure that the rulings are settled.
Okay, looks like we are correct. As in, Kenchong will get to finish his turn because he's gone second. So if Kenchong takes a knockout on this Raging Bolt, he will win the match.
That is right.
If he doesn't take this knockout on this Raging Bolt,
Kaiser wins the match.
Kaiser wins the match. If Kenchong goes for one of the single prize Pokemon, it goes to a tiebreaker.
Does it go for a tiebreaker?
Yes. So if it goes to a tiebreaker, it goes to
the next prize
winning. So Kaiser can go for next prize.
That's right. That is 100% correct. And Kenchong here, his win condition is that Night Stretcher. If he manages to find a Night Stretcher for the Clefairy, he will win this game.
Let's see what he gets. He's going to go for Zen first to draw 3 cards. Nice Stretcher is all he needs to win the game. Did he get it?
No,
he got an Arven, but
did he
play a supporter already this turn? He didn't play a supporter.
He didn't play supporter. He uses the Arven here.
Yeah, Arven means going to fill up his bench though to max. Is he going to go for Drifloon?
He could potentially go for Drifloon and Bravery Charm here. I think he's just trying to count however many energies are left in his deck. Kenchong here looking, thinking, what can he do to get out of this kind of situation? To me, it's in his hand already, I believe. If that was the Arven indeed, he's He's looking at his options. That is the Arven in his hand, no?
Yeah, he has an Arven in his hand, and he's already looked to his deck. I think we've seen him play safe for 2 games now. He's still playing safe right here. Okay, he's a bit confused. I think Arven. Going to go Arven. Okay, Arven. Oh yeah, you can see Kaiser. Kaiser's hands in his head. Again, I see him place a hand in the head. Does he have a nice stretcher? Oh, okay, that's it. That's it. Nice stretcher. Nice stretcher will take the Lily's Clefairy EX from the discard pile. He puts it into the bench. Attach 2 energy using Gardevoir's ability. Put 4 damage counters. And then retreat. Right? Retreat slowly one by one. Just to show. Very, very sad for Kaiser though that the game ended this way. But valiant effort from Ken Chong. He knew at this game 3 there was not enough time. He switched his play from going a very typical Valts to a very aggro Valts. Very rarely we would see that Lily's Clefairy come out on turn 1 with new EX.
Yep.
And the knockout is going to come right here. And that should be it. That would mean Ken Chong will be the last turn. And at the last turn, he has picked up 2 prizes. He has fewer prizes than Kaiser. Congratulations to Ken Chong. He's going to the finals.
He's going to the finals, and this also guarantees his spot to the World Championships at Anaheim in 2025.
Anaheim, yes.
25,
Anaheim,
25.
California. Yeah. Because next year we're going to San Francisco.
Next year we're going to San Francisco. That's right. That's right indeed. So congratulations once again to Ken Chong. Very, very valiant effort. Very close for Kaiser to make it all the way to the top 4. Congratulations for always making it, having a deep run.
Yeah. Again, Kaiser, very, very well played. He played to all his best outs. Just unfortunate with the time call that he couldn't be able to finish the match.
Yep, so we are going to, I think, the next game really soon. But before that, Nick, this Ken Chong, do you think he has what it takes to go all the way?
I've seen him play 2, I would say, 1 actual tiebreaker, 1 inverted commas tiebreaker, and he's played it with very, very well. I won't be surprised if he takes the Master Ball League Championship.
Yeah, I mean, look, his next match is, I believe, also going to be a Raging Bolt. So it's going to be a Bolt versus a Gardevoir, a very, very familiar matchup that we've seen Ken Chong play time and time again. I'm not sure who is the person playing the Bolt, but it will be very, very good, I think, for Ken Chong.
So that's why between all these between all these decks, right? What do you think is your favorite deck actually?
My favorite deck doesn't matter because I'm gonna have Buddy Poffin in my deck.
Right, look at that, guys.
Look at the Master Ball Buddy Poffin. This is a Asia exclusive. We started getting these exclusives last year. Give that a little bit of a twirl. Look at that.
Oh, look at the shine. Look at the holo. Look at the holography.
The holo is a Galaxy holo onto that, Buddy Poffin. We also have the exclusive Master Ball stamp, which is exclusive to these tournaments. And on top of that, speaking of exclusive, we have the exclusive sleeves.
I think it's still available, right?
Yeah, so it's still available. If you want yours and you're in Singapore and you want to get them, do come down to Suntec City Convention Center at Hall 405. I believe the store is still open. The Pokemon Center is still open right now.
We're talking about the shine, man.
And look at that. Look at that gleam, man. Look at the shine. Look at the drip.
That's quite cool. That's quite cool.
And last but not least, we mentioned the playmat. The playmat is
holy. It's so nice, man. It's really nice. Check it out, guys. Look at all the Pokemon on this playmat. We've got Mewtwo in the middle. We've got Dragonite, Hydreigon. We've got Garchomp, Dragapult. Cool, man. Really cool.
And of course, look at the top 4 rewards. So if you're top 32, all the way to top 4, you get the 3 things that we showed you earlier. But we also have the top 4 rewards in the trophies. You have the bronze trophy, the silver trophy, and the gold trophy. And of course, the End Zoroark with the Master Ball stamp.
So even though, we saw Kaiser lost, He does get one of these cool Zora EX.
It's very few of them, I believe. I think it's what 12 in each country.
Just
so
each country,
about
yes.
36, 48 in the world only.
Wow, that's really, really rare.
Yeah. Anyways, guys, take care. We'll see you in the next round in just a bit.
Pokémon Legends ZA is a new title in the Pokémon series. The story takes place in Lumiose City, the largest city in the Kalos region. Prism Tower stands tall at the center of this city of beautiful vistas. These days, Lumiose is undergoing a high-tech urban redevelopment plan to turn it into a city that people and Pokémon truly share. After you arrive in Lumiose City to see the sights, you'll meet 3 Pokémon, one of which will become your first partner: Chikorita, Tepig, and Totodile. You'll choose one of these Pokémon to accompany you on a new journey as you get to know Lumiose City and its inhabitants. Here are some of the colorful characters you'll encounter. When you arrive in Lumiose, you'll meet a new friend and ally, either Urbane or Tawny. The hotel where you'll be staying is run by AZ. You'll also meet his partner, Floette. Lumiose's redevelopment is being managed by Quasartico Inc. You'll become acquainted with the company's CEO Jet and her secretary Vinny. The different people you meet will make your time in Lumiose all the richer. To help people and Pokémon coexist, the city has set up wild zones. These areas, located throughout Lumiose, give wild Pokémon habitats where they can thrive. To catch one of these wild Pokémon, aim carefully, then throw a Pokéball. If you're having a hard time catching one, have one of your Pokémon use its moves to weaken the target, making it easier to catch. This game offers a style of Pokémon battling not seen in previous titles. Moves can have a longer or shorter reach, or different areas of effect. So choose your timing and positioning carefully to gain the upper hand. Lead your partner Pokémon through battles and dodge incoming attacks. Swap Pokémon if you need to and find the right moment to unleash a move. What's more, certain Pokémon can go beyond evolution by undergoing Mega Evolution. When a trainer's Keystone resonates with the Mega Stone held by their Pokémon, the Pokémon will do more than just change shape. It'll unlock a new level of power, turning the tide of battle in its favor. As Lumiose continues its transformation into a city that belongs to both people and Pokémon, who knows what kinds of encounters and experiences will await you. Pokémon Legends ZA, coming late 2025. Pokémon Legends ZA is a new title in the Pokémon series. The story takes place in Lumiose City, the largest city in the Kalos region. Prism Tower stands tall at the center of this city of beautiful vistas. These days, Lumiose is undergoing a high-tech urban redevelopment plan to turn it into a city that people and Pokémon truly share. After you arrive in Lumiose City to see the sights, you'll meet 3 Pokémon, one of which will become your first partner: Chikorita, Tepig, and Totodile. You'll choose one of these Pokémon to accompany you on a new journey as you get to know Lumiose City and its inhabitants. Here are some of the colorful characters you'll encounter. When you arrive in Lumiose, you'll meet a new friend and ally, either Urbane or Tawny. The hotel where you'll be staying is run by AZ. You'll also meet his partner, Floette. Lumiose's redevelopment is being managed by Quasartico Inc. You'll become acquainted with the company's CEO Jet and her secretary Vinny. The different people you meet will make your time in Lumiose all the richer. To help people and Pokémon coexist, the city has set up wild zones. These areas, located throughout Lumiose, give wild Pokémon habitats where they can thrive. To catch one of these wild Pokémon, aim carefully, then throw a Pokéball. If you're having a hard time catching one, have one of your Pokémon use its moves to weaken the target, making it easier to catch. This game offers a style of Pokémon battling not seen in previous titles. Moves can have a longer or shorter reach, or different areas of effect. So choose your timing and positioning carefully to gain the upper hand. Lead your partner Pokémon through battles and dodge incoming attacks. Swap Pokémon if you need to and find the right moment to unleash a move. What's more, certain Pokémon can go beyond evolution by undergoing Mega Evolution. When a trainer's keystone resonates with the Mega Stone held by their Pokémon, the Pokémon will do more than just change shape. It'll unlock a new level of power, turning the tide of battle in its favor. As Lumiose continues its transformation into a city that belongs to both people and Pokémon, who knows what kinds of encounters and experiences will await you. Pokémon Legends ZA, coming late 2025. Pokémon Legends ZA is a new title in the Pokémon series. The story takes place in Lumiose City, the largest city in the Kalos region. Prism Tower stands tall at the center of this city of beautiful vistas. These days, Lumiose is undergoing a high-tech urban redevelopment plan to turn it into a city that people and Pokémon truly share. After you arrive in Lumiose City to see the sights, you'll meet 3 Pokémon, one of which will become your first partner: Chikorita, Tepig, and Totodile. You'll choose one of these Pokémon to accompany you on a new journey as you get to know Lumiose City and its inhabitants. Here are some of the colorful characters you'll encounter. When you arrive in Lumiose, you'll meet a new friend and ally, either Urbane or Tawny. The hotel where you'll be staying is run by AZ. You'll also meet his partner, Floette. Lumiose's redevelopment is being managed by Quasartico Inc. You'll become acquainted with the company's CEO Jet and her secretary Vinny. The different people you meet will make your time in Lumiose all the richer. To help people and Pokémon coexist, the city has set up wild zones. These areas, located throughout Lumiose, give wild Pokémon habitats where they can thrive. To catch one of these wild Pokémon, aim carefully, then throw a Pokéball. If you're having a hard time catching one, have one of your Pokémon use its moves to weaken the target, making it easier to catch. This game offers a style of Pokémon battling not seen in previous titles. Moves can have a longer or shorter reach, or different areas of effect. So choose your timing and positioning carefully to gain the upper hand. Lead your partner Pokémon through battles and dodge incoming attacks. Swap Pokémon if you need to and find the right moment to unleash a move. What's more, certain Pokémon can go beyond evolution by undergoing Mega Evolution. When a trainer's Keystone resonates with the Mega Stone held by their Pokémon, the Pokémon will do more than just change shape. It'll unlock a new level of power, turning the tide of battle in its favor. As Lumiose continues its transformation into a city that belongs to both people and Pokémon, who knows what kinds of encounters and experiences will await you. Pokémon Legends ZA, coming late 2025.
Hey guys, welcome back to the finals of the Master Ball League here in Singapore. This is the final showcase match.
Yep.
Depends on who gets first or second, gold or silver.
Correct. But both players will be going to the World Championships in Anaheim, California later this year in August.
That's right. So congratulations to Anselm as well as Ken Chong for making it so far. Just a little bit of a round of applause, for making it all the way here. You know, these two players are veterans of the Singapore
they've been
community.
playing for a long time, longer than you.
Way longer than me.
Well, it's been 9 months, man, since Premier Ball League. It's the first start of the season, and now we are finally down to 2.
To 2, Ken Chong and Anselm Slim. These two folks are actually not in the top 8, so this means that Ken Chong and Anselm are both going to Worlds as well as the top 8 in rankings. So congratulations to the top 8 as well. This has pretty much secured your position to the World Championship. So congratulations if you've made it, and if you were this close, I really wish you all the best for next season as well.
Can't wait to see like 10 people to Singapore. 10 people representing Singapore at the World Championships.
To 10 Masters.
Right, Masters.
But let's take a look at this matchup for today. We're all familiar with this deck right now. We've seen this deck for the 3rd time on stream. I swear it was not scripted. It wasn't planned. We didn't expect.
We didn't, okay?
We didn't expect this deck to come 3 times on stream, but here we are today. We have Gardevoir.
The non-Ragnar Gardevoir with the 3 Monkey Dories and 3 Technical Machine Evolution inside. We've seen this deck come back from ties. We've seen this deck like timeout wins, and we know that this deck can play aggro with Lily's Clefairy EX. So don't be surprised to see that later in this matchup. Of course, we welcome back Anselm to the stream. Anselm Sim playing the Raging Bolt EX deck.
Yeah,
we've seen many times in the stream as well.
Yeah, we saw him at the start. Now we see him at the end. Anselm here with that Raging Bolt deck with the interesting tech card of the Bidoof. And we also see, I think, the 5 grass energies that he's playing. And right now we are kick-starting this matchup. I believe we'll check the prizes right now. And yeah, look at that. We've got the Fez prize, the Screenplay prize, the Driftman prize. So Ken Chong, once again, with the unfortunate pricing, thankfully it's not as detrimental as having 2 Gardevoirs in the prize.
And
but he has he has a lack of attackers right now, only being able to attack with the Gardevoir as well as the Lily's Clefairy EX, or maybe even a Mew.
Yeah, maybe even Mew. Yeah, there's always that option because Mew can copy Raging Bolt's EX attack and take a knockout on Raging Bolt back if he spawns.
Yeah, but with the loss of the Drifloon as well as the Screen Tail, there isn't really any other attackers that he can use to trade efficiently, because typically Gardevoir wants to be able to, you know, utilize the single prize trades efficiently in order for him to take an advantage there.
Yes, let's see if Ken Chong actually checks his deck properly to make sure that he's missing those 2 attackers.
I mean, look, I'm pretty sure after the previous game he's going to be he's going to have to learn his lesson, right?
Yep.
Surely.
So, Anselm is starting pretty well. We've got a Fan Rodon for the start, 2 Hoot Hoots, 1 knockdown. Just your typical Raging Bolt with Hoot deck match. Let's go attach a Fighting Energy as well. I assume to the baby Raging Bolt to the active spot. There we go. Lightning Energy is going to that Pokemon. He has a Sada ready for next turn as well. And he's passing over to Ken Chong. Ken Chong has a TM Evolution in hand, has an Arven in hand as well. I don't see Ken Chong missing a beat here. He's gonna go for a double Killia play for sure. Here comes the Arven. He already has a TM Evolution in hand, so he needs to search for that. Let's see what he's gonna pick up with as his 2 card of choice. Bravery Charm, perhaps?
I'm surely it's the Evo, no? So he can just get rid of it with the Ultra Ball next turn if he needs to evolve it into a Gardevoir.
Yep, correct. And you're also letting Anselm think that, okay, you're taking that 1 TM Evo from your deck. He doesn't know there's 1 already in his hand as well. So TM Evo is being eyed up, and a Buddy Poffin as well. I'm not sure if Ken Chong has an energy card in hand, but he probably does if he's going for this play. Now he's checking through his deck. He's just making sure again. Do I have 2 Gardevoir? Do I have that Lily's Clefairy? I do, but do I also have any attackers? Okay. So he's really picking the Buddy Poffin and the TM Evolution. We've seen this play many times today. The Buddy Poffin got able to search for 2 70 HP and below Pokemon. Again, that was the participation prize for the Master Ball League over this weekend. Here comes the Valtz from the deck coming down to the bench here. You must put it directly on the bench, so if you have a full bench, you actually cannot play Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, so, you know, I think with the two Heralds on the bench now, they're fully ready. He's very fully ready to use TM Evolution. It's just a little bit weird that he's shuffling it. Shuffling his deck right now, as I think he is going to go back in, unless he whiffs the energy attachment.
He doesn't, I think. Yeah, he has the one, he has the TM Evolution. Oh, another thing to make sure about, we need to take note of this finals is that the tournament is, this round is 75 minutes. So it's very unlikely for Ken Chong to go into a tie breaker this round. Hopefully not. Let's have some nice clean matches for the this finals. Actually.
What do you mean? There's always been clean matches.
Yeah, it's always been clean.
Yeah. So look, I think Ken Chong here.
To anything actually. Here comes the Crispin from Ansem Sim, getting the fighting energy and the grass energy from the deck. So one will be attached via Crispin for free, and one more will be a hand attachment. Interesting that Ken Chong didn't go for the TM Evolution play though. He's opting not to use it now. Maybe to evolve the Killia to Gardevoir instead?
I mean, I would have just TM Evered, right? I mean, there's definitely no... Unless both Curliers... No, he's got access to all his Curliers as well. Yeah. Unless it's in his hand?
Ooh, that could be a reason. Again, we can't really see from Ken Chong's side what's his hand, so we're not too sure. Although Ansem is kind enough to show us what's in his hand. He's gonna... Okay, Ansem is not gonna go for the... Monkey Dory in the active. Is taking out the bench vaults instead. Oh yeah, so Ken Chong actually has two killers in hand. That's why. That's why he didn't play the TM Evolution. But he can play the TM Evolution now to get double Gardevoir though.
Yeah, so I think here, even though he can't get Gardevoir here this turn, he realizes that he doesn't really have any other single prizes to start poking with, to start taking prizes with. So he may opt for a Shaman instead. You know, I think the Shaman is going to protect his bench enough, right, in order for Ken Chong to kind of find a way back into the game.
I'm very interested. Like, why would you not knock out the Monkey Dory? Is the energy count not correct for the Raging Bolt? Baby Raging Bolt?
No, it's one lightning, one fighting, and one colorless energy. So he is going to be able to use Dragon Headbutt there. You're right. You know, I would have gone for that Monkey Dory. It's definitely an interesting play, but I think he's prioritizing getting rid of all the small mons in case, you know, the Gardevoir both Gardevoirs surprised him once again.
Most likely. Again, but I'm very, very afraid of a Monkey Dory with Darkness Energy. I think that's the kind of thing that gives me nightmares every night. Seeing Monkey Dory with Darkness Energy, especially seeing 2 or even 3 on your opponent's side of the board.
That's right.
Is that a second Darkness Energy?
No, there's one Psychic and one
Psychic. Yeah, the Psychic from the earlier turn, yeah.
We do see a research coming down. It would be highly unlikely or unlucky, I guess you should say. You could say that if Ken Chong draws both Gardevoirs into his hand, but we do see, I think, 2 Monkey Dories instead.
I think he did. There it is, right there.
Is that 2 Gardevoirs?
Yeah.
That's 2 Gardevoirs.
Oh my gosh! Ken Chong! Somehow, I have never seen such incredible luck as a skill here. He, turn 1, get 2 Curliers in hand, and turn 2, got 2 Gardevoirs in hand. With a TM Evolution in play. Ansel's going to be surprised when Ken Chong uses the TM Evolution attack, I think. Or he'll probably not, and just confuse him with Mind Bend.
Yeah, I think if I see both Gardevoirs in play,
I would. Ultra Ball with both Gardevoirs? Oh, no, it's Mew EX. So maybe it wasn't 2 Gardevoir EX, maybe it was just 1.
Yeah, so look, I think if I do know that both Gardevoirs are out, I would then just use Mind Bend instead to slow things down on Ansem's side.
And why not, right? You can confuse your opponent. But again, Ansem is sitting on the left side, which gets a hits on every confusion roll, though. We didn't get to see it in the semi-finals match. Maybe we'll see it in the finals. Hey, don't know, though.
Mind Bend is a skill. Rolling heads is also a skill.
True. Luck is a skill. So Gardevoir has been discarded for the Ultra Ball, getting the Shaman out as you were thinking, and it's going for Mind Bend. Okay, so now it's Ansem's turn here. 60 damage on the Raging Bolt, and it is confused. Here comes the Teal Mask Ogre Pawn going onto the bench. A Teal Dance is coming. Very, very neat from Ansem. Thank you for playing very neat so we can see clearly what's happening. Putting the marker to show that you've used the ability for that turn. See a Noctowl as well. So, and he also has a Professor Stardust Vitality, so a lot of options to him here. Maybe even, there is a Shaman. It's a Shaman is already protecting Ken Chong's both Killias though. So it's not going to able to take those out unless you're going to, I don't know, boss it up.
No, I mean, look, doing a Dragon Hit button on the Monkey Dory here is also not too bad of an option at this point in time. Just note that Ansem is using Jewel Seeker from the Noctowl right now, looking for the Nest Ball as well as perhaps in Area Zero under depths here. Try to expand the bench as well to drop a drop a Ladia so that he can utilize a free retreat. I mean, the options are pretty limited here unless he decides to play his Prime Catcher, but Prime Catcher at this point in time feels a touch early. Chooses to go for a Nest Ball as well as an Ultra Ball here. Very ball intensive.
Okay, I think the Nest Ball, find that, yep, and then get the Ultra Ball to discard the energy in hand, then you can play Stardust Vitality to charge the Raging Bolt.
Then you're going to manual retreat, I guess, into the big Raging Bolt.
Probably, and then take a knockout from there. Let's see how it goes.
That could work.
So Ultra Ball coming out, it's going to be played here. Discard the fighting energy in hand, I believe. Let's see, I think we're just going to check here. Yeah, discard, you can just retreat also get energies in the discard pile anyway.
Yeah.
There doesn't need to use the Ultra Ball for that. So back to 5 bench Pokemon again. Here comes the Stardust Vitality, attaching to 1, the Raging Bolt EX in the front, and the Raging Bolt in the bench. And this is just make sure that he has a fighting energy in hand, so that it doesn't attach the wrong one. Okay, attaching both lightning, so it'll be safe no matter what. He also has that fighting energy there. He's really Steel Dance. He has a Prime Catcher as well in hand. Ooh.
No, but I don't think there's any reason to use a Prime Catcher at this point in time. I think he would just simply take the knockout from the front Monkey Dory.
Yes. So more than enough energy on the board here. So let's see where does he discard from. Teal Mask Ogopon, I think, 1 as well.
Nah,
it's going to go 2 straight. Yeah, 2 straight. Okay, take a knockout here. Why 2 straight of the Ogopon again? Try of the Raging Bolt again. I remember you explained earlier in the previous round.
No, I mean, in this case it's slightly different, right? Because Qianchong, I think, decides to put... Ansem decides to discard the 2 energies off that Raging Bolt because Qianchong can then just use the Lily's Fairy to take a return knockout, right? And as we see here, I think Qianchong is weighing out the options of putting that Lily's Fairy, and if he does do so, you know, the front Raging Bolt is going to be knocked out, right? Keep in mind that Ansem only has this 1 Raging Bolt in his deck. The other one is currently priced.
Yes. I don't know if he managed to pick it up from the price though. Let's see if Qianchong has discarded his counter catcher, so you know that he's eyeing up the Raging Bolt for a knockout. We're going to see Lily's Clefairy come out not in a weird tiebreaker state, finally. Coming out on its own for the first time. Again, also because he has those Drifloon and the Screamtail in the price.
Yeah, I think this is the right call for Qianchong, right? He knows that he needs to play this Lily's Clefairy as there's no other viable attacking option, right? If he puts Gardevoir and he attacks with Gardevoir, it's going to be quite easily knocked out by... It's going to get knocked out by the big Raging Bolt very, very, very quickly, right?
Yep.
So he needs to weigh out his options. He needs to use an alternate attacker besides the Gardevoir. And, you know, if I was on Ansem's side of the things, if I was able to take a knockout on that Lily's Clefairy without utilizing the Raging Bolt... Oh, sorry, if I was able to, take out Lily's Clefairy without using Raging Bolt, I'd be in such a good state.
Yeah. Okay, he didn't finish his Nest Ball play first. Maybe a Present Deputy since he really has a 2-price liability on the board anyway. Now he's going for Monkey Dory here with the Nest Ball. He also has an Artisan in hand though.
He can't go for Fast. Fast is also priced.
Right, the Present Deputy is also priced. Maybe he just realized that as well. Because he was looking at the Nest Ball, then he looked to his hand to check the alpha. I see his Artisan in his hand, he's like, maybe.
Probably, if anything. But yeah, so we are... Qianchong's just making sure that he is doing the quote-unquote right move here by using the Lily's Clefairy to attack.
Okay, he's going to charge energy using Gardevoir first, getting the retreat. Okay, so we've seen this multiple times already. Attach 2 energy via Gardevoir's ability, Gardevoir X ability. So for every energy, 2 damage counters, then he can retreat and then use Lily's Clefairy to attack. And again, Lily's Clefairy gives all psychic Pokemon the ability to hit Dragon-type Pokemon for weakness. Normally, Dragon-type Pokemon do not have a weakness.
That is right. So we do see Qianchong here utilizing that Lily's Clefairy. We are going to see 2 energies attached to Lily's Clefairy, and we will see a Full Moon Rondo, I believe, for a knockout here. 2 energy charge from the discard pile means that Lily's Clefairy is going to have 40 damage on it, which relieves it with 150 HP left.
Just 20 shot away from Baby Raging Bolt's attack. So it's practically safe, I hope. We'll see what Ansem has up his sleeve. Maybe another Raging Bolt EX?
No, I mean, it's simply going to be a Teal Mask Ogerpon knockout, right? Because the Teal Mask Ogerpon with 2 energies is going to do 120 damage just with 3 energies on itself. With 2 more energies on the active Pokemon, on the opponent's active Pokemon, means it's going to do another 60, which brings it up to 180.
Yep. Plus, there's 30 base as well, right? Yes. So here we go. So Alton Vessel getting 2 grass. Or maybe he already has grass in hand. So he's going for grass and lightning. Okay. Yeah, just look through the deck one more time just to make sure. Once again, thoroughly before shuffle. Counting now. It's gone for 7. Yep. He went for 7 before shuffles. The good number of
the magic, the quote-unquote magic number here.
Yep. 2 grass energy in hand as well. So we're going to see the Teal Dance play. Yep. You should remove that coin or else you'll be confused. But anyway, take on the Ultra Ball. Okay, that's quite nice.
Yeah, but here
you... the Fazan as well to draw 3.
But here you definitely want to just hand attach the grass energy onto this Teal Mask Ogerpon. Your bench is already full unless you manage to draw into the area
0, which is what he wants. Definitely what he wants. He has a Teal Mask Ogerpon, so his bench is now open to 3 more Pokemon, 8 benched Pokemon. He's going to put down some bench Pokemon here to get rid of that Noctowl and that Fanrodom. Here's the Night Stretcher. Let's see what he chooses from the discard pile. It's going to be the Raging Bolt EX. That's his 6th Pokemon on the bench.
And remember what I said just now, right? If he's able to take out a knockout onto this Clefairy without utilizing Raging Bolt EX, he will be in good shape. And here we see Ansem just going to... and look, he's not only taking the knockout with a non-Raging Bolt, he is also going to be charging up his Raging Bolts, right? So Kianchong here would need to utilize Counter Catcher and do something like a Monkey Dory, shift damage into taking a knockout onto this Teal Mask Ogerpon. If not, he's going to need to do like a Counter Catcher Counter Catcher Raging Bolt, and then use a Night Stretcher to take back the Clefairy.
He's going for Prime Catcher. He's going to take out the Gardevoir EX right now. Okay, he's going to go for a big play here with Raging Bolt EX and take out the Gardevoir EX immediately. I think he also knows there's one Gardevoir EX in the discard pile anyway, so maybe he's thinking like that. But I agree with you though, like taking out the Lily's Clefairy first means you're saving resources for a later turn instead. But now he's going to use up all the resources to take out this Gardevoir here.
I mean, he may be afraid of a potential disruption play coming from Kianchong. That's the only reason why I can think he did that. If not, I would have preferred to use... if not, I would have preferred to use the Teal Mask to take the knockout instead.
Okay, he's used the Ultra Ball. He's going to take a Blood Moon as an insurance policy. With the Blood Moon, if Kianchong takes another 2 prizes, Ansem just needs 1 energy on the Blood Moon to attack.
Yeah, and he'll be able to take a knock on the Lily's Clefairy. Yeah, so this route is also an option that Ansem can take, and he rightfully discovered that.
Alright, so this Gardevoir is going to get knocked out here. Like we saw earlier with 4 damage counters on it, Ansem just needs to discard 4 energy cards from his board to knock out the Gardevoir EX. And he has a healthy hand as well. Kianchong really needs to see an Idol next turn.
Yeah, I believe an Iono is going to be the right play here. He decides to...
Yeah, count slowly. Take your time.
To use Bellowing Thunder. So every energy that you discard from your side of the field deals 70 damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. We do see Kianchong eyeing that Iono. His Iono is brought up to the front of his hand.
Okay, he's going to play it. Immediately going to play it next turn. Yeah, I think Ansem just seeing whether he should discard what energy from his... Yeah. Okay, so he's chosen 1 grass from the Teal Mask, 2 energies from the Raging Bolt Baby in the bench, and then 1 fighting energy from the Raging Bolt EX. So Ansem just needs 2 more prizes to lock in Game 1 of the finals.
Yeah, so the question is, can Kianchong find himself the Night Stretcher, which he plays through 2 copies of, in order for him to get back the Gardevoir from his discard pile and evolve it. If he does, he is locked in. And there is a chance for him to come back. And, with 2 prizes down, I wonder if he managed to pick up any of the single prize attackers here.
Right.
Because that would be very, very, very useful. If not, Ansem can just go for a 2-2-2 kind of prize trade here. Looks like the Counter Catcher, the Fazan is huge.
That's what you want to see. Counter Catcher the Fazan so that you can knock it out. And then with the Iono, Ansem will be able to draw 3 cards.
Very, very, very well identified here by Kianchong.
Okay, so he's going to attach an energy as well, I think. And Baby Charm is also in hand. Baby Charm on the... Okay, Baby Charm on the Lily's Clefairy.
Puts it to 200 here. Doesn't
like from
Blood Moon or Saluna. That's right. Okay, so we do see the Iono finally being played here. Kenchong is going to be drawing 4. Anselm is going to be drawing 2 here. This next turn is going to be very important.
Okay.
I think even if Kenchong does take a knockout onto this Pheasantipity with the Lily's Clefairy, all Anselm needs to do is have a supporter, right? If he manages to find a Sada here or the Crispin, he'll be good to go. He'll be able to take a return knockout quite easily.
Yep.
You say you saw an energy card?
I think Ansem drew an energy card. He could attach it to the Blood Moon also.
Yep, and that's all he needs. Sada, Crispin, energy card, all Earthen Vessel, all the different outs that he can use to charge up the Blood Moon Ursaluna or the Raging Bolt and take a return knockout onto that Lily's Clefairy.
Yep. So let's see what Kenchong does to further his spot in the next ball here. I think it's in a bit of a pinch because he knew that he was forced to use a 2 prizer to take knockouts. And now Ansem can just take 2-2-2 to win the game. Very, very tough here for Kenchong without the Drifloon and the Screamtail.
And the Pheasantipity.
Yeah, that's another key card that he's lost there. Those draw 3 cards that you can do with flip the script every turn really, really can make a bigger game. That
is right. He's just counting the amount of bench Pokemon that he has. So we do see 7 on the side of Anselm. We see 3 on the side of Kenchong. Right now you're doing 220 damage with the base 20, which is definitely going to be enough. Yeah, 220, correct. Which is definitely going to be enough to take out the Pheasantipity.
Is he going to take a knockout or is he going to pass?
I mean, there isn't really many other options. And, you know, if Kenchong takes the knockout here, is Kenchong trying to buy time?
Yeah, I'm wondering why he's contemplating whether to take a knockout or not. I think you don't know what's in Ansem's hand, right? So
I mean, he doesn't have a choice, right? So the thing is that if he takes a knockout, so he does choose to take a knockout here. Kenchong will take 2 prizes.
Oh, it's a Sada and a Fighting Energy. Holy moly!
So
that's enough. Yep, that's enough. Yeah, he's just showing that with the Sada, you can attach 2 more energy, and that'll be enough to take a knockout. Kenchong, whoa, aggro has brought the win for Ansem.
Well, I would say that, you know, not having that Drifloon, not having that Screamtail was definitely game-changing for Kenchong. He was not able to use his single prizes to trade upwards with the 2 prizes on the Ansem side of the field. So the pricing, once again, kind of messing up Kenchong's game plan here. But thankfully, this is a best of 3, not a best of 1.
Yes.
So that means Kenchong will hopefully be able to find a way to come back in game number 2.
Very, very good match though. Again, Ansem played to all the best outs and that Iono was really, really perfect. Got 2 of the cards he needed to win the game. So hopefully Kenchong has a bad price for game 2 though. I really, really want to see a great game 2. We have 54 minutes for up to 2 more matches. We'll see whether Ansem can take this game right now or can Kenchong come back. We've seen Kenchong come back a couple of times already live on stream, so I won't be surprised to see him win this game too. Both players cut their decks already. Kenchong looks like he's going second here. Ansem will be going first. Kenchong wants to go for a turn 1 TM Evolution again. Hopefully he won't get 2 killers in his hand.
Kenchong, the luck on Kenchong's side is slowly starting to run out. His fuse is running really, really, really low at this point. There's only so many. There's so much luck for him to burn through, I reckon.
Ansem had to decide between putting a Hoot in the active spot or a Pheasantipity. And now we're going to put the prizes. Our judges will help us put it into the prize cam. Once again, I love the prize cam, man.
The prize cam helps us look through the prizes and, you know, it gives us information that we didn't have in the past few leagues. So super exciting to see this feature finally come to our region. And here we have Kenchong prizing the Fez yet again. Prizing the Lily's Clefairy, prizing the secret box.
Wow.
Man is getting shafted, but on Ansem's side this time also prizing 2 Sadas.
Okay. We may have a good game here with lots of important resources stuck in the prize. Let's see Ansem's turn again, going back on cam. Ansem just set a Fighting Energy and passed. He didn't get a Raging Bolt or anything of that sort. I hope he has some sort of supporter to help him next turn. Kenchong has a Vault in the bench, put on a Monkey Dory, and going for the Earthen Vessel discard Psychic Energy. Probably the most popular play of today's Master Ball League final.
You know, the Earthen Vessel plate, and you're not just final, just to throw out the whole Master Ball.
Not wrong there,
top
you're not
cut,
wrong.
mate.
Look, now is deck check properly. Yeah, now you're gonna see that your Fazen got into the price again.
Yet again.
Wow, this guy. Luck is a skill indeed. Luck is a skill. Just checking through here. Let's see what else he has in his hand later. I hope he has something like a nest ball to find another vaults, or maybe an oven as well. Hopefully, he get an oven turn 1 to get his TM evolution into the board with an energy card, so that he can evolve the vaults into Killia. Just eyeing that. He does have a nest ball in hand as well. Okay.
So this board state is definitely going to be favoring Ken Chong here. You know, Ken Chong being able to discard some energy cards as well. You know, he does have one Curlia to function, so even though one is prized, all he needs is just one Gardevoir for now.
Yep. So he's using the Ultra Ball to get the vaults. I assume he's going to attach and add the 1 second energy onto the Mew and then go for Mew's restart to try and draw cards, I think. If he doesn't have a draw supporter in hand.
Yeah, but going down, I think he wants 2-card hand, right? I think he should be fine here. Even if he just passes at this point, it's not too bad of a board state. He does have 2 routes on the field, as well as 1 Monkey Dory, so things are pretty nifty as it is. He does a hand attachment to that Monkey Dory.
Monkey Dory, alright. And then Iono plays. So he's not going for a TM evolution here.
No, I mean,
he could, because Mew can retreat for free, and then the Monkey Dory will be able to use the TM evolution. If he gets it from the Iono though, let's see if he does.
Yeah, look, he's running 3 copies of that TM evolution, so he's counting that he can just naturally draw into it. And it seems like he's just going to go for a retreat, so he did draw that TM evolution. We do see that disc.
Here we go. The disc has been loaded, and here goes the Valt's going to evolve the Killia.
The evolution tune, the tune of evolutions. And he's going to realize, oh wait, I've only got one.
I've only got one Killia. Oops. Yeah, 1 Killia, correct.
He's
like,
like, okay.
double check.
I see 1 Curlia. Where's my other Curlia? He's going to be like, for yet another game.
Yep.
Checking his hand as well. Realizes that he doesn't have access to his second Curlia. So he's just going to do a single Curlia and pass, I believe.
Probably, yes. Ansem's hand doesn't look too shabby. There's no draw supporter. I see a boss's orders. I think Latias EX as well. An Ultra Ball, Energy, and Nest Ball. Let's see his top deck. His top deck is going to be a Blood Moon Ursaluna. Not going to help him here. Too early in the game for that. Thanks, Ansem, for discarding that 2 card. Yeah, after you're done with it, you have to discard it. So Ultra Ball, I think. Oh, Nest Ball first. Okay. I noticed that Ansem did not get a Fan Autumn turn 1.
Yes, he did not get a Fan Autumn turn 1, but I think it doesn't matter too much. He is just going to find that Teal Mask Ogerpon. So if he does have a natural draw into the Noctowl, he will be able to use the Jewel Seeker ability from Noctowl.
I believe he has an Ultra Ball to do that. So he's going through the motions here. Just find a Pokemon, shuffle your deck first. I think that the Ultra Ball there. He has the Ultra Ball eyed up there. He can use that.
No,
so Teal Dance first. Yeah, Teal Dance first. So maybe you get what you need anyway. Ooh, Baby Raging Bolt. Not too bad. Not too bad.
Yeah, baby, but he's going to need a lot, right? He's going to need the Sada. He's going to need the E-Switch as well. Or even the Crispin with the E-Switch to shift up the energy to the Baby Raging Bolt. But he also needs a way to... Oh, no, he does have a way to retreat the Hoot Hoot. Yep. So if he wants to, he can actually aggressively chase this Curlia. But the question is it worth it?
Yes, that's the question. If he could do it, why not, right? But... it's going to be very tough though. I see that there's that boss's orders in hand, but there's no real way to like take the knockout on that killer, even though he wants to, right?
There is. You just Sada into the Baby Raging Bolt. Oh, so Crispin into the Baby Raging Bolt, and then Energy Switch. Yep.
Let's see. Okay, he's going to go for Ultra Ball, discarding the Latias and the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Taking up the Crispin, as you just said, and the Energy Switch, as you just said. So here comes the Crispin play. Hand attach the Lightning Energy from hand first. Okay. Then he's going to play Crispin, I assume. Yep, here comes the Crispin.
It's likely going to be for Fighting Energy and a Grass Energy, I reckon.
Yes, the Grass will be kept into hand, so you can use Teal Dance.
Yeah, there is 1 Fighting Energy that Ansem did prize, but he does have 1 more in his deck.
Yes,
there we go. 1 Fighting, 1 Grass, and we will see the Grass Energy... the Fighting Energy be charged to that Baby Raging Bolt, and then the Grass Energy is going to be for Teal Dance for the next turn.
Yes.
Yeah, so he does choose to go the aggressive route, and I think the only reason why Ansem chose to do so is because he spots that there's only one Curlier that's available. If he saw two, then maybe he would choose not to go down this route, but I think this is well spotted out by Ansem here. Decides to go for the first attack, I think Thunderbolt Storm, onto that Curlier, so that means it puts Qianchong behind. Qianchong needs to find something like the rare candy, which he does play one copy of, but without the secret box, he needs to rely on his Arvins to do so, in order for him to be able to find that rare candy easily. If not, it's going to be top deck draw.
There's only 2 Arvins as well, so it's not that easy. But he does have a nice stretcher though. He's going to use it, I think, to evolve the Valks.
Yeah, yes, he's going to find a Curlier, and then when he finds the Curlier, he needs to find the Shaman as well to protect his bench. Qianchong thinking really hard, trying to get back into this game, chooses for that Curlier. Curlier going to be evolved. Ross is going to be evolved to Curlier at this point in time, waiting and seeing if he can find a way to get the Shaman. He chooses to use the Iono.
Iono, yes. Iono. He's going to shuffle down Ansem's boss's orders. That would have been crucial for Ansem next turn. He could have boss's orders, use boss's orders on that Curlier on the bench.
I mean, you mean that there's a Shaman that comes out. Because
yeah,
Shaman that comes out.
Like it just targeted immediately from the active spot anyway.
Yeah, so right now, Qianchong here, looking at his hand, we don't see the Shaman, we do see multiple copies of the Dark Energy. I think we saw one Psychic Energy as well.
Yeah, we're going to go for Mind Bend, 60 damage, and spinny card. Confused, confused.
Spinny DJ Ansem here.
DJ Ansem, 6 cards now in hand, 5 from Iono draw, and then 1 from the top deck start the turn.
I think we saw two hoots. Hoot.
Teal dance first.
Do you hoot?
Draw 1 card. Attach 1 Glass Energy. Draw 1 card. I think I've said Teal dance on this stream at least 30 times.
At least.
Yeah,
so we see Teal dance happening. We will. I think he's deciding whether or not he wants to bench lock himself with putting at least 2 hoots. I think he wants to at least bench 1 hoot.
For sure. But will you bench the other one though?
I mean, depends if I have access to Area 0 underdepths, right?
He does have a Ultra Ball and Night Stretcher. So I would bench 2, I think, knowing that I could do something next turn. But this turn, looks like it's gonna be a dice roll. Yes, it's gonna.
He's playing.
He's playing. It's gonna be a dice roll. Here we go, Ansem. Roll the dice.
Will it be the 5th? 6 hits. 6 hits.
Yes. 6 hits. Ansem isn't even sitting at the right spot.
On the right spot, on the left side. We know so far it's 100% chance to roll heads.
Amazing.
The crowd goes wild in Singapore.
They did. They're dissing that hits roll. And then Qianchong now. Oh, he scooped! Qianchong scooped!
Qianchong figured that there's no way for him to get back here. He just scoops over to Ansem. He decides there's no more reason for me to prolong my pain here. It's a good game. You're a respectable opponent. I will scoop and give you the victory.
Ansem Sim, your new 2025 Master Ball League champion.
Welcome to the Hall of Fame of the national champions. Congratulations, Ansem. Once again, is this his first big win locally?
Yeah, I think this is really like when you say first big major win, this has got to be it.
Yeah, congratulations to Ansem Sim for getting all the way here. Once again, really good achievement. I hope you do well at the World Championships and bring back some pride for the Singapore.
Rep us proud, man. 2 of you, rep us proud. Both of them, yes, in fact.
That is right. Today's matches have been nothing short of amazing. We saw some very interesting plays here on the desk
we did.
today. Definitely, what's the one key takeaway?
Well, what is it?
If you sit on the left side of the stream, you're going to roll hits 100% of the time and get out of confusion. Just for confusion.
Yes.
It's not about starting the game. It's about getting out of confusion. If you roll your dice, you get a hits.
Yes, correct. That's the way to play. But did you actually think that Raging Bolt will go all the way, though?
Yeah, I think, Raging Bolt is going to be... It was going to be one of the top 4 BDIFs. The top 4 being Raging Bolt, God of War EX, Dragapult, as well as... Grimmsnarl.
Yes, Grimmsnarl.
Right?
Brownies Grimstar. We didn't get to see that on stream, unfortunately.
But we did see a few in Top Cut, right?
Yes.
So I believe majority of Top Cut was actually dominated by these 4 different decks. Ken Chong being the last God of War to hold out, unfortunately wasn't able to clinch that victory. But you know what? To be honest, I'm kind of tired of seeing God of War win everything.
I'm very happy to see Reggie both take the win, wrapping us in at the World Championships later in Anaheim.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. You know, I think this format is going to be pretty similar to the Worlds format. You are going to have a few additions of the Black Bolt and White Flare cards. So do keep your eyes out for what new and interesting decks will be coming out. But you know what, guys? Till then, we're going to see you guys at the Premier Bowl League, hopefully, in November. I believe mid of November. This is Brian and Nicholas.
Islands.
And we will see you guys next time. Take care.
Good man.